paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderous scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive. They're selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot belly goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Horrors in this house. There's some horrors in this house. There's some horrors in this house. There's some horrors in this house. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P word. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you've got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up, N word, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top if I want to ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet, come take a dive. And continue along these lines. And it gets significantly more vulgar. Like a lot more vulgar.
Yo everybody, it's another Beware broadcast. Let's go. How's it going? How you doing? What is up? How you done on, Ben? I'm Be Weird. I'm your host for today. I'm live streaming the craziest of the crazies, one of my favorite and most absurd personalities, who I thoroughly despise. Just to be clear, Alex Jones, everybody, and he's giving testimony in a court. It's like the last place he belongs. What's he doing? So it's gonna be a good stream. We're checking up on this. I cannot believe I've been sleeping on this trial. I didn't realize you could watch it. Oh my god. So I'm super excited. I'm very amped. I'm very pumped up. But how you doing? It's a beautiful day here in Montreal. Nice, warm, cozy, like 23 degrees, a little bit of clouds. I'm all caffeinated up, and we gonna blast off, everybody. We blasting off. Hell yeah. So I'm super excited. This is gonna be a good stream. Lots of good content lined up. I'm here for it. And yeah, we're gonna start off right with the Alex Jones stuff, consume as much as we possibly can, and then I've got a huge amount of just like raw internet lined up. Once we're through with that, I even have American Gladiators next, so that's gonna be fun. I'm really excited. It's gonna be good stuff. Okay, not sure why I'm hearing my voice. What's going on there? How about now? Oh, right. So I was singing and doing so much, I must have left the monitor on. Yeah. All right, that should be better. So yeah, we got a new microphone, as you can see. It sounds so much better, so much crisper. I can actually yell, use my voice as I know and love it. And yeah, we're gonna be checking up on Alex Jones. Got a huge amount of content lined up afterwards, and then American Gladiator. I found like several dozen, I think 3 dozen episodes of American Gladiator. So I'm really excited to take a look at that. If you've never seen it before, American Gladiator was this great show, absolutely absurd, where you watch beefcakes basically go through track and field courses and be incredible. Like, they're just like, wow, that's a really muscly ape doing acrobatic stuff. This is fun. So we'll check that out at the end of the stream. But to start with, I got a little teaser. This clip has been going around. It's been going viral on Public Freakout in Reddit. So let's take a look at that, and it's gonna whet our appetite for this Alex Jones testimony. I know that like courtroom stuff can be a little dry. It's nice to know like where the nuggets are that we're gonna like get to that are the reason you're watching all that boring stuff. So let's check it out. Over here. Oh, that's the wrong video. Oh, right. Yeah, I've been having such a hard time this morning with Discord. It's crashed on me several times, so hopefully it doesn't crash again. We'll see. Oh, I also got a new book. I forgot to mention the the Rainbow Goblins. The Rainbow Goblins, everybody. Don't you know about the Rainbow Goblins? I think I haven't read it yet. I'm kind of hoping to hang on to that for maybe like a streamathon or something. But let's take a look at this clip. It went viral for some reason.
You may not say to this jury that you complied with discovery. Mr. Jones, you may not say to this jury that you complied with discovery. That is not true.
Oh.
You may not say it again.
Wow.
You may not tell this jury that you are bankrupt. That is also not true.
Wow.
You may have filed for bankruptcy.
Okay.
I don't know that, but I've heard that.
Okay.
That doesn't make a person or a company bankrupt.
Off to a good start.
You're already under oath to tell the truth. You've already violated that oath twice today in just those two examples. It seems absurd to instruct you again that you must tell the truth while you testify. Yet here I am. You must tell the truth while you testify.
It's not hard.
This is not your show.
Wow. Wow.
You need to slow down and not take what you see as opportunities to further the message you're wanting to further.
Wow.
And instead, only answer the specific and exact question you have been asked.
Dang. Okay, so that's the nugget. That's what went viral. It takes a lot for a judge to basically say, stop using my courtroom as a propaganda outlet. Like, this is not your opportunity to sell fight milk. Like, all right. So I'm excited. This is going to be wild. I think there's more testimony coming up later today. I'll try to figure that out in the background. But for now, we've got at least about an hour worth of his testimony. So
I didn't actually hear any of that from Mr. Ball, so that's not their portrayal. I heard some testimony from Miss Lewis about how she feels about it. Again, I don't think that constitutes a portrayal. I think, let me put it this way. I believe that Mr. Mason is correct in how he describes the rule of optional completeness. Do you have an argument to make for why whatever portion of this video you think needs to be played is required for the jury to not be confused by the portion they heard earlier today?
It's the argument I already made.
Now, I heard there's like some shenanigans over like they got a producer to testify, and through her testimony and like cross-examination, I think they were allowed to do discovery to like play a video. I'm super shaky on the details. I'm just catching up now. So I think that might be what that's about. Let me look into this a bit more.
And Your Honor, I would just reply to that, that the idea that he's saying that they're not, like, he wants to play it so he can show that Mr. Jones believes that they're real, literally said that in the video that we just played. It shows how the mystery.
Right, I did hear that as well. Also, the claim that he's been sitting next to them all week, I heard that also. I have a hard time imagining, and I have not watched it, that any clip that includes a conversation about what's happening in court this week can be in any way helpful to the jury in their job. I've certainly, can you please sit down, Mr. Jones? It is not your turn to talk. I will happily allow Mr. Reynal a minute to hear all of your suggestions. If you and he think that is
He's like a
necessary,
child.
but you have to wait.
You have to wait your turn. The adults are speaking. Gathers her thoughts.
I haven't watched any of it, so I don't know what it says. If you want to send it to me and have me watch it on a break, I will do that. But there are a number of people who have been writing to me and telling me what Mr. Jones is saying every day.
Oh.
I don't know if they're accurate or not in their descriptions. I'm not otherwise going to find out. So I will only see this if you send it to me and ask me to look at it. Would you like to confer with your client? I think he wants you to say something else.
They cut the 3 seconds off and I said, I believe she is real. They cut that off. So she thinks I don't think she's real. She's totally confused because they gave her a confusing clip. It's the definition of like the law.
We'd simply re-urge that it's confusing for the jury because the clip leaves out the part where Mr. Jones says that he certainly believes that Miss Lewis is real.
All right, so if you want to send me that part, that may in fact meet the requirements of the rule of optional completeness. And send it to my staff attorney, and she'll review it, and then I'll review it on a break, and I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Anything else before we bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from your side? All right, we're ready to have the jury back.
Holy cow. All right. Everybody stand up. You too. Standing is important for your health. Get up.
Yes.
The structure is back over there.
Right here.
He's such an intense individual. Oh, Alex Jones. Uh-oh. Oops. Uh-oh, I can't stop the background. It's moving on its own. Stop. I held down the left arrow key in the background.
All right.
That's better.
All right, you may all be seated. Mr. Reynal, do you have a witness for the jury?
I do. The defense would call Alex E. Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones, come stand in front of me, please.
Oh boy, he takes the
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Come have a seat.
Okay.
In the witness chair, there is water and glasses.
Alex
You
Jones.
have pretty good volume.
Wild.
I don't think you'll need to lean into the microphone. I see that you have a document with you. I don't know if you were here when I explained to a prior witness who brought documents with them that you can't look at any document for any reason while you're testifying
Really?
until and unless one of the lawyers or myself instructs you to do so. So I'm going to ask you to actually just give it back to Mr. Reynal until he may think you need it, okay?
Okay.
Did you understand all that?
I did, yes.
Okay.
love how
While
you
you
told him not to lean
testify,
into the
it is
mic.
not a conversation. It is a question and answer. So the instructions are to let the lawyers completely finish asking their questions before you begin your answer, to listen to the question and answer what is asked. So you can't always say that you don't know or you don't understand if those things are true. To answer out loud in words and not head shakes and the like. I think that's all my instructions. I say it so many times, sometimes I forget one thing, but I think those are all. Do you understand them?
I do.
All right, you may
Oh, this
begin,
is
Mr. Reynal.
great. Oh my God, Alex
would you
Jones.
please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Hi, I'm Alex Jones.
How are you feeling today, Alex?
I actually feel good because I get a chance to, for the first time, say what's really going on instead of the corporate media and high-powered law firms manipulating what I actually
Oh,
did.
already off to a good start.
I want to start by kind of letting the jury know a little bit about your youth and where you grew up so they can get to know you better. Is that okay?
Okay. And, you know, before we do that, I just do want to say this on record because I've said it many times. I apologize to both.
Sustained. So, Mr. Jones, one of the instructions I just gave you is that this is not a conversation.
Not a
Question
conversation.
and answer.
So she got the monologue, but not me. I got it.
And so
Oh.
you have to only answer questions that are asked of you.
Wow.
Mr. Reynal will ask you, I'm certain, all the questions you want. but you have to wait for the question.
Wow,
You
he
make-
cannot deal with this. He is not ready. He's
Mr.
already
Jones,
struggling.
have you been wanting to apologize to the plaintiffs in this case for a long time?
Yes,
And what would you like to say to them?
that I never intentionally tried to hurt you. I never even said your name until this case
Oh.
came to court.
Oh.
I didn't even really know who you were until a couple years ago when all this started up. The internet had a lot of questions. I had questions.
Yeah.
And over that 6-7 year period before I got sued, or 6-year period, it's clear, you can see the whole progression of us, the few times we covered it, trying to actually find out what happened. And that's really been my big frustration, is that the people have said that I'm personally trying to hurt them or coming after them when I question every big event, and a lot of times it turns out that we've not been told the truth. And
Oops.
a perfect example is
Yeah, it's that part.
today, where they play a 30 or a 1 minute clip, and I had just done that this morning, and I knew that I said, I believe that Scarlett Lewis is real, and she's a really nice person, and she's really a sweet person. And then I went through and talked about her ex-husband too, and then I said, I believe they're being fed and manipulated.
Non-responsive.
And this is a perfect.
Sustained.
Oh my
This is a
god.
perfect.
Sustained.
Oh
When you hear
my-
sustained, you have to stop
Okay.
talking.
Do you feel that the video clip was a fair representation of
Scarlett Lewis is one of the mothers of the Sandy Hook victims.
what you meant to convey? Fair representation of what you meant to convey.
No, it had the front and back. No,
Okay, and why wasn't it fair?
because it had the front and back cut off of it to totally misrepresent the apology at the end and at the first, where I said, I believe she's a real person and lost her child. So someone edited that and then showed it to her, and then they brought it in here and played it to show it to you. And I
Wow.
think you should ask to see the full segment.
It doesn't matter if the middle part is a shit sandwich. Hey man, we gotta bring in the top bun and the bottom bun so that she can understand that this turd in the middle was part of a greater whole, everybody. It was part of a shit sandwich, okay?
So now that we've got that out of the way,
I'm watching from Germany. Was in tears when the parents testified. What crazy mind in Alex head. Unbelievable. Honestly, George, like Alex Jones, I've been watching him transform over the years, and it's been gobsmacking. The first time I ever saw him was in the movie Waking Life, and he's driving in his car with a microphone, and he's got loudspeakers on the bass, and he's doing his like, the government's coming to get you, and you're like, okay. It's a vibe. Okay, all right. And he wasn't so crazy. He was like just like anti-government conspiracy. And to watch his full arc, like how evil and dark he went, and now he has to testify for it and eat his words. Oh, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Welcome to the
I
stream.
want to ask you some questions about where you grew up and how you came to have your business. Can you let us know where are you from in Texas originally?
Hey, dog lover, how's it going?
In Dallas, then
Yo, thanks so much. Yo, appreciate it. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing, George.
I'm in a suburb of Dallas called Rockwell.
And how old were you when you moved to Austin?
16.
And can you tell the members of the jury why your family relocated to Austin?
My dad sold his dental practice, and there was too much crime in Dallas, and Austin was a safer city.
Were you still in high school when you moved?
Yes,
And did you graduate from high school?
yes,
Here in Austin?
yes.
And did you go to college?
No, I mean, I went a few years of community college.
Are you married?
Yes,
How many children do you have?
I have 4.
Can you
4
tell us their names
kids.
and their ages?
Wild.
I've got, I need to say their names. Well,
You don't have to if you don't want.
well, there's
Their
the,
ages.
sure, there's Rex, who's 19, Charlotte, who's 18, Georgia, who's 14, and Veronica, who's 5.
4
And is your
kids.
wife present in the courtroom today?
She's right there.
Last time he tried to remember the names of his kids, he claimed in court he couldn't remember them because he had eaten a big bowl of chili. 4 kids? I know. How do you not feel pity for them, man? Like, maybe they got like they're really like smart, you know? They know their dad. They've been like bludgeoned with disinformation, that they're actually really, critical thinkers or something. I don't know. A boy can dream.
Okay, and what's her name?
Erica.
I want to ask you some questions about how you got started out in media with your radio show. Okay?
Okay.
How old were you when you first felt that you wanted to be on the air, that you wanted to work in media?
When did you realize your brain was broken? When did you realize that you needed to go and shout crazy things into a microphone?
When I was about 17, I really liked listening to talk radio.
Nice.
And I'd grown up with my dad on road trips listening to like Larry King when he was still on radio.
Right.
And I really liked Larry King on radio and then also on CNN. And I also liked Howard Stern, thought he was funny. And I really wanted to be a talk show host.
Sorry, sing at work, come back later. Yeah, I'm here every morning. I'll see you later. Have a good one.
How did you take that desire to be a talk show host?
Or you're in Germany, so in the morning in Canada, whatever that means in Germany.
And those early influences, how did you translate that into action? How did you first get on the air?
I had been out of high school about 1.5 years, 2 years, and I went down and took classes at the Access TV station here in Austin.
Damn.
One of the first places to ever have Access TV. Had one of the best systems.
Okay, so we need to ban education. That's the first thing. We have to make sure no one can get educated ever again, or else we'll make more Alex Jones. That's my conclusion.
They had a lot of equipment and a lot of studio space. A lot of it was old, antiquated, but was still very useful.
Right.
So I became self-taught with that equipment. And in about 94, 95, and then 95 started doing my own little call-in shows. And then those became pretty popular quickly.
That's what I want to do.
And so
call-in shows are great.
the phone rang, and a DJ by the name of Sharkman, who had a national show that was managing the local station, 98.9, said, I think you should come in and do like a 3-hour radio show this Saturday and see what people think. And they had Howard Stern on their station. They had G. Ward Liddy, a bunch of other big hosts. They had some other big local hosts who couldn't light the phone lines up. And the first time I went in, they got about 100 calls the first night.
How old were you?
I was, I think I was 21, 22 by then.
Wow.
And what was the format
Wow.
of your early shows on Austin Public
Immediate success. That's incredible.
Access TV?
It wasn't as conspiratorial or political. There was some of that because there was other people doing those shows, and I already knew about that information. But it was just all over the map. It was just really calling shows on different topics. Did variety shows like Carved Pumpkins on TV on Halloween, and have a guy come in with his pet monkey and it dances around. Just fun stuff. Because also like
Content.
Johnny Carson growing up.
That's what I gotta figure
Did people
out.
like your show?
They did.
And did your show? I mean, it sounds sort of like almost like a Wayne's World kind of.
Wayne's
thing.
World.
I think Wayne's World is a good way to describe it.
Wayne's World.
Did it,
Hell
did it
yeah.
win any accolades?
It did. It won Best of Austin a few times in the newspaper, and pretty much started getting written about, and even national coverage in about 2 years.
National coverage in 2
Really?
years?
And
Dang.
so tell us, you told us already about Larry King and about Howard Stern. Who would you say influenced you artistically in the format and how you did your show then and became the man you are today?
I mean, really, I listened to Larry King a lot because my dad listened to him on the radio.
Larry King.
A lot when I was from the time I was like 6, 7. I remember listening to Larry King, and then I'd watch him a lot of nights at home in junior high and high school. So I would say more than anybody, Larry King.
And did there come a time when, because of your success and having won this Listener's Choice Award or Viewer's Choice Award, you were able to be syndicated?
Well, I won a couple of those. I don't think the syndication folks were even paying attention to that. I built a studio in a bedroom in my house.
Oh.
Because they wouldn't put the equipment in at the local station.
Hey, I built the studio.
Where I had top ratings.
I guess.
To syndicate it. And so I went home, got the equipment, had an engineer come set it up, and then called a syndication outfit and got a sponsor, and then I paid to put it on the satellite. And
The sponsor
then
you paid?
probably
Wait, what?
60, 70 affiliates in about a month, and then it
Dang.
went up to several hundred affiliates after that.
Wow.
Can you describe for us what the setup was like? Was it in a spare bedroom?
It was.
And what kind of furniture was in there?
It was a simple wooden desk and a microphone and a little mixer, and then a chair if I had a guest.
And what
That's
is
what I'm doing.
syndication for those of us that don't know?
Come on, everybody, make me famous like Alex Jones, but for good reasons, not a bad ones.
Instead of being on one station, it goes up at that time to a satellite. Now a lot of it's over the internet, and then that's beamed back down, and then other stations can pick it up.
Satellites, everybody.
And so you said you were syndicated on how many radio stations?
It fluctuated between 30 or 40 at first, and as much as over 200.
Whoa!
I would say things that were politically
Wow.
not popular to talk radio, more left-wing things like being anti-war or things like that, and I would lose a bunch
Wait.
of stations, and I would gain more stations. But talk radio was mainly conservative. And so when 9/11 came around and I had
He was
questions,
a leftist.
we lost 70% of our affiliates in 1 month because I didn't want to, attack all these foreign countries. But
And it is very true. Like, one of the main draws to Alex Jones when he first got famous was, like, he was anti-government at a time when jingoism was in flavor and people were rah-rah-rahing about going to Iraq and Afghanistan.
I still was steadfast and had that message. So then I got real popular with the left wing, but I wasn't trying to be left wing. I was trying to follow the right thing, even though it made me lose most of my radio stations, which is the issue of how I do what I think's right. Sometimes I'm wrong. I've been more right than wrong, but I don't do it for the monetary thing. I do it to tell the truth, or to try to tell the truth, and then the monetary comes with that because
Bro.
people can tell this guy's not reading off the script.
Bro.
And with that comes its own issues. But I'm not lying like the corporate media on purpose. That's the big difference.
And so
Yeah, I mean, the thing that corporate media does well is that they don't have people going off the cuff, which means they can give, the same content day after day after day. Like, watch Morning Joe. That's commentary, but within the box, and it's effective, like it keeps you from getting into trouble with the law.
let's focus
Even in
on
America.
This early period. What year did you get syndicated?
I syndicated myself in
Syndicated himself.
1998.
And
mean?
at that time, did you already have the show name, The InfoWar?
Yes.
The
No,
InfoWar.
it wasn't ever called InfoWars. It was just the Alex Jones Show.
The Alex
You have to
Jones
call
Show.
the show your name because that's how they do it with the ratings that were written in on little diaries. So to be on radio, you had to say the name of the show coming in and out, just like TV for Nielsen ratings. So it was the Alex Jones Show.
Tell us about InfoWars. How did the name InfoWars come to be, and how did that business start?
Vic Freeland, who was an Air Force veteran, who worked in Air Force intelligence in Vietnam. He was the deputy fire chief in Austin. And he was a listener, and he'd done some talk radio interviews. He'd been on some syndicated shows because of magazine articles he'd written. And he came to some of the events, and he said, listen, you're really involved in an information war. That's that, and because all information's propaganda, whether it's true or
Wait, what? All information is propaganda. I don't know about that.
not.
That's how you know you've
It's
lost
called
it.
information war. And so you ought to try to get that URL. And he had a big old laptop. He said, look, it's available. Do you want Infowars.com? And so Vic Freeland
Dang.
got the site. He then, even in his spare
Good
time,
brand. Great brand.
he was still
honestly.
working with the fire department then. He
Terrible people.
built
Great
the basic site and stuff, then helped find me a volunteer or whatever at first. We didn't really have any money to then start updating the site a little bit every day. And that was in 1997. So InfoWars came from an Air Force intelligence term.
Oh,
So
okay.
you had the Alex Jones show
Interesting.
that was being broadcast, and you also had InfoWars at the same time.
Yes, I had a radio show. At the time, I was doing a local radio show. And then I was doing the syndicated one out of my house. And then I had a website that I could post articles on or links to say, look, this is on the site. Go check it out on air. So it's kind of a way to make radio almost like TV.
Right.
Because the internet was starting to become more effective and more, where it actually worked. The word's not effective, where you could actually post stuff and do things. And so we could put things on there and show people what we were talking about.
Did you also start making, in order to support InfoWars, did you also start making documentaries?
I did start making documentaries. In 1997, I made my first documentary, America Destroyed by Design, about the Great Reset.
The Great
What's coming,
Reset, everybody.
And the different UN documents that were in it.
All right.
And then I made more than 25 more films after that.
Wow.
Why make the film?
25 films? That's impressive.
Most talk show hosts would sell a coffee cup or a
Right.
newsletter
Right.
to fund themselves. And I wanted to build a larger news organization because I wanted to do more and I wanted to make documentaries. So I went out and made documentaries and used the money from that to make more documentaries, because that way you could show people what it was you were talking about in a format before there was really the internet.
That's what I gotta work on. Like, if I make more videos on YouTube, I got one in the works, like for on r/place. But yeah, absolutely, it's smaller, it's bite size, it increases like how attractive your brand is. Like, for what he's worth, Alex Jones definitely understood media, understood how to like grow his brand.
You know, the internet was around. It was mainly text and pictures in 96, 97, 8, 9.
Right.
Documentaries on VHS and then DVD was, the way people interface with that.
And at the time, what was your main topic of interest that you wanted to explore through your documentaries, as well as through your radio show and your website?
The plan to cut off U.S. energy reserves that we're now experiencing. The plan to cut off all coal power generation, then gas.
Okay.
And the forced move on to renewables, but that it was in the documents. They didn't plan to even have
It's
those.
about the renewables.
It was a
Green New Deal.
post-industrial program called Agenda 21 that George Herbert Walker Bush signed on to in Rio de Janeiro in 1992.
Agenda 21,
And I read the
everybody.
plan, and it said we're building a post-industrial world. We're going to have a controlled demolition of civilization to force depopulation. And now that's mainline news. Bill Maher called for depopulation last Friday night.
Depopulation through the Green New Deal?
In addition to your documentaries,
What is happening?
are you also an author?
I am, yes.
He writes
How many
books?
books have you written?
Wait,
I've
what?
written 2 and contributed to
2.
more than 20.
Wow.
We'll talk about your latest book later. Let's move forward a little bit. In 2001,
Okay.
what, if anything, happened with you and your program at YouTube?
Say that again, please.
Did you get canceled by YouTube?
Videos that were very successful.
Oh, okay.
On YouTube. In the
Did you
early
pop off on YouTube?
Before YouTube came around, in I think 2004,
Right.
and then it was out of some guy's garage in San Francisco, got bought by Google around that time. We were actually putting out videos ourselves
Oh,
that
hey,
we were
Max.
streaming ourselves, but it became too expensive, so we had to stop. We were doing that by 2000, 2001.
Yeah, exactly.
And
God,
technical things, but then Google Video
No, it's great.
came around, and we had videos on there with millions of people that watched them. And
The judge was chiding him from the very moment, like, you don't need to lean into the mic, only answer the questions that you're asked. This isn't a conversation. Like, already I know there's going to be some juicy stuff later. It's great.
We're just putting them out for free, and it was very popular with the left because it was us tracking and protesting the KKK. It was us exposing police brutality and things like that.
He wants
and
to
I
go
wasn't
off.
trying to be left wing. I just thought those were really important topics.
He's got a microphone.
And so I got really popular with the left wing then. And they went and had me speak in San Francisco and New York, and I got big awards. By the big.
To me, Alex Jones with a microphone in a courtroom is like a viper in a cage. He's still dangerous. You still got to treat him with caution. You still got to watch every single word. Like, even in the environment, he's like, is his antithesis, the very place we try to create truth in society. He still has a microphone in front of him, so he still has power, and the judge has to watch him like a hawk. It's great.
Liberal Democrat channels
Let me ask you about that part, because that's an aspect of your work and who you are that you cultivate, which is different from in the studio.
Right.
From the very beginning, did you believe it was important to go to demonstrations, to talk to the people on the street, to be
Talk to
part
the
of
people.
protests?
Absolutely.
And
Hell yeah.
how did that
Truck yeah,
play
brother.
into what you were trying to do at InfoWars?
Well, InfoWars is a radio show on TV.
Okay.
And that's really what Oprah Winfrey is
Right.
too. It's just
Radio show on
It all
TV,
goes
of
back to
course.
radio when I started 100 years
This
ago.
is what I mean. Like, he's way ahead of the game. Radio show on TV, brilliant.
A little bit more now. And so
We just call that live streaming.
that's a separate thing. A talk show with opinions and people debating is like The View. They're not fact checking,
Right.
they're just giving their opinions.
Right.
When I'm on the radio show, most of the time I'm just a pundit giving my opinion. Everybody on talk radio knows that. We play devil's advocates, we look at both sides. I don't do that very often now because people can edit tapes and hurt you bad. I would say, well, let's look at this.
Alex Jones is afraid of the clip chimps. The clip chimps are out and coming for you.
They're saying this, and they believe that. And now let's look at this.
It's gonna get
And
canceled.
as later as I realized my show had a lot more power than I thought, I realized, well, even if I'm not the one editing these tapes, I've got to be more careful because there's bad guys out there that will do it. But the films I'm proud of, we didn't ever put any films out about Sandy Hook, never had any products about Sandy Hook. The films we would try to really vet and do more journalistic research into and fact check and interview renowned people. I mean, I interviewed like former U.S. Attorney Generals and members of Congress and former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I mean, that's who we would go for these films. Top economists, you know, just really big names for these films.
Big names.
And they were very, very popular. So that's
Yeah.
where I've been journalistic and done a good job.
Journalistic. Can you? This is how Alex Jones sees himself. He sees himself as a journalist. Wild. And a talk
I
show
guess
host.
with the age of the internet, people grabbing clips out of talk radio or talk TV and mixing it together, I can see how it can cause problems. And that's why I've admitted that I've made a lot of mistakes. But
Oh,
none
yeah?
of it was done from some
Kind of
master
mistakes.
plan deal. It was done from a bedroom in my house.
Sustained.
Sustained.
So one of the
Yeah,
things
that's
I
gonna be the
noticed,
magic word.
About you is that you have a very distinctive voice. Very deep.
That's where I want to get to. Like, it's a tough balance because if you get a voice like Jones, then you might not be able to sing so well and be so smooth. I want to try to run that balance. Jones sees himself as whatever label is most practical in the moment. Yeah, like, that's why I think of him as a snake. Like, he's shifty. He's able to, like, move his position. Oh, I was just recording out of a bedroom studio. It's like, I was just doing some journalistic documentaries. It's like, bro, you're putting out propaganda packages. What are you talking about? Like, come off it.
sort of gravelly voice. Did your voice always sound that way?
No.
So shifty.
What happened to your voice? Why does it
Sussy.
sound the way it does?
Sussy baka.
Well, I remember the two demonstrations where I finally wrecked it. And one was about 12, 13 years ago. It was actually film of it. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Relevance?
Do you have some way to tie this to the religious portion of this story?
No, I think I'm in.
No.
No.
I'll address you if I'm talking to you.
Alex, quiet. Not your turn to speak. Wait your turn.
This is so that the jury can understand who my client is and properly assess his credibility, his demeanor.
Okay.
Sustained.
Dang. Ouch. Skip that page. Look at him turn the
Let
sheet
me,
over.
Ask you
That's awesome.
directly about InfoWars as we're coming into the period where Sandy Hook occurs.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
All
Yes.
right, here we go. This is the good bit.
About how many employees did you have circa 2012?
I'd say about 45.
Wow.
And
Holy
where
cow.
were you broadcasting from?
What year?
2012.
Oh, I was broadcasting from offices, studio.
Office studio now, not in this bedroom.
In terms of size, how does that compare to, for example, the New York Times in terms of how many employees?
Speculation.
Speculation.
So you can only answer the question if you have actual knowledge about
Actual
how many
knowledge.
employees the New York Times has. Otherwise, you have to say I don't know.
Right.
So as a member of the media, are you generally familiar with the different media organizations that are in the industry?
Yes.
Okay.
And based on that knowledge of the industry, can you tell us size-wise how your organization compares to the New York Times or to CNN?
It's between 1/100th and 1/20th the size of those different organizations if you count it for employees and bureaucracy and the number of offices and things they do.
Okay.
So I want to ask you some questions about the different formats of the different shows that InfoWars broadcasts. Can you tell us what the sort of different segments are that would appear on a given day?
Is this
at
an advertising bit?
InfoWars
Is this an
circa
ad?
2012?
Oh no, circa 2012. Okay.
There was my 4-hour radio show that in 2012 was just a webcam on me
Just
for
a
people that wanted to
webcam.
watch it online.
Wow.
And then it was me at a desk with a camera.
From such humble beginnings, eh?
12. And then, that was it, basically.
At some point, did you all begin to have additional segments besides just you doing your radio show and answering callers?
Well, yes, that's, now I understand what your first question was. What was the different types of media we were doing?
Yeah.
There was the syndicated radio show.
Okay.
There was also, had a visual component, digital video online. And then there was documentary making, and that's what I had 10 or so people working on with me. And then I started to develop reporters and people to go out and actually cover like live events and protests and things that were going on.
What an
And then we
operation.
also did everything in-house. So we had our own shipping department to be able to ship out books and films. Not
Five
just
departments?
my books and films, but a lot of other authors' books and films. We interview a lot of those authors.
Right.
And so that's what we were doing back then.
Now, your radio show, was it purely a call-in show, or did you also go sort of on rants about different issues that you were seeing?
Rants. Even his own lawyer. Even his own lawyer's
Yes,
calling
we
it a rant.
We would have a lot of calls. Sometimes the whole show would be calls. Sometimes it would be
Yeah, I wanna do that
podcasts.
soon.
Sometimes
Call-in shows
I
are
would
great.
just decide I had so much news that I was going to just cover up to 100 stories on there and just look at them. The audience knows whether it's the BBC or whether
Right.
it's an InfoWars story or whatever it is. They can choose. They can go look it up for themselves. We're just covering what's in this.
News plus
And so we
commentary.
just bam, bam, bam. It's the same way today. Like Pelosi's in Taiwan. What do you think of it? You think there's going to be a war? The Chinese are threatening war.
Yep.
Oh, look,
That's the
Biden
recipe.
fell down again. Oh, look, that they found another trailer full of 50 dead people in Texas. This is horrible. We got to do something about this. And
The Uvalde shooting. And so much content coming up after this. We're going to talk about, holy cow. We've got the DOD wiping phones from the Trump era leader. And later on, we've got, of course, Pelosi saying that the U.S. will not abandon Taiwan. Oh, so much content lined up, everybody. And my commentary. All available for free on Twitch and YouTube. What a world we live in. Okay, I'll stop.
it's just coming up next. It's real simple. I got a stack of news. We're going to play a video clip of Bill Maher.
Bill Maher?
They're saying we need to depopulate the human population. And we got, let's take calls. What do you think about
What do
Bill
you
Maher
think?
saying we should get rid of the majority of people?
Awesome.
Well,
Awesome. I'm going to start doing this kind of content. This is great.
who's going to do that? Who's going to do the killing? I think this is wrong. I think it's dangerous. I think it sounds like Hitler. I mean,
Mr. Jones, is it not true that you were a madman and used the disclaimer before every show that, and I quote, I am rubber and you are glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you, end quote? Yes. This is propaganda from the liberal elite. Who told you to read that? And,
that's what we do.
And how did, at the time, 2012, how did you all source how did you source the stories that you wanted to cover
Good
during
question.
that segment of your talk radio or
This is my favorite question because it's like, while you were building up suspicion about BBC and the mainstream media, where were you getting your news? And it's like, oh, BBC and the mainstream media?
95% of what we were covering was mainstream news.
Called it.
Going, look, they're saying this. Do you believe it?
No
Or,
pre-watch.
what do you make of this? It's that kind of thing. Is that
we would simply do what talk radio does. That's what talk radio does. That's what Larry King did, is stack the news articles, talk about what's going on, what people are saying.
Right.
Ask callers, what do you think of that? Do you buy that?
Okay.
What do you think is going to happen next? Are there really WMDs in Iraq? Are they lying about it? And then the talk show hosts make their predictions about what they think, and then the talk radio listeners basically keep note and see who's the most accurate, and it becomes a big game to see.
I am taking notes. This is actually very helpful for my content creation. This is great. This is exactly what my news segments need to be more like. No pre-watch, MSM is just one of Jones's greatest hits. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, if you spend enough time and you know who it's about, you can like try to pick out when they're gonna use their taglines.
Who has made the best predictions and things like that, and so that kind of lends itself to the very nature of a soapbox, is people speculating. Right. That's the nature of people going to a park and standing up at Speaker's Corner in London for 600 years and giving
but within reason, right? Like, come on.
Opinion. That's what free speech is.
Now, please tell the members of the jury, has your method where you get your stories, has that changed over the years from 2012 until today?
Good question.
No, it's not really changed. I mean, we have clips from the news where it's like, here's a clip of this person saying this.
Right.
And we always try to actually play it in context. That's most of our clips are about 2 minutes long.
Yep.
So they're not little deceptive clips. We want to show what somebody actually said. And we'll just play a clip, give our opinion, and ask callers what they think about it. Or, again, we'll say, should Pelosi go to Taiwan? The Chinese are threatening war.
What do you think?
And I said yesterday, I don't really like Pelosi. I don't want war with China, but I think it's good she's going because we should stand up for ourselves and not be pushed around. And then we take calls and say, what do you think? Well, I think you're wrong. We shouldn't go over there. I think you're right. I mean, it's really that simple.
All right. What a recipe.
Did you then and do you now also host debates?
We do.
How do you decide
debates
to host a debate and who are going to be the debaters?
Who's the master? Who's the master debater? Is it Alex Jones?
That is being contested that people think is interesting. We had a Sandy Hook debate where we had a newspaper reporter on who said he thought that it really happened, and we had like a professor, I forget exactly who on, who thought that there was questions, and that's the type of thing that we did. I can understand
got you into trouble.
People again take clips out of that and move that around, and that it can cause problems, and that's why now
this is like yesterday. This is yesterday. This is why we're watching it, and I think there's more coming. There might be more testimony today, like following up on this. So we're catching up on, I believe, what happened yesterday, August 2nd. Yeah, that's why this is like fire. This is what's happening.
I'm more timid, even though the head of the state police questions Uvalde in Texas, and even though they stood down for 77 minutes.
The Sandy Hook stuff is over with, but as it is with court stuff, it takes so long to do all the things. That's why they're talking about, like, what was their show like in circa 2012, like around the time, like in the lead up to Sandy Hook. And just for reference, Sandy Hook shooting happened 2012. Yeah, exactly. So the court is looking back because all of the campaign of lying that he promoted and all the... I think even like some of the news stories I came across were that like the parents were having a really hard time. They had to like hire security because they're getting death threats. Like the internet has all these incels and crazy people who listen to Alex Jones that are like going hard on parents right now. And it's in the news because his testimony is public, which is wild.
I think it happened, but I've just gone, whoa, I'm going to try to leave this alone as much as possible just because they'll take what I've said.
Yeah, there's like a couple cases going on at the same time, and this is like another one that's popping off, and he has to give testimony.
Context, but my listeners are now mad at me because I'm not covering it when, I mean, something went on 77 minutes.
Oh my God,
and
buddy.
The kids are begging for help, and the police just stand there, and the state police in Texas say...
Why are you talking about Uvalde?
The head of the state police says, we don't know the truth. And it's...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we should ask all sorts of questions. You're not wrong, Alex, but you're still an asshole.
Because of things like that, that people just get completely blown away and confused by what's going on. But now I realize that those are such touchy subjects that I don't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, really?
And is
Oh,
that a
really?
result of this case?
And, you know, it's a result of a lot of stuff.
Yo, I'm more edgy than Alex Jones, everybody, because we watched that entire hour-long clip of them in the hallway, and it was one of the most surreal, bizarre, weird streams I've ever done. You can go check it out on YouTube. Especially the way it ends. Like, it's not for the faint of heart, and it's something else. It's absolutely something else. Like, there's at some point I totally got distracted by chat or like having a different discussion because the atmosphere just dropped so hard. It just like it was and it was still an active shooter situation. But yeah, that was a wild stream. It was not for the faint of heart.
In the past, I would have gotten in a car and driven down there.
This stuff's
and
really
I think
awful.
that's what journalists should do. But we didn't go down there because I don't want to be associated with the corporate media and the lawyers and the people that swarm around these mass shootings. I don't want to be like them. So they've accused me of being Mr. Mass Shooting.
Liars are lying. And they will continue lying until you believe the lie.
Thanks, Max. I appreciate that. Thanks so much for subscribing. Thanks so much for subscribing. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. There's some new emotes you should have access to, and huzzah.
Sandy Hook, when I've covered less than 1/10 of 1% over the years. And so I don't want to be like them. So we didn't send reporters to Uvalde.
Yeah, I got your Prime. Ooh, feels good. Take that, Jeff Bezos.
The American people can figure out what's going on, but I'm not going to get involved in it.
Wow, Alex Jones won't get
We've talked
involved.
about the call-in portion. We've talked about hosting debates. Do you also interview? And I think we talked about doing the news based on what you're reading. Do you also interview guests?
I do.
And
Yeah, I want to do more of that. Cypher Sundays.
Do you select the guest that you're going to interview, or sometimes does one of your producers suggest to you, hey, you should interview this person?
In radio, the producer isn't the person paying for it. In Hollywood or TV, the person paying for the entertainment show is called the producer.
Right.
In radio, it just means the booker. And then they call and get the guest on the line or on Skype, and they check into the person. We get all these guest offers and things. In the past, I would do cursory stuff and sometimes mail it in with guests. That's just what talk radio does.
Mail it in.
I mean, I was a producer for other shows 25 years ago, not just my own show, and they were pressuring us. I was helping produce on a sports show to get up to 5 guests an hour. So you're just calling people that are already in the news, they're sportscasters or pundits, just like ESPN now. You see all these different writers and talk shows on the show. So it's the same for political stuff. You're just getting guests that are in the news, that are interesting, and then getting their opinion about things. And
it's all about the collab.
Now, most of the time, though, I say, I want this person, I want that person.
Right.
And I'm more in control of the guests that I have. But in the past,
he's describing clout. Like, that's just clout. Like, as you get bigger, you're just able to choose your guests. People are more willing to work with you. I'm like, oh yeah, he's got lots of viewers. I'll definitely jump on a show with Alex Jones. Like, we've seen it happen to all sorts of people who are like, this is my moment.
More things driven by the internet and by 4chan and 8chan. That in every case I've had problems, it's been a curse. I'm not telling everybody that's on there, but that's. I tell my
It's true though. Alex Jones was on top of 4chan so many years ago, and like QAnon has literally come from the bowels of 4chan and 8chan and 8kun.net or whatever, and has like sort of poisoned like political ideology in America. Like, and he was definitely ahead of the game on that one. He knew 4chan would be something real. I only knew about it because like my friends were degenerates. Like, what the fuck?
Touch it when it's on there.
And I was a degenerate.
It's the kiss of death, and it causes nothing but problems.
Why,
kiss of death.
Why do you think it's important to interview people who are causing a stir on the internet or on social media? Why do you feel like that's a good thing to do in terms of your listeners?
Right.
Well, I mean, most of the time we're not just interviewing people that have caused a stir. When I say like there's a big controversy,
I don't
or
have
there's
that
a
one.
big story, if there's riots in Hong Kong and we can find a reporter who'll come on the show, we get them on. It's whatever the big topic is. That's just how
Right.
news is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you just gotta like ride the trends.
And more, I don't really follow the news model of covering the news. In the past I did. We still do it a lot.
Right.
But now I mainly just talk about philosophy and the big picture and then have some guests on. And the show
Alex Jones, the philosopher, everybody.
has gotten more
Fuck.
Christian, because I'm a Christian, but as things progress, all things happening in the world, I'm moving more towards doing a self-help, life
Self-help.
experience
Oh God, no.
type show than the political show. In fact, I've been trying to segue out of this just because
It's too dangerous.
I think we have to change individuals. Kind of like Scarlett was saying earlier, more than we're going to change the world. If we can't change ourselves,
Wow.
then we're never going to be able to change the world.
The Persono is Politico, everybody. Feminist theory from critical feminist theory from Alex Jones.
And I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've learned a lot in that process. And I've also learned how the corporate media is able to completely manipulate a story once you're caught in it, and then manipulate other people.
Sure.
And if anything, I want to teach people about how that process works, because they say
Right.
I'm the mastermind that figured out how to manipulate people, and I didn't have any understanding of it coming, and now I've seen it from the inside, the way this stuff goes on. And I think only getting the individual awake and aware
Awake.
and not under its control is the way to beat it. And you can't just cover a bunch of news and get somebody to understand that. You can't be told about the Matrix. You got to see it.
You hear that, everybody? You hear that? I'm helping you see the Matrix. I am also one of these live streaming broadcasters who is helping you see through the designs. Yes, that's what's going on.
Let's slow down a little bit.
Let's slow down.
And I want to ask you about.
Oh my God, he's like a skidoo. He's got so much horsepower just in just such a small body, and I guess he's a big boy, but dang, he's got like such an engine, so much horsepower. Jones' philosophy of screaming gay democratic zombie brain eating frogs from outer space. Yeah. I mean, come on, Simon. Like that's I mean, if you string enough ideas together, it's a philosophy, pretty much. Like, that's how words work, right? I think the opposite of philosophy is syncretism. Syncretism is this, like, word I've learned, and it's, like, terrifies me because it's, like, how humans can sort of smudge together different categories and, like take all these sorts of ideas about one theory and then also sort of mix and match it with another one, like getting their biology mixed up with their theology or their cosmology or whatever, and you get these like really bizarre takes, like and Alex Jones is very much at that end of the spectrum. He's in the syncretist side, not the philosopher side. I don't know.
Sort of how with these responsibilities, how your typical day sort of shapes up, okay? How many hours a day,
in the life.
are you on the air?
Oh,
I'm
wow.
on the air about 4 hours a day.
And
Okay, so that's what that's what I'm gonna try to hit. I'm gonna try to do 4 hours every day.
since when have you been on the air about 4 hours a day?
I've been on the air 4 hours a day since about 1997. 98.
Woo! That's a grind set. Holy cow.
And in order to prepare for those 4 hours that you're going to be on the air every day,
Right.
well, let me ask you this. How many days a week?
I'm on the air 6 days a week.
So in
Wow.
order to prepare for 4 hours,
Pattern recognition machines, yeah, for sure. Biological machines, which are incredibly flawed and biased in what aspects we remember, so the patterns people string together can be pretty fucking wild, lol. Yeah, absolutely, Max. Like the how do you say, the one I'm always suspicious of is confirmation bias. That's the one that I always really struggle with, because how do you know when it's happening or not? You'd be like, oh yeah, you're really convinced that someone's argument, but it could just be like confirmation bias. You could have just been going out reaffirming stuff you already believed, and is your mind really being changed? That's the stuff I grok on. I wrote a whole poem about like how our minds change only when we're asleep and not thinking. Like it's kind of something that I will never stop thinking about. Like that's the part I love.
A day, 6 days a week. How many hours per day do you spend on prep for your show?
I spend about 2 hours at night and about 2 hours in the morning.
4 hours.
And I do some research.
Called it.
In the afternoon.
Wow.
In addition to prepping for your show for about 4 hours and being on the air for about 4 hours.
It's a full day.
Do you have other responsibilities?
I do.
And what are your other business responsibilities?
Well, we don't have a lot of sponsorship, because with sponsorship comes the control of the sponsor's political views.
Oh yeah.
And so we
got to stay in the lines.
Books and films and other things to fund ourselves, and then you got to source that.
I mean, part of what he's describing is kind of like off the economic grid. You know, there is very much like an American capitalism box that, you know, has a huge amount of sway, a huge amount of power and capital behind it, and you either play by their rules or you don't. And he's very much like navigating those waters. It's like international waters or something. For confirmation bias, I just do my best to remember or look for the misses that confirmation bias often leaves out. If you can't find any, then the bias may be a justified bias. Okay. Yeah, you always got to look for those counter examples. That's why I really love trying to like steel man someone's argument. It's always a good practice.
You got to have that. You got to get the deals on that, because a lot of times, like in the case of storable food, we're only making 20-30% on it. So it's you're competing against Amazon.
Why is there sirens going on? It's so weird.
So you got to really spend some time on that.
And about how many how many hours per day do you spend on
red flag
business administration?
Yeah,
2 to 3 hours.
You can be cheeky.
Your average day, would you say, is somewhere between 11 hours, 12 hours a day?
Yes.
6 days a week?
Yes.
Do you depend on
That's
other
so
people
much work.
to help you produce your show and decide what you're going to talk about?
I do. I depend on my...
There was an interview with one of his producers on NPR's On the Media, which was a really good interview. And it was about his sort of like his enlightenment, his realization that the video package, the journalistic documentary that Alex Jones wanted him to do wasn't that, and it was getting cut up in ways that were deceptive, and it was sort of his like his awakening moment, and that's what he was on the show to discuss, was like how he had to break free from Alex Jones as a producer, because like it was just getting too extreme, to like I don't know, massaged.
My crew, and I depend on, I mean, really what they do is they just give me hundreds of clips that are in mainstream news, alternative news, things that are happening, video clips, and I'll sit there on my computer and just review them. And then I tell them, just print me the top stories off of 10 or 15 news sources, and I say go through everything, randomly change it up. So everything from Japanese news to news in Mexico to the BBC to the LA Times to just everything, and then also
I love how if you listen to Alex Jones long enough, you'll circle around to the 2 points. Mainstream news is full of shit, and I'm telling you the truth. All my news comes from mainstream news. Mainstream news is full of shit. All my news comes from mainstream. It's great.
Media.
Round and round we go, everybody.
But more and more, we just show clips of what's actually happening out in the world. It's not disputed. There's just stacks of news. You can be on air 24 hours a day. All you're doing is like a curator, just showing people, hey, we looked at this, we think it's interesting. Yeah. We looked at that.
That's my
the idea that there's like certain...
That's what subscribing and supporting does. It like motivates me to be like, this is worthy of your time. This is worthy of my viewers' time and should be sufficiently entertaining. I can give hot takes or chill vibes.
Stories that are like these big bonanza stories that we focus on is just not the case. There's a glut
of news and information.
True. Information age, baby.
So we've talked about your responsibilities and your duties in your work day at InfoWars.
Right.
Do you also appear on other people's shows?
Yes, I've been on thousands of different programs in the last 27, 28 years.
He's got clout.
Any that we would have heard of?
So funny to me that after so many years of doing this, he can't even express a thought. I asked my crew to do their due diligence in finding a variety of sources that cover a variety of countries worldwide. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's something that, as a producer, he's like right there with it. It's like his byline, almost like, oh yeah, you know, like we contract out, or you know, our editorial process looks like this, you know, like, but really it's just like I get fed information and I curate it, and it's like, okay, but by what standard exactly?
I've been on Howard Stern.
Howard
On his network
Stern.
many times. I have been
course.
on Joe Rogan's show.
Wow.
Many times, even predating his current.
So when he was starting out as a 21-year-old looking up to Howard Stern, he got there. He literally like got so popular and famous on radio. Howard Stern had him on his show. Like, that's what a high to come down from. Now he's battling it out in the court systems. Woo, how the mighty have fallen.
Podcast, done in 25 years. I've been on The View. I've been on Piers Morgan. I've been on
Piers Morgan.
20 or 30 BBC shows. I've been on Japanese television. I've been on
Japanese television.
I've been on Saudi Arabian TV. I've been on Israeli TV. I've been on Brazilian television,
Holy
Brazilian
cow.
radio, Mexican TV and radio.
Yo, his
And
name
I've been
rings
on
out.
Basically, a lot.
Bro, so jealous.
Let's focus in.
That's clout. That's fame.
In the year 2012, how many hours per day was InfoWars broadcasting? Not just your show, but everything.
Wow. That's a good question. How much content?
Well, there's
was producing?
broadcasting, and then there's just videos that we're uploading.
Right.
And I'd say
How many hours of content per day?
6 hours, 7 hours.
Sorry, I just really gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back. Hydration check.
Okay, and in 2013, about how many hours per day?
2018?
No, 2013.
Oh, 2013. The same amount.
And 2014?
I'd say a little more, maybe 7.
And 15?
The same.
16?
The same.
17?
Sorry, just 1 second. I'm sorry. My torn larynx, that's why my voice is like that. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was asking you how many hours per day content is being produced and uploaded or streamed on InfoWars in 2017.
Probably 7, 8 hours as well.
And 18?
Then it increases to 10 hours a day. Or in 17 it did.
10 hours.
In 17 it increases to
10
10 hours
hours?
a day. And then
So much content.
that stayed about that.
And it's stayed constant now.
Kill me when he was on Howard Stern because Jones became such a limptic little centrist in front of Stern. Really? I was so eager for Stern to make him look stupid, but it also shows IMO that Jones knows exactly what he's doing when he turns on the crazy. Yeah, especially as we're watching this, right? Like, it's all journalism, this, and he's just asking questions and both sides, and it's like, oh yeah, you know what you're doing. You're a Viper. You know exactly how to twist and turn to get what you want. Like, it's and it makes sense though, right? Like, if the thing that Alex Jones brought to the culture was culture jamming, was riding like the waves of the information age that we're in, it makes so much sense that he knows who his audience is, how to build it, how to reach them, how to engage, and then when he's on other shows, how to modify like what he's saying on that show to try to like reach that audience. And that's a lot of skill. That's not only knowing what your principles and values are, but also how to sort of like communicate them in different words, different rhetoric to different audiences. So like there's so much you can learn from Alex Jones, especially as like a negative case, as like what not to do, like how the power can corrupt you, or how your audience can sort of like pull you deeper and deeper into like conspiratorial thinking or whatever.
Had about 10 hours per day since then?
There's 10 hours that's always there. That's talk radio on TV. And then
But you know what? If my first streams I had like 100 people watching, man, I would be going hard into this stuff. I would be spending my whole life and career on this instead of like going to school.
also put out some other reports and videos.
Okay, so the answers you just gave us of 7 hours per day, basically up until 2016, and then starting in 2017, 10 hours per day, that is content that's on the radio, that's being
Content!
And being picked up at some radio stations.
Yeah. That's clout.
So, as we sit here today, since 2017, InfoWars has been producing about 3,120 hours
Whoa.
of content per year.
Oh!
I haven't done the math. Is that what that
Man.
calculates out to?
I gotta bump my numbers up. I gotta bump my numbers up.
Will represent to you that it is.
It's, 6 days a week. We do a little bit less on Sunday. Sometimes do stuff on Saturday. That sounds about right. There's no exact number.
That's wild.
We never organized it all, so I don't know.
So much content.
Excuse me, sorry.
It's crazy that like the people with the most attractive voices, like the most like, I don't know, mesmerizing voices, like Alex Jones, it's because of a torn larynx. Like Tom Waits, it's because like his heroin addiction and whiskey and all the drinking he did. Like, it's like I want a voice like that, but do I really have to mess myself up really hard?
Start bringing on other hosts that have their own programs.
I think we started the nightly news in like 2015. I don't have the exact dates. So we started the nightly news that David Knight and Leanne McAdoo and others would host sometime before the 2016 election.
How did you pick who was going to be the first host for the nightly news?
Well, I hosted it sometimes instead of David Knight mainly. I'm sorry, I have a really bad deal here.
Do you need some more water?
No, it's a torn larynx. It's got a lot worse. It's real bad this week. So it's
Oh
just
no!
it's not
Oh
voice
no,
like that.
everybody!
Um,
Not his torn larynx.
It'll get better in a minute. What were we saying?
I was asking if
Sorry, go ahead.
It's red in the face.
David Knight won a contest in order to be on the show.
Yes, he did.
Tell us about how that worked.
We had a contest of news videos and reports to the best. And I don't think he won. I think he entered the contest. But then we
Oh,
hired-
this is the guy I was talking about. The one they're talking about, who was on NPR's On the Media and was talking about his come to light moment, his come to Jesus moment. He got on because of like a contest or something. Yeah.
Yeah, he came out with his family from North Carolina. He was an engineer and also had done a lot of writing for publications and things. And so he was just a natural for the show.
Right.
Mr. Jones.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Please stop entering coughs into the
I had to
record.
have surgery on this. It's been like this for 10 years, but it's really bad now. So,
What is he taking?
like,
Like a cough drop?
That's the exception to the food and the corporate.
all right, go ahead.
Alex, you obviously have a very busy work schedule for yourself. Do you tell the other hosts?
And he had 4 kids. He somehow had a wife and family while grinding that hard. It's kind of wild.
What to say or what to cover?
We're starting to. Well, no, not the past. Not really. Very rarely. Other than I try to pick people that already have done shows, that I've seen their work,
Yeah.
that I think are trying to tell the truth, that are smart,
Makes sense.
and who are funny. I think we've done a pretty good job of that. But we're trying to put in more oversight and be more careful, obviously, about what we do. We've definitely learned a lesson from this process of
I
not
hope
just
so.
things we did wrong,
but how people misrepresent what we've done.
Oh.
Is it fair
Yeah.
to say that yourself and most of your hosts are self-taught through the radio business?
Owen has a degree in media,
Okay.
but he'll tell you he didn't learn anything with that. It was all working at those radio stations from the bottom, up.
And that, I
down
respect
there
that.
to the top.
I respect that.
And it was the same way. Owen had a similar
It's like a
skill
grind
than I
set.
did. I mean, I volunteered when I was at talk radio.
Yeah.
I wasn't paid the first 6 months, and then I got into sales and things.
This
But
is you're watching someone teach themselves how to do it right now. Well, look at me, I'm a baby streamer trying to figure it out on the fly. Let's go.
I was doing producing for sports shows. I even got hired by the Howard Stern show to do a interview with
Really?
Dennis Hopper
Wow.
and some other folks at a big film festival at the Governor's Mansion. So I did that, and I've worked for Howard Stern on that job. So I was doing everything,
Sorry.
and then that was unpaid.
Unpaid.
To do that.
He was an intern.
Would you say that
So he wasn't
your
hired.
organization is more like a radio show or more like a newspaper like the Austin Statesman?
No, we don't pretend to be.
You
We're more
said-
like the op-ed page in the newspaper,
Bro.
giving our opinion.
Bro, but you were saying you were doing journalistic documentaries earlier, so which is it?
Than, say, the investigative journal section of something. So yes, we're like the op-ed, or we're like the funny papers.
Oh
as
yeah?
well.
Oh yeah?
I mean, we've got really serious stuff we do, where we say, here's the documents, here's where they said it, this is what's going on. And then we also have the op-ed opinion stuff we do, which is what talk radio is. And then we also have satire and things like that, where it's completely obvious that I'm dressed up in like Cobra Commander, that I'm not actually Cobra Commander. People know that's a joke.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've seen
Let's
other
talk about-
streamers. I think there's like a streamer who's like always dressed up as a frog or something. He's covered in doused in green paint.
A little bit about where you get your funding. When's the last time you had a corporate sponsor for InfoWars?
Wow, good
You get a
question.
big one?
Yeah.
Corporate sponsor. What a measurement. So the last time you're supported by the mainstream
I
media.
had some corporate sponsors when I was against George W. Bush and the war.
Right.
We lost a lot because we were anti-war. But we still had some
Wow.
big ones.
Conviction.
I mean, we had like car companies, clothing-wise, everything. We were making a lot of money to expand the operation. Going back to about 2005, up to when Obama got in.
Right.
And then being anti-war was not allowed anymore.
Obama
For
now.
whatever reason, I wasn't anti-Obama, I was anti-war. So I continued with being anti-war, and we lost all our sponsors.
Based
We lost,
Alex Jones staying anti-war during the Obama years. That's amazing.
that was almost, was about 80% of the money we were making with sponsors. We lost about
Conviction.
$10 million. It
Woo.
was gross money to fund the operation right away when we didn't
Wow.
didn't toe the line with all the wars.
And so when you lost
What
all
an
that
arc.
corporate sponsorship because of your position against the war, did you transition to a different business model?
Yes, we'd already been selling some books and films,
Okay.
but we accelerated it. And I said, well, I'm not going to let them shut me down. I said this on air. I said, you want to shut us down over $10 million a year? I remember saying, I'm going to go to $70 million a year, and I'm going to put it into everything. We're going to advertise. We're going to explode. And so that was my promise, and I fulfilled it.
Wow.
And why is it important for you to be self-funded?
That's what the system fears. It's actually come out in some of the presidential
Yeah, we're all terrified of GoFundMe. That's really what society is quaking in its boots over.
library documents out of Little Rock that the system fears any independent organic media, whether it's liberal or conservative, that isn't controlled by the big corporations. They want a fake left and a fake right that's synthetic. And by fake, they're real groups. They just kind of toe a line, stay within certain guardrails, and then society doesn't ever change for the better.
I mean, this is quite literally Noam Chomsky's contribution to the political discourse like 30 years ago. That, you know, in the media you allow debate within certain boundaries and make it as vigorous as possible. Yeah, like that's not an Alex Jones observation, and it's kind of pathetic that he doesn't know who to cite. Like for someone so deep into information and all this stuff, like come on, man, you're citing Noam Chomsky right now. You should know that. What are you doing?
We need independent grassroots media that is self-funded, whether it be through donations or whether it be through product sales, so that we can have real diversity of ideas in this world we live in.
What do you use the term synthetic as well as fake? What do you mean
Synthetic.
when you say synthetic?
Yeah.
You know, these are a lot of military terms that I learned just by researching psychological warfare, because I knew that they were using it against us.
Oh,
So
yeah?
I went and last 20 years got some of the
I love how like just in one sentence he's just slipped in a conspiracy theory, because I knew that they were using it against us. Did they in that sentence being the U.S. military? Doing like ad campaigns and propaganda campaigns? I mean, yeah, sure, that's not that crazy, but the way he says it, it's so unfocused, it's so broad, it's just like, it's wild.
the classified ones, but a synthetic event is real stuff happening, but they put in place people to help it happen.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of provocateur.
That there is actually has been a few cases of that, but it's usually like the FBI is giving all of the tools and tips and tricks to like commit a federal crime, and then they help some brown person do that, and then they're like, we got him, everybody.
To get it started. It's like you have two pit bulls killing each other.
Yeah.
That's a real event. But people that
that's
throw
what
them in that pen together for that fight, they made it happen. They brought the dogs there. They raised the dogs. They trained them how to fight. They threw them in the pit. So there's two dogs really killing each other, but it's synthetic because people made it happen. So when I talk about staged, most of the time I mean they knew it was going to happen, and they stood down and let it happen. And that was my view the first few years of Sandy Hook. Anybody can pull up the Washington Post, you name it, about FBI going out there, him threatening to ship a school, nothing being done. Same story, CIA, he was hacking stuff. So that's why everybody thought it was really suspicious up front, was because those telltale signs that we've seen before of those type of synthetic connections, which don't always mean it was staged, but that's the type of things people look for. So you've got different types of false flags. You've got synthetic is a way to describe it really happened, but there were forces in there letting it happen.
Oh my gosh.
This kind of like the idea of purposefully focusing people on a particular news story because you want them to vote a certain way or do a certain thing.
A synthetic event.
Wait. When you hear objection, you have to stop.
Objection, maybe.
Right.
Sustained.
Give
Got
us
it.
another example of how that would work.
Well, take that clip earlier today they aired.
Okay.
At the beginning of the clip, I
Notice has
say
been fixed.
I believe Scarlett Lewis is real. I believe her son died. I'm very, very sorry. And they cut that off the front. And then they cut me saying I was sorry off the end. And they brought a real clip, but it's synthetic, to try to deceive you. And I hope you get to see the real clip. And then you'll figure out everything else that's been going on.
Figure it out, everybody.
Let's go back to InfoWars and its business model. Do you sell vitamins?
Yes.
Are your vitamins FDA certified?
No, they're not.
Why not?
Why not?
1996 law, the FDA has no jurisdiction over any nutraceuticals, not the ones at Whole Foods, not the ones at GNC, and not ours. And ours are private labeled, top brands that are sold at Whole Foods and GNC. We have them made by the top lab recognized in the United States. All we do is put our label on it.
So trying to learn how most emotes are used in Twitch Sense. The majority of my emote comes from Devin's offline chat. Honestly, I mean, Dennis's emote game is pretty fire. If I could ever get to that level, I'm pretty sure it's the best emote experience I've had besides maybe Rhizome's chat. Rhizome has an incredible emote game. I really want to get there. I'm going to try to get my niece to like design some original art so that it's something special. But yeah, the best thing in his chat is always emotes. It's so lovely.
You know, it's triple tested, the highest quality, And that's why people love it, because it is the best out there. And I'll give it to Whole Foods, and I'll give it to GNC and others. They've got the same stuff. There's all sorts of crap you can buy at a gas station out there. That's not what ours is. I mean, we buy our PQQ.
I'm actually adding a bunch of emotes right now.
And CoQ10 from the Japanese. I mean, it's the
Japanese.
best. Costs 5 times what synthetic PQQ and CoQ10 cost.
Oh, so many good ones. Rainbow Please and People Shy. Oh, People Run. Yeah, emotes is definitely where it's at. Ooh, I got a tea time one. Ooh. I'm just doing emotes right now. I'm just obsessed with emotes.
Ms. Karpova was asked about Plaintiff's Exhibit 35, which is in evidence. I'm going to put on the camera here.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Ooh, kick it.
Yes. Barely.
Barely.
No, I'm barely sure.
Well, let me walk it up to you, and you can tell us just generally what kind of document that is.
Got 5 emotes left to choose.
Looks like some type of sales log.
And can you tell us what year it begins in?
A sales log.
Looks like September 2015.
And can you flip to the last page and tell us what year it ends?
It ends in December 2018.
If you flip back to the front, can you see the headings?
Yes.
Can you see the column that, you all right?
Yeah. Don't worry, it's not COVID. It's a torn larynx.
It's not going.
Sorry.
There is a column that is labeled invoice.
Yes,
Would that represent gross sales?
I believe so.
And let's flip to the last page and you can tell us what the gross sales number is.
165,230,000.
Can you tell the members of the jury how much of that represents profit versus just gross revenue?
It depends on what product it is. Some products make 20%, some products make 60%. Like on a book, you might be 20, 30%. On food, it's that, and that's the biggest type things. On supplements, if they're on sale, you make 50% of it. If it's not on sale, you make more than that, sometimes 100% markup, but usually it's on sale. So it really all depends. I can tell you bottom line numbers, though, of how much money I've been paid, things like that, or how much money's there.
Before we discuss that, let's talk about InfoWars, the organization.
All right.
Would you describe it as organized or chaotic?
It's got to be chaotic. Chaotic
It's
evil.
a mix of both, but
Chaotic evil.
it is the opposite of corporate.
Opposite of
And
corporate.
there's no corporate culture, and there's no, people are very happy there overall.
Oh yeah.
And it's very, very diverse.
Uh-huh.
And people stay there a long time. And, but I would say the sales department and the shopping cart, that's in another building. It's not even there.
Right.
And it's kind of like two groups that don't really talk to each other. So
Branding
this
and marketing?
organization is between people that do production
Commerce.
and the people that do the sales in the
Yeah.
warehouse and stuff. And we're trying to get that integrated. But
You don't have to, really.
Maybe this is an easier way to go after it. Let's discuss, for
Merchandising. It's all about the merchandising.
example, email. How much email does InfoWars routinely get?
I know when we looked to comply with the discovery, which we complied with, it was over 10 million that they had to search that was still in the inbox unopened.
10 million?
So it was 10 million unopened and a few 100,000 opened.
Woo!
And that's why there's a lot of stuff we never saw because it was in the 10 million emails.
Yo.
So, about how much email would you say you get on a given day, just sent by random people?
I can't answer that because about 10 years ago I got rid of my email address because it was getting 20,000 a day.
Wow.
And so that was one of the things they didn't believe there was an Alex InfoWars because, well, of course you got an email. I'm like, no, I don't.
That's kind of funny.
That's like it doesn't exist because I can't read that. It's just I can't read 20,000 emails.
Yeah.
How many employees would InfoWars have to have, in your view, if you were to actually read every message, every email, every tip that's sent in?
It would take 10, 15, 20 people. We go bankrupt, which we are now. But
Wait, you're not bankrupt though.
Going back to, I want to ask you a question. There's a term that's been thrown around during this trial of the truther community or
The truther?
people. What does that?
I don't have motions on when you take them outside the presence of the jury. I don't know if you want to do that now.
The truthers? Who are the real truthers?
That really depends on you, Mr. Bankston, whether you think I need to hear them now or later.
I'm worried they need to be heard contemporaneously, so I'd like to.
All right. We're gonna just sit tight for a second.
Sit tight. Sit tight, Alex.
We're gonna take a break. I don't know
Okay.
if it will eat up the rest of the afternoon or not, so I'm not gonna release you in case it doesn't. I wanna not
Okay.
waste any time. And so
I think
I'll
we
send
can
someone
skip.
back if you're gonna go.
We should be able to just skip ahead.
Remember all of my instructions. On the chance that I don't see you before tomorrow,
Oh.
please arrive at 8:45 like normal for us to get
Eight
started.
8:45.
Thank you.
So it sounds like. Oh, do I need to rise? No. Okay, no, I'm not there. But yeah, I think there's more testimony coming up today. Let me just take a quick look on that, and I also got lots of internet content lined up, just in case it's a bit later on, because I'm definitely dialed into the Alex Jones stuff. Like I can not wait. This is live right now. It's
yes,
live. Let's go.
I don't think I watched it at the time, but I saw it later.
We live, baby.
At the time, were you or anyone else at InfoWars taking a strong position that no one had died at this?
You sit down. You sit down. The court is in order.
No, we were having, when we did cover it, out of the thousands of hours, it was a discussion of what happened there.
Yeah. Here, I'll get the volume.
I knew that there had been other false flag events before where they actually killed people, so
Whoa.
I still in general thought that was what was happening. And one recent interview,
False flag events.
Pachenik he was a psychiatrist. You look this up. There's like London Guardian articles about it. Who was involved in some stuff in Europe, knew about Operation Gladiator, and had been involved.
What's Operation Gladiator?
That's a declassified NATO stay-behind network program in Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, to stage terror attacks and blame it on the Russians during the Cold War. Operation Gladiator.
Wait, what?
And
What are
Pachenik
you
had been
talking
involved in operations dealing with the response to the kidnapping of the Italian Prime Minister.
Oh my
And
gosh.
things like that, and the Red Brigade. And so I knew that he was on record an expert on false flags.
Let's move into 2014. The comprehensive report written by Detective Dan Jewis was issued or released around that time. December 2013 or early 2014.
Say that again, please.
We've had testimony that the comprehensive report written by Dan Jewis, the detective for the Connecticut State Police,
Yes.
was released to the general public in either very late 2013 or early 2014. Why didn't that end all discussion?
I don't remember all the specifics. I know that it was a topic that the public was interested in, so it would resurface from time to time. It was not one of our main topics. Our main topics were wars and surveillance and police state. But I do remember that they said a lot of it was, quote, still classified and redacted. I do remember there being a controversy about that, and that was what made some people still think that they were being lied to about what really happened there.
Let me ask you, before we move on into 2014, if you recall, approximately how much time did InfoWars devote to the Sandy Hook story in 2013?
I actually went over and have some notes. If I'm able to look at those, I could give
Would
you.
those refresh your
Also,
recollection?
They would.
updated emote list, posting it in the chat.
Get a copy of that proof.
Would you like to read it?
Yeah. Your Honor, I object. These are just some handwritten notes in Exhibit 31, which we know does not even come close to establishing.
You have to lay a lot more background before you can refresh with notes that
If you're on
wrote the
YouTube,
notes.
you have.
No email for you.
He hasn't said that. What you say
Did
isn't
you-
evidence.
Did you write some notes after reviewing your documents in order to help you refresh your recollection while you testify here today?
I believe that was the entered evidence that you told me I need to review. You also told me to review the rules.
Without saying what I told you to do.
Yes, I reviewed that.
And did you take some notes based on your review internally to refresh your recollection as to what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I rewatched them too.
Would it help you to refer to your notes in terms of time periods?
Yes, please.
oh boy, you gotta like
Your Honor, I'm
handhold
going to
him.
object because of the discovery order that you have entered, which establishes that is not a complete list of videos, nor could it be used to refresh his memory of what the complete list of
Yeah,
videos
actually, could you approach both of you, please?
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I remember her saying earlier on that you can't have documents unless they're being specifically referred to, and they're trying to like get his testimony, not him reading from documents which have already been entered into evidence. You want to be like trying to get what's this person's particular recollection or whatever. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to just be like reading off a page. It's pretty spicy stuff though.
Based solely on your memory, without reference to any
See?
documents that you've reviewed,
See?
about how much
Because your memory.
coverage do you believe InfoWars gave to Sandy Hook in
Wow.
the year 2013?
Here we go.
I believe it was 4 or 5 hours, less than 1/10 of 1%.
1/10 of 1%.
So let's talk about 2014. You
There's a lot of
started,
damage.
Wolfgang Halbig came on the show for the first time.
I believe so.
And can you tell us what led you to have Wolfgang Halbig on in 2014?
Wolfgang Halbig?
He was on a lot of shows, and he had a group of bullet points, and my producer set him up on the show, so I had him on.
At the time, what, if anything else, was going on in your life?
My family was falling apart.
No objection.
I was
Objection.
divorced.
Sustained.
Sustained again. Dang. Whew. No one cares about your family falling apart, Alex Jones. It's irrelevant.
I'd
Always
like to refer you to the end of 2014. We've had a video received in evidence of you stating your belief at that time that no one died at Sandy Hook, that the whole thing
Wow.
was fake.
Yo.
Do you understand, as you sit here today, how crazy that is?
I have said before that there have been so many lies and so many things in the past, and I was under a lot of pressure. And I truly, when I said those statements, when I say something, I mean it.
Wow.
that I really could believe that it was totally staged at that point.
Wow.
And I was basing that off of really Steve Pachenik, who has been a very prestigious person.
Wow.
Do you understand now that it was absolutely irresponsible of you to do that?
It was, especially
Okay.
since I've met the parents, and
Yeah.
it's 100% real, as I said on the radio yesterday, and as I said here yesterday.
Yeah.
It's 100% real, and the media still ran with lies that I was saying it wasn't real on air yesterday. It's incredible. They won't let me take it back. They just want to keep me in the position of being the
course.
Sandy Hook man.
Of course.
My son got confronted yesterday.
This guy's asking for absolution.
Mr. Jones is just being on a show.
Sustained.
Nice.
I'm gonna just remind you, just answer
Yeah,
the question
exactly.
that
Yes,
your
ma'am.
attorney asked. Thank you.
Exactly. Oh no, is it? It's not the consequences of my own actions.
In 2014, based solely off your recollection and without having looked at any documents, can you tell us about how much time was devoted by InfoWars to covering Sandy Hook
I believe it's 5-6 hours.
in the whole year?
Yes.
Wow. So much damage from that. Imagine doing that much harm. The public expects me to stand by
Moving
my
into
own words.
2015.
Yeah. I didn't know lies cause damage. I
At
told
the
you.
end, at the middle of 2015, in July 2015,
This man's part of the
You
truther
stopped.
community, everybody.
InfoWars stopped covering Sandy Hook.
Yes.
Okay.
Why did you stop?
Good question.
Because
The lawsuits.
Halbig was saying that I was involved in Sandy Hook because I wouldn't have him on, and I started finding out that some of the things that the anomalies they had put forward weren't true.
Oh.
And I had just ended my divorce and just kind of got my head cleaned up and stopped drinking for a while.
Wow.
And realized that
He was drunk,
it probably
everybody.
did happen, and I was probably, I mean, it was a good chance I was wrong. So I started basically trying to walk it back long before I got sued.
Wow.
Because I wasn't sure that I was right anymore. I mean, not everything's a false flag. Not everything is staged.
My man got there. It's incredible. He figured it out, everybody. He just had to get
During that
cleaned
time,
up.
there was a reporter working, or there's a gentleman who at least we've had in evidence worked at some point for InfoWars named Dan Badandi. Are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
Can you tell us who he is?
He was a part-time reporter. Was a really nice guy, but we were being more comedy-based part of the show then.
Oh, that's
And
good.
so Rob's like, this guy's like a Howard Stern character. And so we hired him to do some funny stuff, but he wanted to do serious stuff.
Right.
And then he was officially working for us, then I let him go. When he moved to Austin for about 6 months, and just it didn't work out. And then he went back and he was doing his own show, but sometimes he would go out and, say he was doing stuff with InfoWars, and we were proud of some of it, not so proud of other parts of it. And he,
Can you tell us specifically what you're not proud of regarding Badandi?
That's what I
mean,
wanted to
didn't
know
like-
about.
Once I saw, because I wasn't at the time watching a lot of the shows.
That's funny.
Obviously, I was doing my own show. I saw some of the reports he put out, both on his platform and on ours. And I remember saying, that's not how we want to handle things. If he's going to do that, tell him don't do that. And
Morals.
then I began telling the crew, no more Sandy Hook.
Moral conviction, everybody.
Don't cover it.
After the horses left the barn.
In that first half of 2015, before you shut it down, do you recall approximately, based off your memory, how much coverage Sandy Hook got?
I don't think it was much. I don't remember. I wrote it down, but I mean, I know that for 16 months after that, we didn't talk about it any.
16 months?
That's what my memory is. Yes.
Okay.
Let's talk about 2016. Was that an election year?
Yes.
How did the election affect InfoWars?
Before, we'd been seen by the right wing as leftist, and by the left wing as kind of crazy libertarians, but I was popular with populists everywhere. So I was popular with, you know, land rights groups and anti-police corruption groups, and
Wow.
it was really well known for being anti-police brutality at that time and anti-war.
Anti-war, I
And
believe.
as soon as I got involved thinking that Trump was an outsider, I got what politics is really like, and I got thrown in the deep end of the weaponization of politics.
Come on, man. You had
And
Trump on your show. You had Trump on your show.
Experience what that was like
Talking
at a
about
very, very personal level. And
How did the Clinton campaign weaponize InfoWars Sandy Hook coverage?
weaponized.
well, they looked at
What
the
the
media
hell?
went with, okay, this guy's bombastic, he's colorful, he said a lot of wild stuff. We're going to use that and say he's Trump's brain. And then all these shows said, Alex Jones tells Trump what to do. And people believed
Your
it.
Honor, object to that hearsay.
Okay.
Sustained.
Right? You're saying?
What would-
Can't tell us what
Other
anyone else has said.
Okay.
There are few exceptions that I do not think will come up in your testimony. So if somebody else said it, you can't tell us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on your participation in the campaign, just being in the country at the time, can you tell us the volume, from your perspective, of campaign ads linking you to Sandy Hook?
In the last 2 months of the campaign, I'd already been a big part of the Clinton campaign, tying me to Trump. And then they spent a huge ad buy for 2 months talking about me, playing edited clips of me.
Objection, he doesn't know what their ad buy was or how huge it was. This is just absolute speculation.
Speculation. Thank you.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Sustained. Sustained. Come on, Alex. Stay
How
inside
did
the lines.
you feel about that?
Well, when I read in the newspaper, there was a $28 million ad buy.
Don't
Bro.
say what you read in the
So-
newspaper.
What
Just
the
tell me how
hell?
you felt about it.
Things that you have read are also hearsay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you didn't say them, somebody else said
Okay.
them, right? A writing
Wow.
is speech. Do not tell the jury
Wow.
anything that came from someone else
Okay.
that
Wow.
you've read or heard. You have to disregard that sentence.
Okay.
She just
Go
clapped
ahead.
it down so hard.
How did you feel about the advertising that was happening, the political advertising that was happening regarding you and Sandy Hook?
I felt it was highly deceptive.
Right.
I felt it stole my identity
Stole
and
his
was
identity.
building me into a monster as a political tool.
You are a monster.
And I wanted my identity back and did not want to be tied to
Wow.
the twisted things that they were saying I did by making me the Sandy Hook man. And
Look, man.
I wanted to be able to try to set the record straight,
Wow.
because it wasn't just hurting me, it was hurting my family. And I also realized that it was going to get other people, or possibly to make it a big issue. And it did. It made it bigger. It made it 1,000 times bigger than it ever was when other people covered it. It was just huge. And I had people on the street, shopping malls, grocery stores, saying, "Stop talking about Sandy Hook."
Objection, hearsay, objection.
Hearsay again.
Sustained.
Wow.
The
Alex, man.
You made a video in November of that year. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Called Final Statement on Sandy Hook.
Yes.
Final statement. Ooh,
What was your purpose in making that video?
spicy.
To tell the media why I questioned things, but that I thought that it probably did happen and that I did not want to talk about it anymore. So that was basically where I stood, because I was getting a lot of calls from
Right.
the media saying they wanted to interview me. And I was saying I don't want to talk about Sandy Hook.
He didn't want
As
to be the
you-
Sandy Hook guy.
Sit here today, do you realize what a mistake it was to allow yourself to be baited into making that video?
He was
I
baited,
feel I was
everybody.
completely baited.
Totally
Not
baited.
just that time, but many other times after. And just caught in this
Wow. It wasn't his fault. everybody.
situation where I've been basically typecast as someone that runs around talking about Sandy Hook, who made money off Sandy Hook, who was obsessed with Sandy Hook.
Yeah,
It was less than
definitely.
1/10% over those 6 years of what we covered. And so it was extremely frustrating. It was frustrating then. It's infinitely more now.
In 2016, how much coverage did you give to Sandy Hook?
I believe almost none.
That video?
I think in my notes it's like 20 minutes or something. I'm not sure.
I only set the building on fire like one time, everybody. I didn't keep setting
Let's go into
houses on fire.
2017. And I want to ask you some questions about Megyn Kelly.
Megyn
Did you know
Kelly?
Megyn Kelly before 2017?
No.
How did she approach you?
She kept calling my cell phone.
And at some point, without telling us what she said, did you agree to the interview?
Yes.
About how many phone calls did it take before you agreed?
I don't remember. A lot.
There's a video. Alex Jones must come clean on his
Why did
lies
you agree to the interview?
from Megyn Kelly today.
Because I was told that I would be allowed to say that I thought Sandy Hook happened and apologize to the families.
Right.
And
He got roasted.
did that turn out to be the case?
No.
Tell us about the process of filming the profile. How did that go?
You have a heart in your...
She came to the office at about 9 a.m. and we were done at about 10 o'clock at night.
Wow.
And then I was like 3 minutes of the program, all edited together with jump cuts.
What's a jump cut?
A jump cut. They got him with the
It's
jump
like
cut.
with the refrigerator magnet game where you can move the words around however you want.
Wow.
And, you know, you got jump cuts because the shots keep changing. And we're talking every 4 or 5 words being jump
They
cut
clipped and shipped him, everybody.
so that
The clip
it
tips
would
are out.
make it appear that I wasn't sorry or that I wasn't sad about it and that I was continuing to do it.
Do you recall around when did the filming occur before or after April of 2017?
I believe it was in April.
When you realized what was going on, did you make a video addressing the media and what had happened?
I made several. I actually released the audio of Megyn Kelly. I recorded her once saying, "We're going to let you set the record straight and, you know, say that you think Sandy Hook happened and all the rest of it." And then I also shot a Father's Day video to the families saying, "I'd like to have you on the show.
Oh my
and I'm
God.
sorry for what happened."
Awful.
And I believe that
Can I make
you know,
money
these
on
mass
it?
shootings happen, and that was my attempt because the media was saying on Father's Day he will attack the families coming on NBC, just promos everywhere, all the major news channels. How dare he attack them on Father's Day? And then I hadn't seen the report yet.
Again, he's hearsay
Hearsay.
testimonies to other networks.
Sustained, hearsay, sustained.
Hearsay.
So remember, Mr. Jones, if you heard it, it's hearsay. Yes, that's why they're there. If you heard it, it's hearsay. So TV, that's hearsay.
News, people talking. Hearsay. He's having a hard time with that.
There are some exceptions, but I don't think
Understand.
any of your testimony is going to qualify for an exception.
Wow. He cannot draw inside the colored lines. It's such a hard time staying within the lines. None of this guy told
We
me.
will play Plaintiff's Exhibit 21, which is in
I'm just gonna skip ahead a bit, like a second or two, make sure it's live. Oh boy, what's this? What's this video? Uh-oh. Oh no, Alex, what'd you say? Oh god, he goes so hard. It's gonna be so embarrassing to look back at your own
It
content.
happened. When I explained to her both sides of it, and I explained that I only had debate,
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the volume to work.
Sure.
Oh, this is gonna be great. It's so cringy looking at like, your own content.
She makes it sound like I'm saying Sandy Hook didn't happen. When I explained to her both sides of it, and I explained that I only had debates and looked at the full story.
InfoWars, you are the
It
resistance.
is the heart of 1776.
Oh god, InfoWars. So hard. It goes so hard. The American anthem, of course. As American as apple pie.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 24 hours, according to Twitter, according to Google, according to Facebook, the #1 trending story in the United States, one of the top stories in the world, has been Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones.
Wow.
Those two names together.
Yeah, because you're
Now,
supposed to
you
do.
would think that having this huge firestorm controversy taking place, MSM would actually interview me or would actually go to the live feeds and videos that I put out concerning the controversy. But they won't do it. Only a handful, USA Today,
Speak
New
mad.
York Daily News, and others have actually run with the fact that I have said to end this controversy that I think the Megyn Kelly interview coming up on Father's Day this Sunday that she did with me last week here in Austin should be shelved.
Wow.
Now, the reason I say that is
Free
Megyn
speech.
Kelly misrepresented my views and where I stand
Wow,
on
really?
Sandy Hook.
That happened?
In the edit for the promo piece she put out, and I'm
Make
sick
it
and tired
true.
of it. And I'll break more of that down in a few minutes. But notice the big secret here is hidden in plain view. I put out a video a year ago saying I believe Sandy Hook happened. I put out a video 2 years ago saying I believed it leaned towards the official story being at least partially true, though they had some PR firms there and were trying to exacerbate and use the crisis. As Rahm Emanuel said, don't let a good crisis go to waste.
What does that have to do with
They will
anything?
never actually quote what I said. They will take a devil's advocate statement I made out of context. Hillary Clinton ran ads and the campaign featuring me, very manipulated and edited. It's ongoing. So imagine this. I have come out
Hate the player, not the
and
game.
said again in a video yesterday and the day before, 2 different new videos, that I believe Sandy Hook happened, and they will not run it anywhere but 3 publications when there are
But 3
thousands and
publications.
thousands and thousands. #1 story. Now think about that. That is the deception. What are they doing here?
Wow.
They want to demonize new media, alternative media, by misrepresenting what we say and do.
Conspiracy,
They want
everybody.
to come in and start censoring new media and the internet. And they're using Infowars.com as the poster child for it. And if they're able to do it to us, they can do it
awesome.
to you.
That's
Now,
awesome.
some will say then, well, then why are you saying pull the interview if they're trying to misrepresent you in MSM to restrict your speech? It's because Megyn is playing along with it. She's in with the Sandy Hook groups. She speaks at their
Whoa.
events. This is all a big PR event. Having them
Whoa.
protest her then gives it more hype and it puts it out there like I'm the ultimate demon on the earth. Imagine this. A week and a half ago, she interviews Putin. Supposedly the evil mass murdering criminal they claim.
Oh
But
my
it's
God.
okay for her to talk to Putin. Only Alex Jones is so bad. Only Alex Jones is so evil that we can't see his interview, and on top of that, we can't hear what he actually has to say. So the reason I'm saying, sure, don't air the interview is because it's going to be edited to misrepresent what I said. In the promo piece, she makes it sound like I'm saying Sandy Hook didn't happen. When I explained to her both sides of it, and I explained that I only had debates and looked at the full story. It's incredible. And so I'm tired of being misrepresented. And despite the fact I came out yesterday and said, pull the interview, almost no coverage of that, even though it's sensational. Well, this is the top story in the country, to have the person being interviewed to say, yes, go ahead and pull it, and almost no coverage. That's because they want the straw man, the edited straw man of Alex Jones, the doppelganger, the imposter.
Sorry, I have to refresh. I want to see if it's my video that froze or the video in the courtroom that froze. Sorry.
During a stand down for Saudi Arabia that's now been declassified, and the 28 pages, they say that I say the firefighters blew up the World Trade Centers. Firefighters were heroes, so were the police. They were some of our witnesses to the bombs that were in the buildings. Again, that's how they misrepresent. I point out that in the Iraq War, they staged events.
and
In the Iraq War.
lied us into that conflict,
They did.
claiming that babies were being thrown out of incubators, that babies were being killed,
right,
and all the rest
yeah,
of this garbage.
right, that was a lie.
And
Oh God, he
we
just
can't
trades
just
on
sit
the.
here and trust an MSM that has shown itself to be such incredible liars. Why is this happening? This is happening because dinosaur media, the term I coined, is in crisis. It's falling apart. The dwindling water holes they have of corporate money are evaporating, and new media that questions their lies in real time is popping up everywhere. Just today on Infowars.com, there are tons of links to mainstream media being caught interviewing actors, interviewing political consultants, and claiming that they were just people on the street. There's new articles coming out with a little boy that was bombed in Syria, supposedly by the Russians, and his family coming out and saying it was actually ISIS that bombed them. I mean, everything they say is being reversed. Everything they promote is being disproven. So what do they do when they're the fake media? They go and they pick somebody who's prominent like myself, who supports Americana, who supports the restoration of our republic, who supports President Trump, to try to destroy his base. They try to destroy me. And they try to also intimidate all of you, that if you ever question official narratives, you will be destroyed. But I want to be clear, before I go over these articles, Megyn Kelly told me I'm not going to get into Sandy Hook or any of this other stuff. You know, I might just mention it and just let you clarify. And then she interrogated me, asked me 5 or 6 times on each subject, never stopped, and then edited the promo piece together deceptively. And that's why I'm saying don't air it, because I don't want to be used in another deception to drive wedges in this country.
Oh,
and
wow.
again,
He wants to bring us together.
For years, this whole Sandy Hook PR deal with Bloomberg and Big Money and MSM, not the families, but Big Money and MSM, clearly is synthetic, is fake, and is pushing this like it's war propaganda or something against myself and the independent media, just hammering and hammering and hammering and hammering where I stand and what I believe. It is the fact that MSM is so untrusted that the public didn't buy Sandy Hook, and there were anomalies. And we'll go over some of those. And we are allowed to ask questions, and we're allowed to investigate, because that's what a free society is based on. And governments are famous for staging things or using real crises, but then exacerbating them. And everybody knows that. So again, all they're doing is building us up. We're getting more traffic, more viewers, more supporters. We're selling more products. We're getting more sponsors knocking down our doors, which shows how pathetic MSM is. But it also shows the fact that they are targeting people who are on the fence and don't know if MSM is telling the truth or not. They're trying to bully and intimidate anybody that asks questions. So let's look at these stories here. A new Ben Garrison cartoon, based, of course, on my original term, dinosaur media. You got ISIS working with MSM, CNN. You got NBC. They're down here in the water hole getting their money. And here comes Stefan Molyneux. Here comes Paul Watson. Here comes Cernovich. Here comes the Infowars.
Literal white supremacists.
Breitbart. And just like the meteors, just like the asteroid, just like the comet coming down and killing the dinosaurs, that's exactly what's
what just happened?
happening here. And then continuing, this is a new story on Infowars.com by Paul Joseph Watson. Fake news. MSNBC pretends Obama campaign director is random woman on the street. That's how dumb they think you are. There's a bunch of examples where they also have actors and staged events just lately below it. Remember this, when they, on election night had their own camera, people being interviewed and claiming that they were just citizens. This is why people don't trust them. This is why people don't believe them. This is an excellent article from Zero Hedge.
Zero Hedge.
Alex Jones implores NBC not to air interview with liar Megyn Kelly. This article, better than anyone I've seen, I'm going to post on Infowars.com.
This is like hearsay.
Breaks down exactly how I feel, what's actually happened. It's from iBankcoin.com originally. It's from Zero. We're selling more products. We're getting more sponsors knocking down our doors, which shows how pathetic MSM is. But it also shows the fact that they are targeting people who are on the fence and don't know if
MSM is telling the truth or not. They're trying to bully and intimidate anybody that asks questions. So let's look at these stories here.
Oh my God.
Some cartoon.
That transition.
Based, of course, on my original term.
That transition.
Dinosaur Media. You got ISIS working with MSM, CNN. You got NBC. They're down here in the water hole.
So meta.
And here comes Stefan Molyneux. Here comes Paul Watson.
Oh, he's
here
literally
comes,
describing.
Cernovich. Here comes the InfoWars. Here comes Drudge. Here comes Breitbart.
Oh my God.
And just like the meteors, just like the asteroid, just like the comet coming down and killing the dinosaurs, that's exactly what's happening here.
It's his community. That's what's happening,
And
everybody.
then continuing, this is a new story on Infowars.com by Paul Joseph Watson. Fake news. MSNBC pretends Obama campaign director is random woman on the street. That's how dumb they think you are. And there's a bunch of examples where they also have actors and staged events just lately below it. Remember this when they, on election night had their own camera people being interviewed, claiming that they were just citizens. This is why people don't trust them. This is why people don't believe them. This is an excellent article from Zero Hedge. Alex Jones implores NBC not to air interview with liar Megyn Kelly. This article, better than anyone I've seen, I'm going to post on Infowars.com.
This is so bizarre.
It's exactly how I feel. What's actually happened is from iBankcoin.com originally. It's from 0 Point Now is who posted it. This article, I need to get this person to write for Infowars. They absolutely get where I stand. They're journalists. They actually reported on what I said. They showed my quotes going back over years saying, I don't know what happened, but it's got more holes in it than Swiss cheese. And, I believe kids die, but it needs to be investigated.
Zero Hedge.
And there's definitely a cover-up of the particulars. They really get it together here. Very, very important.
Hard-hitting journalists.
And I also understand it's big news. Well, this is a top story, and I'm saying, hey, I want the interview pulled, but nobody will cover it. USA Today and a few others. Now let's continue right here with this.
Big news, but no one will
The
cover it.
computer's locking up. Maybe that'll shut down here in just a minute. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, the globalists are absolutely panicking right now. And when we come back from break here in a few minutes, we'll get into some more of the history and some more of these articles and go over documented cases where our government claims kids are being killed when children aren't being killed. Not just the babies in incubators having their brains stomped out in Kuwait by Saddam Hussein forces, a PR firm, totally fake. Fake video, fake photos, but so many other modern cases of ISIS rebels hitting people with nerve gas and then blaming it again on the Russians. And the UN even found that that was a staged event. So if you have these staged events over and over and over again, it's okay to question them. But the bigger question is, why are they attacking InfoWars? Why are they so desperate?
Why are they attacking
Why are they coming after us? Because they're scared of the fact that we're the leading independent media, that we understand the paradigm, and that the operating system of the American reboot of restoring our republic.
Leading independent news is democracynow.org. Come on.
Across the board, we are writing the talking points now for conservative talk radio, for the libertarian movement, and for so many others. We take the hit, we get demonized, we get attacked, but we don't care because we popularize it and make it safe for others, just like Trump is smashing political correctness. We'll be right back after this break with more, and then Owen Schroyer's coming up. I'm taking off a little bit this morning to take my daughter to the dentist. Stay with us.
Oh my God, he's so unhinged.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live. MSM, the dinosaur media, is absolutely panicking. They do not know what to do. And so now they're attempting to say that I'm even more evil than their top demon, Putin, and that I cannot be seen on NBC. That will legitimize me. No, actually, that will upset our listeners and folks that absolutely hate MSM. The only reason I would go on it would be able to reach out to people that are still in the Matrix and also experience the deception of Megyn Kelly for myself.
Step out of the Matrix, everybody.
Megyn Kelly needs the alternative media. They need us, not the other way around. She needed this publicity. And from my research, I think the whole thing is basically staged. She works for the Sandy Hook groups. The whole protest thing is about giving her massive attention so that the interview gets record ratings.
Amazing.
It
all fits together, everybody.
Megyn Kelly dropped as host for Sandy Hook Group's gala over Alex Jones' interview. See, she's deep in bed with this. And Bloomberg admits he's used the Sandy Hook groups as a red shirt to wave around to demonize
that source?
The Second Amendment, and then blame all gun owners for the deaths. Again, talk about a frame-up. Talk about criminal and disgusting and using these poor grieving families. Alex Jones doubles down on Sandy Hook conspiracy theory and disgusting Megyn Kelly interview because the way she edited the promo.
Not what I said. I said I
Bad
believe
editing.
that people die. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the type of garbage that we're dealing with. Look, I know I'm moving fast here. It's because there's so much evidence.
So much
The
evidence.
British ambassador
Keep up.
coming out and saying that clearly the false flag chemical attack a few months ago in Syria was carried out by the rebels as an attempt to get the U.S. to come into the war. I mean, think about how our government funded the Arab Spring that's killed almost 1 million people and put radical jihadists in power. And Hillary makes jokes about, I came, I saw, he died. Think about Madeleine Albright, who was Secretary of State under the Clintons.
Madeleine Albright,
half
everybody.
a million kids is no big deal dying.
Yeah, I remember
in
that.
Iraq
That was-
for our war.
Yeah, I remember
with
that.
the sanctions that Clinton
Fucking
expanded.
Madeleine Albright. Oh my
Again,
god.
these are cold-blooded monsters.
I mean,
And
it's not
they
wrong.
turn around and say we question events that clearly have big PR firms involved, that we somehow are monsters and evil. It isn't going to work. Nothing can put mainstream media back together again. Everybody knows about the baby in the incubators. Everybody knows about
Man,
other
he's
staged
like high
events.
off his own supply.
Everybody knows about CNN caught staging fake halls, town halls, and CNN caught, giving the questions to Hillary from the debate beforehand, and the WikiLeaks, and how they're all colluding, and the fake polls.
They're all colluding,
You guys
everybody.
are the globalists. You're the enemies. You're the people that have hijacked America. You're the threat to our children. You're the
globalists are
people that
coming.
are cold and heartless and don't care, not us. But again, I want to encourage people to read the Zero Hedge article that breaks it all down, because they absolutely are on target with this report.
Zero
where
Hedge.
they ask the questions that the media seems so scared that I might even actually talk about if the Megyn Kelly interview aired.
Why does the elementary school website have 0 traffic for 4 years?
Why did the Sandy Hook Elementary School website have 0 traffic for 4 years before the event and show was closed? Why were there several reports of other shooters dressed in
Weird
camouflage
question.
in the woods that fled, of whom the police allegedly detained? Why were porta potties, sandwiches, and
Yeah, this sounds like
chips
you're doubling
brought
down.
up and set up for the crime scene in
tripling
just
down.
an hour or so? Sandy Hook, it just goes on and on. An FBI crime stat which shows no murders occurred in Newtown in 2012. Why didn't they let paramedics and EMTs in the building? 27 children were declared
Oh
dead
my
in 8
God.
minutes. Why was Adam Lanz's home burned to the ground by the bank? Why have they declared all the records totally secret?
my
These are
God.
questions the public has.
my
They're the
God.
ones asking it. They're the ones demanding it.
Just asking
I
questions,
said
everybody.
I believe children did die there, but PR firms were involved, admittedly, hyping
Aha.
it up as much as possible. But there's been a cover-up, and Anderson Cooper got caught faking where his location was with blue screen.
Whoa.
I mean, it's all there.
Green
We don't
screen,
know what
buddy.
happened. I believe kids died, but the same media that's faking a bunch of other stuff and faking war propaganda is saying that I have said things that I never said that have been taken out of context.
Dude, you're
and
so
now won't report
unhinged.
when I'm saying don't air the interview on Father's Day to hurt fathers and demonize men, and that you edited me out of context and that I don't want it aired. Why won't they actually report on what I'm saying?
You're
I'm
hurting
Alan
fathers.
Sherrills. This is the InfoWar. Coming
On
up, Owen
Father's
Schroyer in the studio for the next 30 minutes. Then I'll be back in the studio coming up live. Please spread the
How
word
could they-
because the truth lives
How could they
at
attack
InfoWars.com.
fathers? The most marginalized community on their holiday, everybody. Oh god.
At the
That was
time you
wild.
filmed that segment,
I hope he got in trouble. He gets in trouble.
had you ever heard the name Neil Heslin?
Neil Hess.
I don't believe so.
Who's that? Who that? Who is this Neil Hessler?
In addition to filming this clip, going after the mainstream media for the way they were covering the event, did you also film a piece reaching out to the families?
Oh gosh.
Yes, are you talking about the Father's Day message?
Oh
Yes.
gosh.
And why did you film that?
To help them. Yeah. Okay, buddy.
Because I wanted the families to know
Yeah.
that I believed their children died and I was being used as a pawn,
Wow.
like putting 2 pit bulls in a cage to have us attack each other.
That's so brave.
And I wanted it to stop. And I didn't want to cause them any more pain. And it was also causing my family a lot of problems. And so I wanted it to stop. And I didn't want to be sucked into it anymore.
There
That's
it
why I
is.
agreed to the Megyn Kelly interview. Well, she said, I'll just talk about it a little bit. And I said, well, I'd like
It's all
to
about him.
I'd like to be able to clarify that I think it happened. but she didn't let that get out on air. So
It's all Megyn Kelly's fault.
Sorry about this. So that's why I shot the Father's Day report.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. That had nothing to do with the parents. You're just like, yeah, I wanted them to know I knew their kids died. What?
All right.
I woke up this morning.
Oh no.
On
Not
Father's
another
Day.
one. Oh
I'm holding my
god.
young infant daughter in my arms. Looking into her eyes.
Oh my
Sitting out on the
god.
back porch, hearing the birds sing, and it just brought tears to my eyes.
Why would
Thinking
you?
about all the parents that have lost their children on Father's Day or Mother's Day, who
Why?
have to then think about that. Parents should never have to bury their own children. And that's why on Father's Day, I want to reach out to the parents of the
You
slain
monster.
children at the horrible tragedy in Newtown, Connecticut, and give
How
you
could you?
my sincere condolences. I'd also like to reach out to any of the parents who lost a child in Newtown to invite them to contact me to open a dialogue, because I think it's really essential we do that.
Let's do a collab.
Instead of letting the MSM misrepresent things and really try to drive this nation apart.
Bro.
Right now is a time for unity and peace in our country, I think now more than ever.
Wow. Lead creator of division and dystopia wants a utopia and everybody to get along. More at 11. That's diabolical. Why don't you come on the show? Let's do a collab, everybody. I know I lied about your dead kids, but let's collaborate.
After the Megyn Kelly profile aired, Owen Schroyer on InfoWars as an employee of Free Speech Systems reported on a Zero Hedge story about Sandy Hook. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you know he was going to cover it?
No.
Oh,
To
so
your
another one of his
knowledge,
producers.
before that piece aired, had anyone on InfoWars ever mentioned Neil Heslin by name?
No.
Nobody knew a mystery producer.
Why haven't you fired Owen Schroyer for airing that segment?
Good question.
Because I asked him why he did it.
Amazing
And he
question.
testified that he wasn't denying his son died. He was saying, why did Megyn Kelly put two conflicting things out, obviously knowing journalistically that would stir up a larger debate.
Oh my goodness.
And also, go ahead.
You know, though, that the gist of that report, as found by the court, was, as found by the court, defamatory to Mr. Heslin.
Wow.
Well, it was not my intention. I didn't know that. And Owen, it's his opinion that he didn't mean to be that way. And also, Owen came to work after I put out the directive to not cover Sandy Hook anymore. And it was an oversight that while they're just printing out hundreds of articles and bringing in newspapers for the host to look at, you're not told cover this. They just bring in news articles and,
He didn't get the
stats
memo?
and things. He saw that, thought it was interesting, and
get the
covered
memo.
it. And I don't think he intentionally, in my view, I understand the judges said that
Bro.
that's the case, but I know that's not the case with me. And Owen's a really classy guy and really is sad about what happened. So he would
One of
never,
my producers defamed
in my
someone.
view, want to do
'Cause he didn't
anything
get
to
the
just
memo.
randomly hurt people. I didn't even know who Mr. Heslin was. Never said his name. He's a really nice person now that I know him. His ex-wife's an amazing person. Very, very touching what she's doing. I really support. I'd like to work with your network. I agree we've got to choose love and fix this evil that's ripping our country apart. And I'm just very blessed to be able to be here and actually say what I think and what I stand for instead of a bunch of edited, out of context tapes. But I do acknowledge that I unintentionally took part in things that did hurt these people's feelings, and I'm sorry for that.
Oh, it hurt their feelings. Just their feelings got hurt, everybody. That's all.
To your knowledge,
Feelings.
did you make money off of your Sandy Hook coverage?
No, we lost money. It really hurt us with a large part of the audience.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
Paul Watson basically ended up quitting over it.
Good. I hope it destroyed everything. I hope it destroys
You're
everything.
saying you cannot get sucked in by Pachinik and by all this. This is not, this is not good. And around the time that happened, I guess 2015 or so, I listened to him, but it was just like a cold sore, resurface occasionally. It's a talk show.
Yeah, you are.
And so, I mean, look, now any mass shooting, like I said, I almost didn't air the tape of the head of the state police saying there's a cover-up in Uvalde. I'm sure children died, it's terrible, but I'm like hands off now because I don't want to be sucked into this black hole of mass shootings anymore.
Let me. We've had some testimony about 2018 deplatforming of your business.
Canceling.
What has that meant in terms of your audience reach?
Oh no. It is audience reach.
What it does is you're technically still on the internet, kind of like if you're in a prison, you're still on the earth. You just, people have to come visit you in the prison. They have to come to Infowars.com. You can't get it anywhere else.
True.
Other than edited things your enemies put out. So you're not just locked in a prison. It'd be like being locked in your house. You're still in Austin, but you can't go to the store. You can't go. Hundreds of platforms have barred us being there.
Yeah, because you're toxic.
Even things like Airbnbs and
Airbnb.
Uber. It's
awesome.
So social credit scores being tested on us.
Social credit score, everybody.
And so
yeah, corporations have too much power. Welcome to the club.
It's been horrible, and it has crippled the number of people we're able to reach. And again, the worst part is people in the establishment and the corporate media then can misrepresent what you've said on Twitter or Facebook, and you can't respond. That's why big newspapers have gotten rid of comments. They don't even want people to go respond.
Yeah,
when they gaslight people, they can just say whatever they want about you
new media
and cobble things together, and then you can't respond. They edit the tape, they air it, and then you can't go show them the tape.
Yeah, clip Jim's
of what really happened. And they make sure, that's their key, is that you can't ever respond.
No clipping allowed.
And then they steal your identity, basically. Then they build this demon out of bad things you did and good things you did. But the point is they magnify your faults, they blow it up, and then now they own you.
Don't blow me
they
up.
They can say what they want about you. They can do what they want. They can falsely quote you, and they can basically do it with impunity. And it's next level 1984. So that's been the worst part about
it's 1984, everybody.
Deplatforming.
It's George Orwell's 1984's Animal Crossing.
And all the things that have come with it is that you don't have a voice anymore in the utility that is the internet. Because these companies have utility protections. They're not publishers. That's how they're protected. And so they have immunity, basically, and then can say whatever they want. Everybody else can attack you on those platforms,
free speech,
but then you can't respond and defend yourself. So it's identity theft is what it is.
Let me
identity theft, everybody.
Years.
Get Equifax on the phone.
We've touched on this already. As you sit here today, what are your beliefs around the Sandy Hook school shooting?
Oh, I've certainly studied it now, and I should have done a better job studying it. There was an initial cover-up of what happened in my view because the local government was covering its hind like they've done in Uvalde. Those children really died, and they had a cover-up there. It's admitted. There's now state investigations of the cover-up. The Texas Rangers are on it.
Yeah.
And the governor said it's an outrageous cover-up. And it's incompetence is what it was.
Okay, but not talking about Uvalde.
I thought it was incompetent what happened in Florida a few years ago.
Objection.
Well, I mean,
Sustained.
What's the question? Sorry.
My question was, as you sit here today, what is your position, your view on what happened, the murders at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012?
A young man on psychotropic drugs, and the inserts on those say it can make you do mass shootings, mass murders, as he says it on the insert.
I think we're coming really close to contempt here. We object again for hearsay.
Okay.
Sustained.
I'll move on.
Wow.
You're asking what I think Sandy Hook happened, and I think it's a terrible event, and I think we need to protect our children from mentally ill psychopaths. And I think there was a cover-up because they had warnings. The FBI knew about it. They knew he was planning to attack the school.
Shit.
That's been in even the New York Times. And I think once that...
When to object again
I
for
don't
hearsay?
Well, right now, there's actually no question. You're just
Okay.
talking.
All right.
And this is not a conversation.
Okay.
And
Wow.
it's not a show. It's a question.
Wow.
Answer to the question asked of you.
Got it. Yes.
So that objection is sustained, and we need another question.
Wow.
I'm wrapping up here.
Wow.
And
Wow. He couldn't even.
I want you to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you're trying to accomplish with InfoWars.
I'm trying to challenge the military-industrial complex. I'm trying to challenge the powerful international forces that I believe are taking control of our country.
Yeah.
And I want to try to get people to ask questions and to not believe the official story and to try to investigate things for themselves.
He's a doubt mob.
And I'm trying to promote American values of the First Amendment and of the people's right to think and to make decisions on their own, and for the public's right to be able to listen to what they want to listen to and watch what they want to watch and read what they want to read. And that's really what, in my view, this is all about.
Yeah,
is
thanks for coming here and hanging out.
the worst speech out there
Appreciate all of
is,
you.
even if you disagree with it, even if it's the KKK and horrible people like Nazis,
Wait,
I
no,
want to
not that part.
protect their right. Because if we take their right of speech away, we're going to end up all losing our rights. It's more than a slippery slope.
No, it's
and
not.
I regret
No, it's not. Canada's doing
that
fine. You don't need the
my
KKK
mistakes.
Objection non-responsive.
or Nazis.
Sustained.
What are you doing?
When you look back on your 20 plus years in the media, what are you most proud of?
I'm most proud of early on exposing that the WMDs weren't in Iraq and that it was a fraud and it was a lie.
Okay.
And I'm
Give me
very,
that
very proud
Yeah.
of being the first to expose Jeffrey Epstein and his child trafficking rings.
Wow.
We're the first to expose that a decade before anybody else by name.
No, it was Hannibal
Even
Buress.
exposing the island and the rest of it from our sources.
Hannibal Buress.
And I am
He went viral.
proud of the fact that
Oh no, wait, that was something else.
we have inspired a lot of great people and independent journalists that are doing great work. We've inspired
Journalism.
a lot more good people than we have bad people. And, you know, I'm actually
I don't
proud
know.
of the
I
fact
feel like
that
he was ahead of the
I
game
got
on
a
that
chance
one.
to
No?
have Neil and Scarlett come over to me and shake my hand and, you know, talk to me yesterday so I could tell them face to face that I'm sorry.
It took like 4 years for
Same.
him to stop getting questioned, at least.
Pass the witness.
All right.
Oh, are we getting to cross-examination? Yo, please let it be cross-examination. Oh my god. Oh my god, yes. Oh, I'm sitting up. If he's getting, because there's no way that was the other attorney. Those questions were all off. Like, what were your feelings about Megyn Kelly's report on you? How did you? What's the thing you're most proud of? Like, yeah, that's his attorney for sure, and he's still messing up, and so many of the questions had to be sustained. The other lawyers like,
You see, I got a lot to talk to you about. Before I do that, though,
yes.
before I talk to you about the details of the history of this case,
Oh, this is gonna be
I
awesome.
want to know: you taking this trial seriously? You approaching it in good faith?
Wow.
Absolutely.
Okay. The truth is, you and your company want the world to believe that this judge is rigging this court proceeding to make sure that a script, a literal script, is being followed. That's what you want the world to believe, right?
Aren't I barred from talking about this?
I'm asking you the question, Mr. Jones. Answer
The way court works is you answer a question until there's an objection.
Let me
Okay,
ask you the question again, Mr. Jones. Make sure you understand it very clearly. You and your company want the world to believe that this judge is rigging this court proceeding so that a script, and I mean a literal script, is being followed. That's what you want the world to believe. That's what InfoWars wants.
I believe when you're given a court order that you cannot say you're innocent, that's not America, and the court order's right there on the table. I've been told I can't say I'm innocent.
So you need to answer the question that is asked.
I asked you this question. Yes or no, that's what you want the world to believe.
No, I believe the jury's real,
Okay.
and I believe that I believe that I'm innocent until proven guilty, and I believe a jury should decide my guilt.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer a clip from InfoWars on Friday for the purposes of impeachment in which those exact words were said.
Oh my God!
Right?
Oh my God!
Objection?
I haven't seen the clip, Your Honor.
Do you want to see it before we play it?
I would.
Oh
right.
my God! That's a headshot.
How long is it?
That one in particular, I think it's about 15 seconds.
15 seconds. They got a
Can you-
headshot.
Is there some way to watch it without making the whole jury leave?
You want to come in?
I guess we can maybe go outside the courtroom and Mr. Reynolds.
Do you have the ability to do that? Is it?
Do you have the ability for me to show it to us outside the courtroom?
This is wild.
Police.
Do you think that's not going to cause a problem?
Needs the context.
Oh, they got a headshot.
Yeah, it'll take her a minute to unplug and plug back in.
All right, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and let the jury take a morning break, so 20 minutes or less, maybe 15 minutes,
Oh my God.
and we'll make sure we get through as much that has to be done outside of the jury as possible before you come back. So go ahead and take your break. Remember my instructions.
Oh my goodness. This
All
is
rise.
insane. Everybody rise. Everybody stand for the judge. Everybody stand. We're all standing. Actually, kind of stand. Probably a good idea to stand every. So what is it like? Once every 20 minutes? Okay.
Just shut the door for me.
More content while we wait
Everyone
for
may
this
be
to
seated.
come back. I got
So
20
here's
minutes.
what
of
I
content.
want to do, and we can send Mr. Jones into the hall if we need to. I don't know if you have other impeachment evidence.
Impeachment.
I don't want to do this over and over and over and over.
Correct.
Okay.
I also do want to avoid, though, disclosing the impeachment evidence. I don't have to disclose to Mr. Reynolds when he then gets a break to go talk to his client at some point about that impeachment evidence. That's my other concern.
Well, you know, really, I'm the one who probably needs to see it more than anybody else. So why don't you send it to me and I'll watch it in chambers by myself.
Do you want me to send any video I might use for impeachment? Because it's pretty short. It's not long.
I was just gonna say, how long will it take?
I
you to
would
watch?
probably take you 2 minutes to 3 minutes.
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome.
Mr.
Yeah.
Jones, you can go down next to your counsel while we take
So
this
good.
break. Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Oh, they got a
I
headshot on
object to the
him.
process that has just been described between the court and the plaintiff's attorneys. I think it amounts to an ex parte communication. I object.
So you want me to bring the jury in and out every time?
Well, if Mr. Bankston wants to keep playing little video clips that he got off the internet a week ago, yes.
Little
For impeachment purposes.
I understand, Your Honor. He's got 8 years, a decade of videos to play.
Wait,
It
what?
seems unnecessary, and if that's the process, that's the process.
Defense.
My only other request, then, if we want to do it in a way in which Mr. Reynolds is allowed to see all of my impeachment evidence while Mr. Jones is not on the stand, is to sequester Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Jones in any break in the testimony.
I don't think that that's appropriate either. I mean, I'm not going to discuss anything with Mr. Jones that I'm not supposed to.
This got really spicy. Really fast.
Well, let's watch the one we've already talked about.
Okay.
So let's watch that one.
Can you,
The door is shut. Can we shut the door, Deputy, please, all the way? Make sure.
Make sure nobody
Yes,
sees it. Oh, yo. That lawyer came in so hot and heavy.
No, Oh, yeah. Oh, I get it. I'm not sure that that's
I'm going to the bathroom anyways.
necessary. Okay, fine.
He's gotta go to the washroom.
Is that all right with you, Mr. Reno?
It's fine with me.
Okay.
Anytime I'm going to leave, I'll go.
I'm not telling you to leave. You said you needed to use the restroom.
Oh, it's like hurting school children.
Oh.
Needs a potty break. Actually, yeah, now's your chance.
Sure. We'll just do this one this way. You wouldn't do
Take like I just gotta get like water. Snack on some strawberries. Might be able to watch it. And it looks like maybe another producer. Oh, I'm so excited. Insta hard. Oh no, what are you doing? Oh god, don't put that up on. No. What are you doing? What are you doing? I can't. What is? The #1 natural male enhancement product on the market today. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can put that up.
That's why the judge is rigging the court proceeding to make sure that the script, this is literally a script gets told in a certain way for future audiences.
There it is.
That will definitely be allowed for impeachment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow.
It's free speech systems.
Okay, you're right. Yeah.
I mean,
I heard him say you were on your show saying these things, but
we can go back, but he said your company.
Fair enough.
Your company.
Fair enough.
Fair
And
enough.
I think, Your Honor, maybe a way we can do this, most hope Mr. Ray and all can agree to this, is that we can have Mr. Raynal come back and listen to it on your phone as contemporary testimony.
As long as it doesn't play,
That's so funny.
in the courtroom loud.
yeah, I mean,
Advertisement.
the truth is, it's for impeachment. I don't know what it is. Obviously, I haven't seen any of them.
Right.
So,
It
Wow.
probably won't be that helpful till you see the question.
yeah, exactly.
So I think
Wow.
maybe the way we can do it is if we can figure out a way to let Mr. Raynal listen to it on headphones at the stand.
We might need
If there are an
to
objection.
practice that.
Yeah, can you see if we can do that?
Technologically.
Because I don't want to learn that.
Yeah.
Do you have a way to...
Just try it with this clip
Oh,
we
this
just
got so
watched.
spicy.
And it would have to not show at the
So
same
spicy.
time, right? Like it can't.
I think that's probably pretty sure. Well...
Oh, they've got a wicked headshot on him.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Amazing. His production company is trying to spin that the court is alive and he is in court saying no. This is all true. Juries are real. Where did we see this strategy before?
I
This
have some
reminds me.
headphones.
Holy cow. This reminds me of the impeachment trial of Donald Trump. I think like the first one or whatever, where they're arguing in the Senate one thing and down the road in court in front of the Supreme Court, they're arguing a completely different narrative. Like, that's the only other thing I can think of. And we can still see that advertisement for dick pills.
Say don't play it, and I'll make the jury go in the back, and we'll do it 900 times. I'm sure they will love that.
900 times.
Fine with me, yeah.
All right.
Video freezing?
Oh, my tech said they may have some packaged headphones that we can use, so I'll just.
Let me just refresh this, see if it's on my end. Oh my god, this got so good so fast.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Block, for not telling
Yeah,
you
no,
off the record. The hardest working person in the courtroom.
Always the techie. Okay.
So we're ready. We're ready for the jury to come back. Okay.
Yes.
Are they ready for the jury
We're
to come
ready.
back?
Although, you know what? It's 10:18. Let's just, everyone just take a break. 10 minutes.
10-minute
no more
break.
if we can possibly manage it.
Okay. Alright. So,
All rise! Sure you want me going to the bathroom? I'm sure you want. Alright, so y'all have to go break
I want
first?
to get like some water. Yeah, they're taking a little break. We'll drop this audio bit. But holy cow, oh my god, things got so good, so fast. Like, as soon as the cross-examination comes up, they're like, you know, like, we came with some heavy caliber bullets. I hope you're ready. Dang. Okay, so they're on a break. Let's see what we can watch while we wait. Let's see here. there was this clip, which could be interesting. Yeah, this is perfect. Kansans vote to uphold abortion rights. Kansans vote to uphold abortion rights in their state. Proposed amendment was the first time anywhere in the U.S. that voters cast ballots on abortion since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in June. So I'm going to play this as a few minutes, and that'll give me a chance to, like, get some strawberries, go pee, get some water. And then back to Alex Jones.
Earthquake and a big win for abortion rights supporters. Kansas voters rejecting an amendment that would have removed abortion protections from the state constitution, in effect, keeping access to the procedure there.
So grateful and just overjoyed. We did what Kansas needed us to do.
President Biden overnight saying the vote makes clear what we know. The majority of Americans agree that women should have access to abortion. It's the first time abortion has been on the ballot since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. The result in Kansas suggesting the court's decision is galvanizing abortion rights supporters less than 100 days until the midterm elections.
I hope we inspire other states when they get the opportunity to vote to really think about a woman's choice.
Tuesday's primaries, also a critical test of former President Trump's grip on the GOP. And for now, it still appears strong. In Arizona, the scales tipping for him and candidates who have questioned the legitimate results of the 2020 election. NBC News projecting Mr. Trump's preferred candidate, Blake Masters, winning the Republican Senate nomination. And in the GOP primary for governor, Carrie Lake, whom the former president prefers, pulling ahead against her opponent, Karen Taylor Robeson.
We know how our election systems work, and they don't work well.
Lake, a former TV host, has amplified Mr. Trump's lies about a stolen election in 2020 while claiming without evidence her primary race is rigged. Questioned by NBC's Vaughn Hilliard.
So you know about a crime, and yet you're not reporting it to authorities. And I'm not telling you about it.
Robeson, endorsed by former Vice President Mike Pence, says Lake is unfit to hold office.
The voters of Arizona deserved better. For a candidate to come out and say there's been fraud before a vote has even been cast is crazy. It is disqualifying, and she simply isn't fit for the job.
And Rusty Bowers, star witness of the January 6th hearings and the Republican Speaker of the Arizona House, projected to lose his primary just weeks after testifying. In Michigan, GOP Congressman Peter Meyer, who voted to impeach Mr. Trump over the January 6th insurrection, conceded overnight to his Trump-backed opponent, John Gibbs. Trump-endorsed conservative commentator Tudor Dixon has emerged as the GOP nominee for governor, facing an uphill battle against incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer.
But our work isn't finished. My friends, we are just getting started, and I hear it's going to be a rough ride.
And in Missouri's Senate GOP primary, where it was Eric versus Eric, Attorney General Eric Schmidt defeating former Governor Eric Greitens.
You guys ready to take this country back?
All right, Hallie, let's go back to that victory for abortion rights in Kansas. So that result surprised a lot of folks. What does that mean for the midterms that are just a couple of months away?
So a couple of things here, Hoda. First, you got to look at the turnout here. It was big, right? 900,000 people voted here, nearly double the number of people who voted back in the 2018 primaries. And when you dig into the numbers, when you really get into it, there's a suggestion that a sizable number of Republicans voted for protecting the current abortion access in Kansas. You can see that in the drop-off of how many Republicans voted in the Kansas primary races versus on this abortion measure. So, yes, big picture, right? When you ask about what are the takeaways here for the midterms, it does suggest that abortion rights post-Roe is a motivating factor for voters. But if you're trying to draw some big conclusions for November, keep in mind it's not just going to be abortion on the ballot then. You're also going to have the economy, inflation, other factors coming into play. So, yes, this is a critical data point, but it's also, not a straight line from now until November, Hoda.
Yeah, good perspective. Hallie Jackson for us there in D.C. Hallie, thank you.
The energy here is palpable, you guys. We are hearing cheers over and over again. People are crying. I actually just noticed an emotional moment here. You've been volunteering with this campaign. I see you crying right now. Why do you have tears in your eyes?
Yeah, so I'm actually the field organizer for Johnson County, and as someone who grew up in Arkansas, I'm not used to winning, and this is my first ever campaign to be staff on, so it's just very overwhelming. Sorry, I'm getting a little choked up.
It's been an emotional ride for everybody, I think.
Yeah, so many hours, so many volunteers just sacrificing time that they could be spending doing anything else. And Kansas said
But I got some
no.
strawberries. Look, everybody, strawberries.
Steve Kornacki, you're at the...
Yeah, that's great. That's great. We got 4 minutes. I got a bunch of backup content. While we wait, and then I'm gonna nom some strawberries. Fresh strawberries. I got them for cheap too, like $2. This is only like half of it. Apparently, the more fruit you eat, the happier you are. Eating fruit equals more happy, according to science. So, I'm gonna see if that's true. In other news, Ukraine's army is waging its first major offensive against Russia to retake Kherson, which is wild. They're actually going on the front. So that was a pretty big story, that's for sure. In other news, Trump's purported free speech social media platform, Truth Social, is hiding user posts, threatening to create a curated echo chamber, a research group finds. Can you believe it, everybody? On Truth Social, it's actually worse than the MSM. They actually are even harder. They're shadow banning people, and so that's fun. I mean, nobody's really surprised that the free speech haven is the exact opposite. Is that it's like every other corporation is like, our users are insane, and we should probably stop some of them. Speaking of cover-ups, this is a story I'll probably come back to because this is wild. Department of Defense wiped phones of Trump-era leaders, erasing January 6 texts. This is another story where texts from January 6 have been wiped. There's the story of the Secret Service who wiped their texts from that day, and like the Inspector General didn't really say anything, just kind of kept, oh yeah, that's fine, for months and months and months. It's like, oh no, actually that isn't fine, he says, after there's no hope of recovering these texts. So I don't know, man. This is very weird, very strange. I get really, I get really weirded out when I see that. This is from, are we still live? Yeah, we're still live. Let me just make sure this is proper. Yeah, okay, it's live. Live. So 1 minute. Okay. So other things in the news. Oh, this is fun. Trump had the chance to kill Al-Qaeda's leader, but didn't because he didn't recognize the name. It's like, who's that guy? Al-Qaeda, what now? Well, how do you pronounce his name? Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed by a U.S. drone strike, Biden announced Monday. The party that was beating their chests over the Iraq-Afghanistan war did not kill the leaders. It was all Democrats. Democrats were the ones who killed Ayman al-Zawahiri and, I don't know, that other guy. Trump wanted to kill Osama bin Laden's son instead because it was the only name he knew. My man's waging military campaigns on name recognition. That's awesome. That's amazing. It's really what the most powerful military on the planet should be doing. Definitely just going off of clout. Let's just drone strike whoever's got the most clout. That seems like a good way to go. All right, what else we got here? I mentioned this earlier. We'll just stop off here real briefly. Pelosi says U.S. will not abandon Taiwan as China protests. So there's been a lot of saber rattling about Nancy Pelosi just randomly visiting Taiwan. Here's some of the pictures. Look, everybody. It's Nancy Pelosi almost causing an international diplomatic incident because she wanted the photo op. Why is Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan? Is this soft power? Is America flexing its soft power? Is that what's going on? Dang.
That's from your show, isn't it?
Oh.
That's Justice on Fire.
Huh, okay. That's from your show, isn't it?
Yes, I haven't seen this.
And you've been running this video repeatedly, haven't you?
Whoa.
No, I've not been there a lot of the time.
You haven't been there a lot of the time. You've been there every day this last week, haven't you? Woo. Every single day.
No, I taped some of the shows. No, I've been there today.
Your Honor, I'd like to move 129 into evidence.
Already off. We could start.
Is this impeachment evidence? Is this what's? I'm not exactly sure what Mr. Bankston wants to do with.
I think he wants to impeach Mr. Jones with it.
Does he want to introduce it? Is it just to show to the jury, or does he want it to go into evidence?
I'm first moving
moved it into evidence. He's moving that it be accepted into evidence. Do you have an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the legal objection?
401, 403.
Can I see it, please?
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
Why do you object? Because it's devastating to my case. What's the image? I missed it.
Plaintiff's 129 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh!
Can we just play?
Oh, this got so good.
The person on the left of this image is our judge, correct?
Yes.
What?
The person on the right is another judge you don't like,
what
right?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
One of the things you can take that down. One of the things you've been talking about a lot recently on your show, even within the past couple months, is your allegation that government officials are aiding in pedophilia, child trafficking, and the grooming of children, right?
Whoa.
Well, you mean like what Jeffrey Epstein did with the Clintons?
Sure, if that's a yes. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And on Thursday, you and InfoWars started connecting those allegations to our judge, didn't you?
Oh.
No.
In fact, Mr. Jones, you're telling the world not to believe what happens in this courtroom.
Wow.
Because the judge worked with Child Protective Services, who you say is involved with pedophilia and child trafficking.
Whoa.
Correct?
Not all of it, but it's the Texas Youth Commission got caught doing it, and there's been a lot of that here.
I'm not asking you that, Mr. Jones. I'm asking you, you're telling the world not to believe what's happened in this trial because this judge is involved with CPS, who is working with child traffickers and pedophilia, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh.
Your Honor, at this time we would like to show a clip from Mr. Jones' show on Thursday where those words are said.
No!
For impeachment purposes?
For impeachment purposes, yes, Your Honor.
For impeachment.
I'd like to hear the clip.
All right. Do we have a system, or does the... Okay.
They are going... They didn't come with one headshot. They came with several.
And it won't show yet, right?
This is a Gatling gun pointed at his... Oh my gosh. Oh no, he's gonna get impeached. Oh, this is awesome. Alex Jones is about to eat shit. Oh, I love it. Oh god, it's so good. I can't believe they're putting up an image of the judge in the trial in flames. What the hell? What do you think that wasn't gonna blow back on you? What? This is awesome. His defense attorney hasn't listened to it ahead of time, but I don't know what he's gonna find to get him out of this. Alex, if you're gonna lie in court, make sure it's not a lie you said all the way out loud on air less than a week ago. Like, it's like from this week. Why?
We'd argue this is impeachment on a collateral matter. Not appropriate to get into improper impeachment.
Well, those are two different objections and a statement. So is it impeachment on a collateral matter or an improper impeachment?
It is an improper impeachment because it is on a collateral matter.
And the collateral matter is what he's saying about me.
Correct.
And the question is about whether he's taking this seriously.
Correct.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Wow.
This time,
Show us the clip. I don't know what they were thinking. This is insane. He's about to get impeached. Are you taking this trial in good faith is now the question.
Judge Maya Gamble comes from CPS, who has been exposed for human trafficking and working with pedophiles.
Oh my God.
That's what you mean when you say you're taking this seriously.
I take this as serious as cancer. And I mean, I don't know, you show somebody else's clip that they're always a few seconds long. Why don't you play the whole thing?
Mr. Jones, that's not someone else's clip, is it?
Well, I didn't direct it or produce it, what I'm saying. I mean,
You certainly published it.
I'm not standing behind it. I have to see the full thing.
So you don't stand by the things you publish about our judge on your show repeatedly, day after day?
No, I said I don't not stand behind it. I need to see not just 5-second clips.
Well, we can talk about what you said before.
How long's the clip? Can you play the whole clip?
Mr. Jones, you're not asking questions today.
Wow.
You understand that, sir?
Oh, I thought I could ask to see a full document. If somebody showed me something, I could see what it was.
This is a question from the lawyer, answer from the witness.
Okay.
Wow.
Not the other way around.
The only thing I want to ask you about is not all the other weird stuff you said in that video. I just wanted to ask you about the question that I asked you, which you said, no, I'm not saying the judge is connected to pedophile and child trafficking. This is you taking this trial seriously and in good faith? That's what this is?
It's a 5-second clip. I don't know what you've cut off or on.
Does it matter? Is there anything before and after that that would make it great to show pictures of our judge on fire and telling the world she's involved in pedophile? Can you tell me the context that would occur before or after that makes sense? Excuse me, sorry.
He's pissed.
I believe if you're only wanting to go off 5 seconds, I believe the thing is the judge is the fire burning Lady Liberty. It's not the judge. The judge is consuming freedom.
Wouldn't you agree with me, Mr. Jones, that I sure hope some of your viewers are able to make that distinction that you just put on that air, don't you?
Wow.
Object to the
All I know is,
Your Honor.
Withdrawn.
is that I take this very serious.
Saying and withdrawn, so stop.
Withdrawn. Yeah. Bad question.
You tell this jury you're taking this trial seriously. But you're telling the world that someone inside Travis County government rigged the jury summons and picked these jurors specifically who don't know what planet they are on.
Whoa.
Correct? That's what you're telling the world.
What is happening?
I'm saying that could potentially be a danger if they don't know what's going on.
I think that's potentially is what you're saying. Potentially. You didn't go on your show and say those words is what you're going to tell me.
Can you show me?
I would be happy to. For
Please do.
We would like to now offer a video from Mrs. Drone's show on Friday.
Oh God! Oh my God! They baited him so hard. I've never seen someone get baited so hard. Holy shit! You're baited. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is such good content. Oh, you just got baited. Oh, so hard. I mean, did I say that? Are you gonna show me those exact words? Let me show you. It was just an analogy, checkmate. Your Honor, I would now like to play the clip of evidence piece 5B, where Mr. Jones specifically says this is definitely not an analogy and his real version of event. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. He is red as a tomato. He is about to get destroyed. He's getting clapped. I don't know who this lawyer is that's cross-examining him, but he came with caliber. He came with a full meg. A full meg, and he just started off just unloading. Game over. It's gonna be like the third or fourth clip. The image, and then there's the video, 15-second video, and now there's this one. What's your objection going to be, buddy? This is only a light violation of contempt. It's only light contempt.
We'd object to impeachment on a collateral matter in 403, Your Honor.
Collateral.
This time, let's go ahead and play that video.
Wow, she didn't even listen. She just overruled. Oh, this is wild. Oh my God.
Yeah, a lot of people are awake to the New World Order. But they're experts in leftist jurisdictions in sending out jury summons and hitting, let's just say this, extremely blue-collar folks. I mean, half that jury panel does not know who I am. They said that. And when they were asked during the jury impaneling yesterday, do you believe the media has ever got anything wrong about Alex Jones? They all unanimously said no. So it's people do live in all these different bubbles. And there's the bubbles that are awake and the bubbles that are questioning, but then there's the blue city bubbles.
Wow.
Where people do not know what planet they are on.
Awesome. Awesome.
Mr. Jones, you don't like that this jury is made up of blue-collar folk. You think that's wrong?
No, I don't think that.
You don't think they know what planet they're on?
It's blue.
I'm saying some people, like you said in your opening statements, that live in bubbles. We all live in bubbles. And if people live in a mainstream media bubble, they might not have ever seen what I really say or done. That's what I was saying.
I understand that you've been unable to attend a good portion of this trial due to a medical issue. Is that correct?
Only a few, some of it, yes.
Sure. And you told the press outside this courthouse that it was because of an untreated hernia?
Well, I'm going to have to get that taken care of.
Your Honor.
And other stuff.
It's absolutely inappropriate for Mr. Bankston to question Mr. Jones about his health issues. He wasn't under subpoena. He didn't have to be here. It's private information, what is right or wrong with his health.
Was it private?
Okay. Mr. Jones has the right to talk about his health with anyone he wants. We don't. Other people don't. You can talk to him about attendance. He's not required to be here. It's his choice. But let's not go into his. Let's just move on.
I hear you, Your Honor.
There wasn't a real legal objection. It's kind of a.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've been on your show most of last week, pretty much every day last week?
Wow.
I did an hour here. I taped some as well.
Okay. And you've been screaming and yelling on your show, right?
Yes, just like the media's been
Ranting and
doing.
raving.
Okay. Haven't been coughing on your show, have you? All these coughs in court. They don't happen on the full hour of your show. You don't ever cough.
That's
right?
so odd.
I mean, I've got cough drops right here in my pocket. I've got laryngitis and a torn larynx. I mean, it comes and goes. It starts burning, and then it's uncontrollable.
This isn't bad.
And I have actually been coughing a lot on air. If you guys have been watching my show, we'll have a cough button I can step on and cough. There's a button I step on, and I've been hacking and coughing. It's 100% real.
Sure. You were talking about how you've done thousands of hours of programming, right?
More than that over the years, yes.
Not all of it's been about Sandy Hook, right? You talk about a lot of other stuff, right?
Oh, in our estimation, over 99+% has not been Sandy Hook.
I want to talk about some of the other stuff. Boston bombing. You said it was fake, a DHS stroke.
Your Honor, we're going to object 403. No relevance to Sandy Hook.
We can get into it some because it's been already introduced. Some.
Well, I'm going to show the pattern here. Talking Boston bombing. You've been telling the world, fake, not real. A Department of Homeland Security drill, right?
There was a drill. I think real people got bombed. But we've asked questions on both sides here.
Yeah, you said the exact opposite. You've in fact said that some of those people who were claimed to be injured were crisis actors in other tragedies.
Oh no.
Sandy Hook, you said.
No, we reported on other people saying that.
And in fact, you said about some of the people at Sandy Hook. During your coverage of Sandy Hook, you have said they were actually some of the people pretending to be injured in the Boston bombing. You said that.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Shooting of Representative Gabrielle Giffords. You remember when that happened in Arizona?
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, and you said that was a government mind control operation, right?
I said the guy fit the bill.
Did you say he fit the bill, or did you tell your audience explicitly that was a government mind control operation? What did you do?
I didn't know you were going to bring this up. That was a long time ago.
What about the Sutherland Springs church shooting just down the road from here? That wasn't that long ago.
Wait,
you
why are you
said
bringing
that
these
was
things
fake, an Antifa false flag
Antifa.
staged operation, right?
And deeper.
I believe we said that happened. We questioned, like Uvalde, everybody's questioning that.
About Oklahoma City, you said that's a false flag inside job.
Absolutely. I've interviewed the police officers and others that were there, found the other bombs inside. They've been on my show.
You remember the shooting in Parkland, Florida in 2018?
Yes.
And you called a bunch of people crisis actors there. You said crisis actors were used in Parkland, Florida. Right?
No, I didn't. I said they had the film, the drama club then go do interviews about it because they had skills to present themselves. I said that I believed that happened, and I had students on the day after the shooting saying it happened, and that there had been a police stand down. And then CNN said I'd had actors on, and it wasn't true. I had real people.
You don't remember saying on the day of and the next day that it was a false flag engineered to start a civil war? Did you say that about Parkland?
They knew about the young deranged man he was known as school shooter. That was his nickname, and he was kicked out of school for threats at the time, and he was again left alone.
Sustained.
Mr. Jones, I asked you in that day and the day after, do you remember saying that Parkland was a false flag engineered to start a civil war?
I said it could. I mean, I believe it could be.
Okay. Las Vegas, the shooting there at the concert, said that's a false flag government operation.
Las Vegas?
Well, I mean, a lot of people have questions about Vegas. I mean, that
we still don't
So, Mr. Jones, sustained. Mr. Jones, I know you want to tell what you want to tell us, but this is a question and answer. And so, just like Mr. Reynal can ask you questions later and you'll get to answer them right now,
Understand.
you have to just listen to the question that Mr. Bangston asked you and just answer that question.
Locked again.
All right, let's try again.
Las Vegas shooting. You said it's a false flag government operation.
I'm going to object 4-3 again. I think we've gone enough down this road you're on.
We'll finish with this one.
Okay.
I believe it should be investigated.
Wow.
Would you agree with me that there is not a mass tragedy, mass bombing, mass shooting that has occurred in America in the past 15 years that you have not attached the words false flag to?
Wow.
I have asked the question because I believe a lot of things are provocateur and are allowed to happen. I believe children died in Uvalde, and
objection, non-responsive.
Okay.
Sustained.
Mr. Jones, please listen to my question. It's a very, very simple question. Okay. You would agree with me that every single mass tragedy, mass shooting, mass bombing that you can recall right now in the past 15 years, you have attached the words false flag to it. Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No.
You remember yesterday you were testifying about what the word synthetic means over on that board?
Yes.
Okay, and you testified that when you use the term synthetic, that means real stuff happened, but that it was being provocatorized with provocateurs, right?
It can mean both, but yes, generally.
Okay. Well, I'd like to show you right now from Plaintiff's Exhibit 13A, Plaintiff's Video Exhibit 13A in evidence, an example of you talking about something being synthetic. So can we play Plaintiff's Video Exhibit 13A?
Also, if you're enjoying this content, like and follow and subscribe and support your favorite little tiny streamer on the globe. Should have new music soon.
Yeah, when you're trying to, decipher cloak and dagger, dirty tricks, it's pretty hard to do. It's just that when you learn that they were funded by Western funding, then you learn that it was the same Amarillo-Lockheed connection underwear bomber. Then those are big red flags that they were patsy provocateurs. The classic MO has been followed. And then, it kind of becomes a red herring, to say the whole thing was staged. Because they have staged events before. But then you learn the school had been closed and reopened, and you got video of the kids going in circles in and out of the building, and they don't call the rescue choppers for 2 hours, and then they tear the building down and seal it, and they get caught using blue screens, and a email by Bloomberg comes out in the lawsuit where he's telling his people, get ready in the next 24 hours to capitalize on a shooting. Sandy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, manufactured. I couldn't believe it at first. I knew they had actors there, clearly, but I thought they killed some real kids. And it just shows how bold they are, that they clearly used actors. They even ended up using photos of kids killed in mass shootings here in a fake mass shooting in Turkey. Or Pakistan. The sky is now the limit. I appreciate your call.
Now, I think you'll agree with me, Mr. Jones, that when you were testifying yesterday, about what the term synthetic means. You did not tell the jury it can mean both. You told them, would you agree with me, that it means something really happened. That's what you mean. That's what you said yesterday?
No. I mean, I'm saying that's totally synthetic. Back at the time for that 1 year, I was saying that it totally didn't happen in like 2014 or whatever it was.
Objection, non-responsive.
No, I mean, that's not.
Okay, after the beginning, sustained.
We'll move on.
Sustained again. I don't know
Let's
why
talk about
the
Jim
video's
Fetzer for a minute.
It's
All right.
the side.
I believe you just testified that you figured out, Jim Fetzer, were crisis actors in other tragedies. Just like in Sandy Hook, you said.
No, we reported on other people saying that.
And in fact, you've said about some of the people.
Then seeing
Vegas shooting. You said it's a false flag, government operation.
I'm going to object for.
Listen to my question. 13A, I mean, plaintiff's video exhibit 13A in evidence. An example of you talking about something being synthetic. So can we play plaintiff's video exhibit 13A?
Yeah, when you're trying to, decipher cloak and dagger, dirty tricks, it's pretty hard to do. It's just that when you learn that they were funded by Western funding, then you learn that it was the same Amarillo-Lockheed connection underwear bomber. Then those are big red flags that they were patsy provocateurs. The classic MO has been followed. And then, it kind of becomes a red herring, to say the whole thing was staged. Because they have staged events before. But then you learn the school had been closed and reopened, and you got video of the kids going in circles in and out of the building, and they don't call the rescue choppers for 2 hours, and then they tear the building down and seal it, and they get caught using blue screens, and a email by Bloomberg comes out in the lawsuit where he's telling his people, get ready in the next 24 hours to capitalize on a shooting. So Sandy Hook is a...
Would you agree with me that there is not a mass tragedy, mass body birds, false flag shooting? Yes or no? You use the term synthetic. That means
we are like caught in the loop.
Yeah, when you're trying to decipher cloak and dagger, dirty tricks, it's pretty hard to do.
Are we like stuck in this awful, terrible loop? What's going on?
Then you learn that it was the same Amarillo.
This is like the third time we've gone around
Then
this.
those are big red flags that they were patsy provocateurs. The classic MO has been followed. And then, it kind of becomes a red herring, to say the whole thing was staged. Because
YouTube issue.
Staged events before.
CIA tapping in.
The school had been closed and reopened, and you got
Purposely
video of the
skipping.
kids going in circles in and out of the building, and they don't call the rescue choppers for 2 hours, and then they tear the building down and seal it.
Third time we watched this. Yeah, okay, so it's on. Whoa, and then it just cut. It just cut. We just lost the feed. Whoa, F in the chat, everybody. F in the chat. What's going on? It's the government. How quick will we say clip chimp again? I don't think he knows that term clip chimp, but if he did, he'd be using it a lot. Oh my god. That's basically, I've heard his exact same screed. I'm pretty sure from Hassan complaining about people clip chimping him and turning what he's, and I've seen it done. Like Austin Knox does a really great job of clipping Hassan out of context. There's all sorts of good ones, and there's definitely the oh hell, we can probably watch that right now, since we're on the subject of clip chimping, and apparently we're just kind of hanging out waiting for the feed to come back. But let's watch Ben Shabibo defend trans rights. That's always really great. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. This is a great video.
Today on Debunked, we're going to discuss a very common question. Can a man be a woman?
Dr. Levine, the government intervening.
Senator, transgender medicine is a very complex...
The answer, clearly, is yes.
Elliot Page came out publicly announcing he is transgender.
Some people are born men in women's bodies, women in men's bodies.
I was trying to live a life that wasn't me. It wasn't my life.
We've known this for quite a while. Transgender identity is reality. To suggest otherwise is insane patent nonsense.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Ben Shabibo.
Gender identity is completely separate from sex. According to biology, sex is a spectrum. But typically, those who have the XY chromosomes are male. Those who have XX chromosomes are female. Gender is entirely socially constructed and thus separate from biology.
True.
Gender would be all the various feminine qualities that adhere to womanhood.
Yeah, okay, comrade over here.
Or the masculine qualities that adhere to being a male.
Testosterone.
You might just be a different gender with different pronouns because your gender is separate from your sex. The simple reality is that being transgender is part of the human condition. What's more, if gender is a social construct created by society, all sexual inequalities could be laid at the feet of an evil gendered society.
Wow.
To pretend otherwise is nonsensical.
Nonsensical, everybody.
Thank you all for being here. We stand between America and the darkness, and we will march until that darkness is banished forever, and all of our children can stand together in the sunlight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin Shapiro.
We just can't be sure that kids actually have the gender assigned to them at birth.
That's
the boy is effeminate. She might actually be a girl. If a 12-year-old says that she is a girl, it ought to be treated with empathy and care. You can be a woman in a man's body, a soul in the machine.
Oh, look at his
because
biceps.
Gender and sex are completely different. The answer
He's related
for
to
what is man or what is woman is simple. I feel like a woman, therefore I am a woman.
It's awesome.
If you're a straight dude and you don't want to have sex with a trans woman, this makes you gay.
That's so good. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I remember her as a kid. I don't recognize her so much as an adult. Yeah, I don't recognize her as an adult, but I recognize her from that one movie. Wow. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm related to some folk, you know. What's going on? What's going on, Alex Jones? Did they get to the court? As soon as we start talking about how Alex Jones has been putting out disinformation, suddenly the court feed goes down. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it's looking pretty sus, everybody. I don't know. It's pretty sus. It just went down. Yeah, court is on a break. Yeah, some technical difficulties, or is it the deep state? As an adult, I know her as the character from Night Vale, the faceless old woman who secretly lives in your home. That's a really long title. Oh my god, is that actually the whole title? Oh my gosh, that is way too long. Way too many words. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. They're both in media. Yeah, you gotta like Google it and like figure out what the full title is. Okay, I guess we'll, ooh, Lumpy Touch? There's a new Lumpy Touch?
Shooting in Turkey.
Oh.
So, yeah.
We're live.
The sky is
We're live, everybody.
I appreciate your call.
Now, I think you'll agree with me, Mr. Jones, that when you were testifying yesterday about what the term synthetic means, you did not tell the jury it can mean both. You told them, would you agree with me, that it means something really happened. That's what you mean. That's what you said yesterday?
No.
No.
No, I'm saying that's totally synthetic. Back at the time for that 1 year, I was saying that it totally didn't happen in like 2014 or whatever it was.
Objection, non-responsive.
No, I mean, that's not.
Okay, after the beginning, sustained.
Okay, we heard this.
We'll move on. Let's talk about Jim Fetzer for a minute. All right, I believe you just testified that you figured out Jim Fetzer was a little nutty. You came to that conclusion, right?
Yes.
Around 2015? That's what you testified to?
I don't remember the exact dates.
No, you just got it. You seem to remember pretty well when Mr. Reynal was testifying that you apparently put a ban on Sandy Hook coverage in 2015, right?
Wow.
Objection, compound.
I told him I can't remember. I had notes. I can't.
Okay, when you hear objection, that means you wait Objection, compound,
Yeah, we began with Fetzer and we ended with.
sustain. You do one question
Sure.
at a time, please,
Sure.
Mr. Cranston.
By 2015, you're claiming you put a ban on Sandy Hook stuff, right? Just testified to that?
I believe that's around the time I told people to stop covering it.
You knew Fetzer by that time. You figured out he was not well, right?
Yes.
And were you here for the testimony of your corporate representative, Brittany Paz? I don't know if you were here for that.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Were you aware, either from seeing her testimony at an earlier point or from hearing about it secondhand, were you aware that she testified that at the time the company was using Jim Fetzer's material, that they knew he was not a well man? Did you see that testimony?
I didn't see that testimony.
Okay, Ms. Paz testified to that. If your corporate representative got up here and testified when we were using Fetzer's stuff, we knew he was not credible. Would you disagree with that? Is she telling the truth?
I mean, I think she would have to be mistaken. We didn't have a corporate rep, so we went and hired someone to come look at all our books and everything and try to figure out what was going on.
Wow.
So, but no, I mean, I never interviewed Fetzer on that. None of us interviewed him on Sandy Hook. So, did we cover a news article that might have had a quote by him or something in it? Yeah, I saw that, but we weren't closely associated with him at that time. Is my memory.
Again, objection on response.
Sustain.
Okay. With respect to Mr. Halbig, I believe you testified also just now. You figured out he was crazy in 2015, right?
Sometime around then, yeah.
Okay. And in fact, though, did you see Mrs. Paz's testimony, where she said the company received emails from Wolfgang Halbig as early as 2014 that they thanked him for, that they knew were crazy. Did you see that testimony?
Wow.
I did not see that testimony.
Okay, and you understand that she talked to all your employees, right? Like she went and interviewed people and figured out what they thought about Mr. Halbig. You understand that happened?
That's where I can see his entire
That's what we hired her to do.
She talked to you too, right?
Yes.
And she went in there and testified under oath on behalf of the company that the company in 2014 knew he was crazy and was thanking him for the things he was providing that were crazy, right?
Well, that's not my understanding of it, so.
Okay. Well, at least you here saying that you knew by 2015 he was crazy. So certainly we shouldn't see any things that Mr. Halbig said on your show after 2015, should we?
Wow.
I told you that the dates all blur together.
Sure. I understand. So it could have been, heck, maybe just yesterday you realized that Mr. Halbig was going to be a huge liability for you, right?
No, it was a long time ago.
Okay. Let's talk about a little 2015. You said you stopped covering Sandy Hook in 2015.
At some point.
Right, and I believe Mr. Reynal put Exhibit 31 in front of you, right? You know the list of videos?
Yes.
When you made notes on?
No, I wasn't allowed to have the list.
Right, but you made notes on that video? On that list?
I watched it, and I made some notes so I could try to accurately answer the questions.
Okay, and you testified from that stopping in July 2015, which is the last video we have on that list in 2015, that for the next 16 months you didn't cover Sandy Hook. That's what you said.
I did not testify from it. I wasn't allowed to have it.
No, I'm telling you right now. I'm just telling you the video. July 2015 is the last one we have on that list. And we know you reviewed that list to calculate how long you didn't cover Sandy Hook.
Right.
And you're going to tell me from July 2015 for the next 16 months you didn't cover Sandy Hook.
Not in the list we have. We tried to find everything.
Okay. Can you put up Exhibit 72?
Oh, no! Oh, fuck.
Now, you understand I don't have all your videos about Sandy Hook either. You understand that, right? Correct, Mr. Jones?
If you say so.
No, how about you say so? You understand that, right?
We have located what we were able to find. We believe it's almost all of it.
No, you remember Rob Dew testifying as your corporate representative. God knows where all the videos are.
God knows where
Remember
all
that?
the videos are.
That's deplatforming. Because
The objection non-responsive. Do you remember what Rob was saying?
Just answer the question,
No, I don't.
Mr. Jones. Thank you.
That's because we
See
got
this email
canceled.
right here? You've seen it a few times in this lawsuit, haven't you?
Yes.
This is Mr. Watson warning you, not in June 2015, not in March 2015, but he is warning you in December 2015 that this Sandy Hook stuff is killing us, correct?
Wow.
Yes.
I think we can surmise pretty easily from this email that in July 2015 we did not put a ban on Sandy Hook. And in fact, there are videos that we don't have that Mr. Watson is talking about. You'd agree with me?
I mean, I don't know that, and that's us trying to get him to not talk about it.
Whoa. Is that what that is? That's you trying to... I think that's Mr. Watson telling you, Mr. Jones, a warning.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
No?
I was telling people not to cover it, too.
Really?
Really?
Who
Yes.
did you tell them not to?
Don Salazar, Rob Dew, because they were still convinced it didn't happen.
Now, I know you said that Mr. Schroyer came later, so maybe he didn't hear the instruction, right?
Right, he didn't get the
Yes.
memo.
Okay, we'll get to that. Let's talk a little more about 2015. You talked about Dan Badandi, right?
Yes.
During that period. And you described him as a part-time reporter, right?
If that, by the end, yes.
If that. Maybe not even a part-time reporter, right? That's what
Well, he
you're
was
saying?
a full-time reporter for a while, and then we let him go, and he went back to Connecticut, or I think Rhode Island's where he lived, and then he went out and did some
So
stuff.
before we go any further, I just want to make sure now we have what the testimony has. He was a part-time reporter, but now he's a full-time reporter? Which is it?
No.
It's full-time.
He first came, he entered some contests and stuff, and wasn't a reporter. Then he came down to Austin and was a full-time employee for like 6 months, if memory serves. Then we let him go, and then he asked if he could still just do some stuff on the side over the years, and did some things.
You see his testimony in the courtroom when it was played? Were you here for that?
It's not that. I should have listened to that.
No.
Let's get back
So
to
I'm guessing you also, even unless you heard it secondhand, you didn't see Mr. Badani testify that he was a producer for the Alex Jones show and spent 6 days a week with you. You didn't see that?
6 days.
Well, that's not true.
Okay, Mr. Badani's lying.
I think he's mistaken.
Okay. And the truth is, you didn't fire him until late 2016 when he embarrassed you at a Trump rally. You remember us talking about that? Me and you?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Being picked apart right now.
I want to talk a little bit about your final statement on Sandy Hook, right? And you testified that the reason that you did that final statement in 2016 is so that you could tell the world that you thought it really happened, right?
That was at the beginning of me doing that.
The beginning of you doing that. And I think, as we've seen in this case, that is the video in which you said, if children were killed at Sandy Hook, my heart goes out to those parents. But the problem is, I've seen actors before, and I know when I'm watching a movie, and I know when I'm watching something real. Do you remember seeing you say that?
Yes, I did say that.
That's so awful.
And that was your final statement, looking directly at camera, addressing the people who say they're parents I see on TV, right? That was your final statement.
But it wasn't my final statement.
Sure wasn't. But it certainly wasn't to go on the world and tell the world that it probably happened. In fact, it was the exact opposite, wasn't it, Mr.
I believe I actually say I think it happened on the tape.
Jury has that in evidence.
Huh. Jury.
Let's talk about 2017, the Megyn Kelly interview.
He is getting.
You remember you talked about how that was filmed in April, right?
I'm not allowed to have notes, but I think around then.
I don't understand, Mr. Jones, that when you were asked questions on direct examination about when these events happened, and we're very quickly able to say it happened in April 2017, why when I asked the same question, you're very confused?
I said I think that too then. I don't remember exactly. I think so.
All right. Well, in April 2017, the other thing you did right after that interview is film a video called Sandy Hook Vampires Exposed, didn't you?
Yes.
What? And in that video, you were saying a lot of things like, Sandy Hook wasn't even an operating school. You remember seeing that being played in this court?
I believe so.
Yeah, and that's something that Halbig told you. Or that you were relying on Halbig for, right?
I had seen articles and things about it then as well.
You have seen articles that Sandy Hook wasn't an operating school. Is that what you're testifying to under oath right now?
I had seen people do articles about it. I don't remember the exact articles.
Oh, no.
Sure.
Citation
but
needed.
what we can know is that in 2017, shortly before these people brought their suit, you were on InfoWars saying Sandy Hook wasn't an operating school, right?
If you say so, play the video.
I know. I want you. If you can testify that. Do you even remember what was played in this courtroom?
I've seen a lot. I think I did say that.
I think you did too.
What was played in
You also remember you and Mr. Dude talking about how much you wanted to see the bodies? There's no bodies. They never showed us any bodies.
I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. And you'll agree with me in that video, you were saying a bunch of the same stuff from Wolfgang Halbig that the company knew as far back from 2014 was crazy. You're going to admit to that now? Or are you going to deny that?
I thought we were talking about Halbig in 2015, thinking he was...
Well, we're now in 2017. Wow. And we had actually, you said 2015. Do you remember I asked you about Mrs. Pa's testimony in 2014? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm asking you now is that whether it's you in 2015 knowing it, or whether Ms. Pa says the company knew it in 2014, regardless of which one of those, that was years later in 2017, InfoWars is still publishing the things from Halbig it knows are crazy.
Wow. I hadn't read those emails, so no. I don't...
Hold on.
He didn't get the memo.
You testified, that in 2015 you knew Halbig was crazy.
Because he started saying that I was covering up Sandy Hook.
Correct. So now, in 2017, 2 years later,
what's he doing?
You're repeating all the things Halbig says, knowing he was crazy.
Halbig wasn't the only one saying that.
But you knew he was crazy.
Objection, non-response.
Sustained.
I'll be right back. I'm getting some music going.
Let's talk about Plaintiff's Exhibit 21, which is the video that your attorney played. That 17-minute video that was on, I believe, the day before your Megyn Kelly video was going to air.
Yes, I think.
I think you would agree with me that you were trying to urge NBC not to air it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Now, I noticed that you said in that video that the media never quotes what I said. Right? They always just try to paraphrase it. They don't actually use the real quotes.
You're always contradicting me. Lying about what I say.
In general, yes.
Okay. But 0 Point Now, this anonymous blogger, he did quote what you said, and you said he did a good job. I want him to write for me, man. You remember hearing that in the video?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went through what 0 Point Now was quoting about what you said about Sandy Hook, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those things in 2017 was you saying that the Sandy Hook website had no internet traffic during the years when the shooting supposedly happened.
That was my memory.
Right. And that wasn't true.
I meant the quotes where I said I think Sandy Hook happened. I like the fact that that was quoted. That was the whole point.
Mr. Jones, in that video, you went down and read these questions about these false things about Sandy Hook. You did that in that video.
That's what I noticed.
Yes.
And I noticed you skipped the one about Robbie Parker. You started to read it, and then you stopped reading it. Did you see where that happened?
No.
Okay. And the reason that you were a little hesitant, though, at that time to mention a parent's name is because you knew legal threats were on the horizon, didn't you?
No.
Okay. The things you did say, though, that were quoted from you, that you wanted to repeat to your audience, because they had done such a good job of covering you, was also that the police were eating their food inside of the school in the crime scene. Right? You remember that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember what we just watched, 10 minutes.
I missed that part.
Okay. Do you remember them talking about the FBI crime stats saying no one killed in Sandy Hook that you read in that 2017?
That was the headlines, yes.
What headline? Your headline.
But that's what it said.
No, it didn't, Mr. Jones. You admit that now? The FBI did not have a crime stat.
I mean, I bet we later learned that in the full report, they don't report those in that state that they do, I think, everywhere else.
Mr. Jones, we've heard a lot of testimony about the FBI crime stat and how that got wrong. We heard that from Mr. Salazar. Were you in the courtroom for that?
I think I was in there for part of it.
Okay. So you probably heard Mr. Salazar how he messed that up, right?
I mean, I think we admit we messed that up.
Right, but you were still saying it in 2017.
Oh my gosh.
At a time where you want this jury to believe you were saying it really happened, you in 2017 were saying the FBI says nobody died.
I said it on the video. I thought it happened like 5 times.
Yeah, just like Megyn Kelly said in your interview, you want to have it all ways, don't you, Mr. Jones?
Always.
No, I think Sandy Hook happened.
Got him.
Yeah, but if Sandy Hook happened,
but
that means there's not an FBI crime stat where nobody died. It means that there was website traffic.
Right.
It means that nobody ate their food inside the school. All these things you're saying are false.
Right.
Right?
Got him.
I'd have to review all of it again.
10 minutes ago,
Just
you
played
saw a
it.
video of you saying no EMTs entered the building. Do you remember that?
I'm going to go get my pizza. Start. Right back.
You remember saying that?
I mean, I'd have to see the timelines of what you're speaking about.
I'm asking you if when we broke from your break, when your attorney put up a video that he really wanted this jury to see how fair you were being about Sandy Hook, you said no paramedics entered the building. Right?
In a certain time frame.
What do you mean by that?
I'd have to see the time frame you're talking about.
What do you mean time frame? You said they never entered the building.
Never entered it?
That's what you said.
Well,
and you said that for years.
I think you're taking it out of context.
Right, because they had to keep him out of the building, because otherwise you'd have to pay off all the EMTs. Because they'd get in the building and they'd see there's no bodies. That's what you told your audience. You've told them that many times.
Oh, he's coughing lots
I don't
now.
remember what you're talking about.
Sure.
Wow. I don't remember. Yeah, I hope you're looking up my God now. Oh man. He's getting roasted.
One of the things you talked about yesterday is you complied with
I had
the
one more
discovery,
to the out of context counter. Yeah, exactly.
You said that on the witness stand?
That's one of the things I talked about.
Okay. One of the things that you were ordered to do in this lawsuit, you were ordered to turn over any text messages mentioning Sandy Hook, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have any, right?
No text messages?
Not that we could find.
And you in fact told me in your testimony, sworn testimony before coming to this courtroom, you searched, right?
I did.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember? Were you here for Mr. Schroeder's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You remember when Owen said the company has learned from its mistakes about Sandy Hook? You remember that?
Oh, I did hear him say that.
You agree with that?
Yeah, we've certainly learned from our mistakes. Got a lot better.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mr. Jones, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 130.
Oh god, no, not another headshot.
You've got it upside down. That's text messages between you and Paul Watson, isn't it?
Yes.
And they mention Sandy Hook, don't they?
Oh.
Yes.
Plaintiffs move 130 into evidence.
Oh shit.
Any objection?
Oh shit. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Paul Watson turned over the texts. He's like, this is my chance to stab Alex Jones in the back.
Show you where.
Wow, Paul Watson with the chair.
Plaintiff's 130 is admitted.
Can you bring 130?
Oh, that's gotta be. That's like another headshot? Oh. This guy came well equipped.
Let's zoom in on the little article up in the corner.
Yeah, this is so good. This is so good. He's finally
I'm going to walk
getting...
over this to you so we can kind of point it. I know it's a little hard to read. You might be able to read it a little better on your screen.
A video show.
But this is a zoom of Mr. Watson has sent you a screenshot from Infowars.com, correct?
It appears to be.
Yeah, and it has an article here, right?
Yes.
And it says, staged. Video shows hospital using dummies in ER for coronavirus footage.
Wow.
Is that what it says?
I believe so.
Let's go to the first message from Mr. Watson.
Look how red he is. He's literally in shambles.
Read along with me, Mr. Jones. He says, this is a video.
Sorry, excuse me 1 second.
No problem. Take your time.
He's literally dying on the stage. on the stand.
You ready?
Yeah, this, you may not think it's a problem, and it's a real one.
Sure.
Just give me a second.
Nobody cares.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Watson says, this is a video of a medical student training to intubate. Makes us look ridiculous, suggesting this means COVID is fake. Sandy Hook all over again.
Oh my god, he has family.
Yes.
He's another victim of divorce court. Oh god.
What'd you tell Mr. Watson?
I get it.
Mr. Jones, it's true that this article
Go check out my pizza.
is right now live on Infowars.com.
Oh my God! It's
I've
live.
never seen this text message.
Oh no!
I guess you guys got Paul's. My phone didn't save them, so that's fine with me.
Your phone didn't save this text message.
I told you guys I gave it to the lawyers and said they drained the phone, they didn't find that stuff. I don't have my phone.
You gave it to the lawyers. They were supposed to find this. That's what your testimony is?
No, I searched it as well. I mean, so you guys have all this stuff and you say we didn't give anything. It's
Mr.
ridiculous.
Jones, you know how an iPhone works, right? You've had iPhone text messaging for several years now.
Yeah.
What does it mean if the messages are in blue? Whose messages are those? Whose phone is this taken from?
I don't know whose phone's taken from. I mean, I turned the phone over and said, take the stuff off.
Can I have you look in the very bottom below the very bottom left corner? Is that your phone number?
Yes. So you did get my text messages. And it said you didn't. Nice trick.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Oh.
Indeed. You didn't give this text message to me. You don't know where this came from. Do you know where I got this?
No.
Mr. Jones, did you know that 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years?
Oh my God!
When informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook. Did you know that?
Shit.
I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone, and then
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
No, I didn't know this happened. But I mean, I told you I gave them the phone over.
Just
and
answer the question.
You said in your deposition, you searched your phone. You said you pulled down the text, did the search function for Sandy Hook. That's what you said, Mr. Jones, correct?
Wow.
And I had several different phones with this number, but I did, yeah. Well, of course. I mean, that's why you got it.
No, Mr. Jones, that's not why.
My lawyer sent it to you, but I'm hiding it. Okay.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones,
please just answer questions. There's no question. Mr. Bankston also only asks questions.
Sure. Mr. Jones, in discovery, you were asked, do you have Sandy Hook text messages on your phone? And you said no, correct?
So good.
You said that under oath, Mr. Jones, didn't you?
I mean, if I was mistaken, I was mistaken, but you got the messages right there.
You know what perjury is, right?
Homemade sauce.
I just want to make sure you know before we go any further. You know what it is.
Yes, I do. I mean, I'm not a tech guy. I told you I gave in my testimony the phone to the lawyers before, whatever, and so you got my phone, but we didn't give it to you.
No, Mr. Jones. One more time.
How did you search your phone?
Please remember, if you need to assert Fifth Amendment, you can. I need to know that you can do that. But you testified under oath previously that you personally searched your phone for the phrase Sandy Hook, and there were no messages. You said that under oath.
Yes.
And you lied when you said it.
No, I did not lie.
Emails. You testified yesterday you don't have it. You got rid of your email 10 years ago.
No
Infowars email.
Yeah, oh, so now it's Infowars. You do use email though, don't you?
Not. It's like household stuff and things like that.
So it's
I don't personally send emails.
Oh.
My assistant does, and it's for like broken sprinklers or whatever.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So you don't have emails about Sandy Hook.
Uh-oh.
You don't have emails about this case.
Uh-oh.
You got hundreds of thousands of our emails.
None from you. And I didn't get hundreds of thousands of emails. Most of those, in fact, you would agree with me, nearly every email you've produced to me outside of maybe 100 are emails of Wolfgang Halbig and Jim Fetzer. Because they sent you thousands of emails, right?
I mean, I quit opening email and using it before Sandy Hook.
Okay. So you have, in other words, if somebody was to tell me, oh, I have emails from Mr. Jones that he wrote about this case in the past couple of years, that person would be lying? You're telling the truth?
Somebody else has got my Infowars email because I haven't been using it all.
That's not qualified, Mr. Jones. You know, in this case, you were asked to produce your emails, any emails you had about Sandy Hook. You know you were asked to do that, right?
Yeah.
And you said you didn't have any.
I told my IT people, go, you've got all that stuff.
No, Mr. Jones, I'm saying in deposition, under oath, sworn to God, you said you don't have any emails with Sandy Hook because you don't use email, right?
I mean, I think I had. I mean, I haven't been using InfoWars email, and it's got to be a decade or longer in my memory. With Infowars.com email.
No, Mr. Jones. No. It's not what I'm asking. You notice when Mr. Watson emailed you, right? He didn't have an InfoWars email address, does he? Is like Paul Watson at sky.com. It's a UK email address. Did you know that? Right. We asked for all emails, and you told us you don't use email, and there are no emails for Sandy Hook. That's what you said under oath, isn't it?
There might be, I'm sure there might be like privileged emails where like lawyers are requesting documents or stuff about the case.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
First, objection non-responsive.
Sustained.
Did you testify under oath that you do not use email and that there are no responsive emails relating to this case? Did you testify to that?
Yes, I personally do not get on the internet and sit there and use email. I never send emails myself because I don't like it. I can't stand it. There's just too many of them. That's a fact that I don't use email. I call people on the telephone.
Okay.
Please enter into evidence exhibit B.
Your Honor. Excuse me. Mr. Jones. I'd like to show you this document. Is that your email address?
Yes.
Did you write an email? Is that an email, Mr. Jones?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Wow. I'm not reading it. This is from. What's this have to do with Sandy Hook?
I'm not asking you a question other than that's an email you sent. Let's start there. Can you do that? Can you say that's an email you sent?
I must have dictated that to my assistant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there are, you would agree with me, there are emails, yeah, little thing, I'm done with that. There are emails that you've sent to your lawyers, your staff, and others concerning your business operations that we requested for, Sandy Hook, other topics that have been requested in this lawsuit, like Zero Hedge. You'd agree those emails, they exist. Do you agree to that or not?
I've dictated emails to people, and you guys have gone and gotten other people to give you their emails. But that is my personal email that I use for personal stuff. Has nothing to do with Sandy Hook, unless lawyers have sent me emails there that my assistant prints off for me.
You talked yesterday about prepackaged food. You remember that? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
You don't remember yesterday testifying about selling prepackaged food?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you sell these, some of them come in tubs that you could, for instance, like store for a long time in case something horrible happens, right?
Survivor.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you talk about that's one of your big items. That's a big deal type thing on InfoWars.
Sure.
Okay. And you also talked about how it's a tough business in a lot of ways because you only have about a 20% profit margin on sale of food.
Said about 20 to 40, yes.
Okay. So, for instance, for every $100,000 in sales of food, that means you're profiting $20,000, maybe even up to $40,000.
Yes.
Crazy.
I'll show you another document, Mr. Jones. This has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 132. Do you see that?
Yes.
Those are text messages of Tim Fruget, the operations manager of InfoWars, right?
Yes.
And we requested information about your revenues in this case. You remember that?
Yes.
Didn't give us this, did you?
There's a lot of stuff. I mean.
Yeah, you didn't even look through your text messages, Mr. Jones. You hid them, right? Correct?
No.
Okay.
I gave it to the lawyers. That's why you have it.
That's not.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 132.
Are you moving to admit it?
Yes. Can we? No. Yes. I'm sorry. Can we move to admit Plaintiff's 132 at this time?
Any objection?
No.
Plaintiff's 132 is admitted.
Before we put that up, Mr. Jones, I just want to make sure you understand something about these emails. You understand that when your attorney sent me your whole phone, he didn't mean to do that. You understand that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just want to make sure this is not discovery.
Well, I do think it's important that, since we're discussing all of this, that the jury understands discovery is a process that occurs and concludes well before trial.
Whatever this is.
What the lawyers say isn't evidence, so we don't know whether it was on accident or on purpose, because we don't have evidence about that. But what we do know is that it wasn't properly turned over when it should have been.
Exactly.
There's no question, Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
So you need to ask a question that is not cause for speculation. And even if Mr. Jones does know, he would have gotten that information from Mr. Reynal, his attorney, and so it would be protected, most likely.
Most likely.
Yeah, what is formal?
Mr. Jones, you know what Bates numbers are, right? We've talked about the MIG.
I believe that's these.
No, you're talking about an exhibit sticker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alex
Remember,
Jones is
we've talked in deposition before that there are Bates numbers on the bottoms of documents that your company produces for this lawsuit, and they start with FSSTX, and then they have a long number after.
Okay.
No Bates number on this, is there?
But it was, I gave it to the lawyers, like I told you, at the start of this testimony.
Mr. Jones,
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, I know it's hard, but I know you can do it.
All right.
The question, there's no base number on this document.
No, there's
is
not.
there? Thank you, and please don't interrupt me or the lawyers.
Wow.
Let's
Clap again.
Let's go to
This lawyer woke up and chose violence.
last two messages. Can you pull those up?
You won't look at her. You're right. Every time. He looks away.
Mr. Fruge? How do I say his name, Mr. Jones?
Fruge.
All right, so Mr. Fruge, you would agree with me that pretty much every day he sends you an update on how much the store has sold, and sometimes he lets you know how much profit you made, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this message, he says 110 gross sales in food equates to almost 70K pure profit. That's what he told you.
Oh.
That's what that says, and that's not what it does. So this, I have a question about it. So.
Okay. Can we go up to the? Yeah. Hey, Mr. Jones. Did you respond with a question?
I don't know.
Let's pull up the big book. Yeah, that one. This shows some of the totals per day, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is something Mr. Fruge would send you from time to time. Right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you can take that down, Melissa.
I'm just gonna wash my hands. Get back.
I think it's clear, would you agree with me, to everyone in this courtroom, that the statement that you only get 20% or 40% profit margin on food was not true?
No, I can bring those numbers in here and show you that.
Well, I asked you for those numbers. I asked you for those numbers, and I didn't get them. And instead, now I have this text message that says something totally different. Do you think, in those circumstances, anyone should believe a word you say?
I'm confused by that because that's not the margin on it. I wish that was the margin.
Getting roasted. Why should anyone believe?
I'm going to show you what's in Mark Linus 134. It's more messages, Mr. Fruge, isn't it?
This is honestly cleansing my soul.
Yeah, these were our best sale numbers ever. I remember this. This was during CPAC.
I'd like to move 134 into evidence this time.
Any objection?
I don't see the relevance, Your Honor, frankly. Food processing numbers in 2020?
I will make that connection very quickly. But if you want to see what I would like or discuss it at bench, I can.
So the only objection is relevance, that Mr. Jones is recognized it, so I will overrule the objection and admit plaintiff's Exhibit 134.
It's irrelevant, Your Honor, I swear. This is awesome. This is great.
One of the things that I think we've heard a lot of in this courtroom is how you've lost millions, lost everything. And the deplatforming, all of it, has caused you to lose
Got canceled.
everything. Right? You've heard that?
Not everything.
Indeed. Can we bring up this bubble, Melissa?
Oh, this lawyer, every time he's like, yes, you're right on
Now,
that
we've
point.
seen some revenue numbers. You remember that in Plaintiff's Exhibit 35 that you testified about? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And in those revenue figures, you would agree with me that generally speaking, between 2016 and 2018, InfoWars was making somewhere between $100,000 and $2,000 a day in sales.
Yes.
Okay. And we see here that that's not always true, is it? That some days you're making $800,000, $745,000 a day, right?
What?
Yeah, you guys cherry-picked the best numbers we ever had. That's why I remember this.
You made almost $1 million a day.
So what I'm saying is, well after your deplatforming, your numbers kept getting better. You kept having better days.
Interesting.
No, it's deplatforming. It's gone down. This was
lose everything, right? You've heard that?
Not everything.
Time skip.
Indeed.
Oh no, we're caught in another loop. They're going to keep replaying this clip
Now,
over
we've
and over
seen
again.
some revenue numbers. You remember that in Plaintiff's Exhibit 35? That
We've
you
been here
testified
before.
about? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And in those revenue figures, you would agree with me that
Past this bush.
generally speaking,
3 hours ago.
between 2016 and 2018, InfoWars was making somewhere between $100,000 and $2,000 a day in sales.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Okay. And we see here that that's not always true, is it? That some days you're making $800,000, $745,000 a day, right?
That's
Yeah,
wild.
you guys cherry-picked the best numbers we ever had. That's why I remember this.
Right, Mr. Jones. So what I'm saying is, well after your deplatforming, your numbers kept getting better. You kept having better days.
Y'all were rolling in
No,
it.
it's deplatforming. It's gone down. This was CPAC. Because I remember these numbers.
Sure. But you know the problem is, Mr. Jones, I have the very limited years of revenue that you've provided, but I don't have anything else, do I? From you on that.
Right.
Not until this, right?
Oh, spaghetti.
You guys have been given the gross numbers that they're accurate.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
The gross
$800,000 a day. If you cut that pace up, which I don't know what you did the rest of the year, because I don't have it.
Well, that's one day out of here.
I'm asking you, Mr. Jones, please let me finish my question. Can you do that for me?
Wow.
You need to respond verbally so she understands.
Yes.
Type it down. Thank you. If you're able to keep up that pace for the rest of that year, if you're able to launch more of these specials and sales, and you can keep going at $800,000 a day, that would come out to an average of something like $300 million in a year. That's about right?
Gross, yes.
Sure. If he stayed at the peak, but that's not how the numbers work. It's always going to be a side.
300 million. And then I think we saw your revenues from so we saw a few months of 2015 on the beginning of that document, right? Do you remember that document you relied on and testified about? Plaintiff's Exhibit 35?
I mean, I saw it, yes.
Okay. And it had a couple of months from 2015 on it, but not a whole lot of sales on that, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So we're mainly just talking about 2016, 2018, right? You remember that? 165 million. You remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you testified about your profit margins, but I think we've seen that now. That you were saying that that's gross. So that maybe doesn't, we'd have to calculate what your profit is, right?
Right. Yeah.
But after seeing,
Sorry, I need a yes or no.
Yes.
but after seeing all of that, all of those millions and millions, hundreds of millions, are you aware that your attorney has argued that this This is what you should pay for the damages that your company admits under oath through your corporate representative at cost. Were you aware of that? $1? Were you aware?
Yes, I know we were.
Do you agree with it?
Do I agree with it?
$1. Is that? We done? I'll pay it for you. Are we done?
What does the New York Times do for lying about WMDs?
I don't think there's any point in asking you any more questions.
All right, Mr. Reno.
Holy shit, mic drop.
Me? Yes.
Oh my god. Holy
Wait.
shit. That was wild. Oh my god, the contempt. It was just dripping off his... Oh my god. Your lawyer seriously said $1 is enough. And his response is like, yeah, that's what the New York Times had to pay. That's fucking wild. I can't even contain it anymore. The face when the lawyer says there's no point even talking to you. Wild. I don't know. I'm surprised he didn't go and try to just straight up impeach him right then and there. But
Mr. Jones,
that was wild.
you've trusted your lawyers to produce the relevant documents?
Yes.
You've cooperated with us in every way?
Yes.
You've trusted us to do a good job and turn over what we need to turn over?
Yes.
When we're supposed to turn it over?
Yes.
The lawyer's just trying to repair his credibility. He doesn't even care about Jones anymore.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Bankston?
No, I think we've done this, Mr. Jones.
All right. Well, at this time, I'm going to just set them down, please, sir. Thank you. I'm going to send my jury back. You know the drill by now. If you have questions for Mr. Jones, and only if, this is an opportunity, not a requirement, you may each individually write them down. I would like to go ahead and finish this before lunch. So go ahead and do those questions, any questions you have right at the beginning of the break. Remember all of my instructions. There can be no conversation between you about anything that has happened so far. All right, you may be.
That examination was awesome. It was pure fun. Oh, everybody rise! We gotta rise, everybody.
And if you'll shut the door, please.
All right.
Thank you.
That was awesome. That was way better than that.
So, Mr. Jones, you'll have to wait in the hallway
Great
for this
content.
process. Not right by the door, but also not so far away that we can't get you. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Stand right outside the door.
Everyone may be seated. Any other? I kind of just want to wait here for questions.
That lawyer came and
If you don't mind me using the restroom.
I was just gonna say that people need a break.
That was honestly like a public scalping. I cannot believe how utterly and thoroughly Alex Jones was dismantled on the stand there. I mean, he started off hot. He started off with the headshot, which was like, you said this thing in court? Well, here is this evidence of you saying something different. And then just kept hitting that note. Oh my god. Oh my word. I don't know. I don't think I've seen anything that thorough in quite a while. That was pretty wild. There was a lot of good moments, but just I love it when someone's like, so did you say this thing? And it's like, I don't know if I said this thing. What, you got evidence that I said this thing? Why, actually, yes, we do. And then he just like enters into evidence, Alex Jones saying the thing. And then later, it's like, do you remember saying the thing? And Alex Jones is like, I can't remember. It was an hour ago. Are you already like blanking out on the intense amounts of trauma we're causing you? Like, that was awesome. I have hated Alex Jones for a long time, and specifically because of the Sandy Hook stuff. This stuff was just so diabolical. It's honestly soul cleansing to see him get his comeuppance. I mean, I'm sure he's gonna get his comeuppance. There's no way he's getting away just paying $1. Like, he's got his production company. He's got InfoWars putting up pictures of the judge in flames. Like, okay, buddy, like that's not gonna end well. It's not gonna go the way you think it's gonna go. He's like, there's another part that I missed on. I'll see if I can try to pull it up in background. But it was, apparently InfoWars was running a segment, like, on a parent as, like, he was testifying or something like that. Like, they were, like, running, oh man, it was wild. Alex Jones, InfoWars segment while testifying in court. But yeah, that was almost worth watching again. My word. Yeah, he completely got demolished. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I think he's actually gonna eat it this time. I think he's actually gonna eat shit. Sandy Hook's the father of a Sandy Hook victim says Alex Jones has made his life a living hell. This was like one of the pieces that was going around the other day. The father of a 6-year-old boy killed in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting testified Tuesday that conspiracy theorist Alex Jones made his life a living hell by pushing claims in more than an hour of emotional testimony during which he fought back tears. Neil Heslin said he has endured online abuse, anonymous phone calls, and harassment on the street. So that's what all that was, with the lawyer being like, do you know what this name is? Who this person is? Oh, you don't? Curious, because Heslin said his home and car have been shot at. And his attorney said Monday that the family had an encounter in Austin after the trial began in the city and have been in isolation under security. Oh my word. Heslin and Scarlett Lewis, the parents of a 6-year-old Jesse Lewis, have sued Jones and his media company Free Speech System. Of course it's called the Free Speech. The Free Speech. Excuse me. Over threats they and other parents have endured for years because of Jones and his InfoWars website. Jones claimed the 2012 attack that killed 20 first graders and 6 staffers at the Connecticut school was a hoax or faked, synthetic, as he would call it. Heslin and Lewis are seeking at least $150 million, and he wants to pay $1. $1 single dollar. These people, 10 years later, still getting confronted in the street by wackos, and they have to, like, hire security and disappear from society, and he wants to pay $1. He's like, yeah, what I'm doing is identical to the New York Times. Totally normal, insane. Let's check up on it. Yeah, still on break. Quote, today is very important to me, and it's been a long time coming to face Alex Jones for what he said and did to me to restore the honor and legacy of my son. So, from my understanding, while Heslin was testifying, I think InfoWars was running a segment on the trial. As Heslin testifies, InfoWars runs a segment. Like, I think I came across that. I want to see if I can actually find it. It might have just been like a Reddit comment, so I'm not sure if that's totally real or not. But from what I understand, like, the timing of it was very sussy, where this testimony is happening in court, and he's got his production company. So I also wanted to check out the Owen Schroyer. This was an interview that NPR did on the media, and he came off as barely credible, but definitely credible. He had an interesting arc of, like, waking up and realizing that the job he was hired to do, to go, like, be a videographer, those clips are being used in propaganda pieces, and he quit InfoWars and all that jazz. So this will fill in the gap, I think, while we wait for the last piece of the live trial. And you can see the chat is just freaking out. It's awesome. But I'm really curious to hear what this guy has to say.
Every time.
Because even
Raise
like
your right hand to be sworn in, please.
even in what we were watching earlier with Alex Jones, like, the lawyer is like, did you miss out on the testimony from your production crew? Did you miss your corporate representative who said that, like, everybody knew this guy was crazy, and yet a few years later you're still using his material? Like, what's up? What's up with that? So I'm sure this is spicy as well.
There are microphones. If you have a pretty good projection.
That lawyer's
You shouldn't
been
need to lean in too much. I'll let you
taking
know.
names.
A couple of more instructions in case
Awesome.
you haven't testified before. It's not a conversation. It's a question and answer. So you have to listen to the question and answer the question that you're asked. Do you understand
Right.
that? Yes. You also have to let the question be completed before you begin your answer, even if you think you know what you're being asked. So you have to let them completely finish asking, take a beat, and then answer. Do you understand? I also need you to answer out loud in words, so head shakes and ahums make for
I think
a
we've
board
heard this
record.
before.
Do
We
you
don't need to
understand
know.
I'm sorry, I should
Any
have.
questions?
My name is Owen Schroyer. I work for InfoWars. I'm 33 years old.
33.
When you say you work for InfoWars, your actual employer is Free Speech Systems LLC, correct?
Correct.
Free Speech Systems.
We're going to kind of use InfoWars as slang because it's Infowars.com, and that's sort of the name out in the community. But just to be clear, the broadcasts that go up, the one that you did today or yesterday, those are Free Speech System LLC's broadcasts, correct?
Yes.
You work for InfoWars or Free Speech Systems. I'm just going to call it InfoWars. Can we make that agreement?
Yes.
And know that we really mean free speech, okay?
Yes.
You've worked for them since 2016, correct?
Correct.
What is your current title?
Also, before we get too into this, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Holy cow! How long have I been streaming for? Yeah, 4 hours. It looks like the live court is making noises. I don't know why. Yeah, it is. It is this one. It's making noises, so it sounds like they might be coming into the court. Yeah, they are. If you are enjoying the content, like, subscribe. If you got Twitch Prime, you can be like Max and subscribe, support the streamer. There's a dono button. I'm gonna be making content on the regular every morning until I get exhausted. And more stuff like this. I'm doing all sorts of stuff actually. News, politics. I want to try to figure out like specific streams. So like news and politics some days, and then music and poetry other days, and then maybe cooking on Saturdays. I'd love to get back into rich food for poor folk. That was a lot of fun. And I'll spend like 4 hours in the kitchen making, you know, homemade pizza, homemade sauce. It's like it's a romp. And I'm thinking maybe I'll like watch maybe an episode of Chinese Cooking Demystified, and then try making one of those recipes, because I find them, it's always like a lot of labor, but you get really, really good like Cantonese food, really good Chinese food, some good Sichuan food. So yeah, I kind of want to get back into that. But I've realized I'm terrible at night. I'm a morning person. Like I have such a hard time being coherent at like 9 in the evening or whatever. I don't know how other streamers do it, you know. Just built differently. Okay, so it looks like this is not live. We'll keep it going in the background in case it does click on.
Show host and reporter.
Okay. Show host means you're on the air, right?
Correct.
All right. We're going to get to that in a minute. I hate to ask you this in a public forum, but I need to. Can you tell us what your salary is?
I don't know the exact number, but I believe it's about $120,000 a year before taxes.
Ms. Karpova just testified there's around 50 to 80 employees at Free Speech Systems or InfoWars, correct?
I don't know the exact number, but I would say at least 50, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and that's been the same since you've been there since 2016, roughly?
Yes.
All right. Alex Jones is the sole owner of Free Speech Systems LLC, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Infowars.com is obviously on the internet, right?
Correct.
If somebody said that Infowars lost all access to the internet, that would be an incorrect statement. Fair?
Yes.
Have you ever heard the saying, lawyers that lie should lose?
I don't believe I've heard that.
I didn't either until Tuesday. I thought it was interesting though.
It's a good one. It's not true.
Infowars is on right now, right? I mean, we can pull it up, and there's a video. Somebody's probably on live right now, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Truck yeah, brother.
You're like pull up Infowars.
Let's go watch some Infowars.
Just for demonstrative.
Okay.
He
wants to show Infowars on mute. And this is a direct connection to the internet, I take it?
It is.
Okay.
Oh, this is awesome. He's pulling up Infowars live? Really?
So this is, I'm not going to walk over. This is Infowars.com. The home
big
page,
cojones.
it's active, it's up, it's live, it has been since, as far as you've worked for the company, right?
I'm sorry, I was distracted looking at the screen. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, it's my fault. It has been active and live for as long as you've been working for the company, right? Infowars.com?
Yes.
Okay. And you create content. If you click on banned video.
I loved how when we had this up earlier.
This is the content that's created and uploaded to banned.com every day, correct?
Oh, banned.
Yes, banned.video.
Banned.video. It's hard to see, but if Melissa, if you'll scroll down just a little bit, you can see how long, obviously the names, how long they are.
Oh, they built their own
when
video
they're uploaded.
platform.
That's good. So I know the jury can't see this, so I'm just going to say it out loud. Up here is 17 minutes and change, uploaded an hour ago. 13 minutes and some change, uploaded 2 hours ago.
Yikes.
8 minutes and change, uploaded an hour ago, 2 hours ago, hour ago, so forth. So, and you guys make a lot of content every single day, right?
So much content.
Have since you've been there, right?
Yes.
Content.
There's not been any limitation to your ability to make videos and put them on Infowars.com, correct?
The videos go to banned.video. Sometimes we'll write articles that embed the video to Infowars.com.
Right.
Okay. Bannedvideo.com is owned by Free Speech Systems also, correct?
Banned.video, I believe, is owned by Free Speech Systems, but I don't know that.
Okay. Point is that there's no sort of drop-in ability to make content and put it on your website for your viewers to watch. It hasn't been since 2015 since you started, correct? Or 16?
For us to upload content to banned.video?
Yes, sir.
No, other than tech issues on our end.
And then one of the things that really the only real source of revenue for Infowars or free speech is, can you go back, Lisa?
Banned.video
is your store, Infowars store, correct?
David
Yes. Will you click on that?
Christy Dway, I have never been here before. This is like alternative YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Alex Jones predictions, war, Russia view, Ukraine, counterspin, Bill Gates is evil. Okay, yeah, this stuff is probably not good. Probably not good. I have been banned from YouTube. Please don't ban me, YouTube.
Put you on the spot, Lisa.
Oh, wait, I missed something.
Store is your, go back, Lisa.
Okay, here we go.
Is your store, Infowars store, correct?
Yes.
Will you click on that? No, we got to prove we're not a robot.
We got to prove we're not a robot.
Put you on the spot, Lisa.
It's a conspiracy. Come on, guys.
Robots deciding whether we're robots or not.
Mr. Perry, you talk pretty fast. If you'll just try to be careful, please.
This guy already seems more credible than Alex Jones.
Scroll that just a little bit if you would, Lisa. So we see, we have a Diet Force deal. How do you pronounce this middle one?
Bodies.
Bodies. Some toothpaste. Is this the toothpaste that you guys claim cured COVID?
Wait, what?
Or is that a different one?
No.
Wait, what?
Is that a different one?
The toothpaste that cured
I'm not
COVID?
with that claim.
That
You're not
sounds
familiar
terrible.
with the FDA and State's Attorneys General saying stop making that claim?
Could I see that claim presented in front of me?
You gotta like
not
keep
important.
brushing your teeth.
If you go up to the top a little bit, Melissa, there's different things. There's preparedness, media, specials, gear, just different items that Infowars sells, and that is really their source of revenue, right?
Yes.
It's all about the merchandise, everybody. Merchandise.
During the broadcasts, sometimes there will be breaks to promote different items, right? Different things that you sell in your store, correct?
Yeah, we have breaks where we run commercials that feature our products.
Sometimes it's just live, kind of as you're going. Mr. Jones will just say, also buy this pill or supplement or whatever it may be, right?
Sure, that's referred to as a live read.
Okay.
Live what?
I've heard it said that about a third of the content, the third of the show, is some form of advertisement for supplements or whatever it is you guys sell.
Wow, and I feel bad about those single minute I spend trying to coax some of you into donating or doing Prime stuff. All right, he's got it up to 30%. Shaheed.
No.
You think it's less?
Yeah.
25%?
Probably less.
Okay. I'm in the ballpark.
40%?
I really, I mean, you're getting into math, but if I was, I'd say it's probably maybe 10, 15%.
Okay.
Most.
Okay.
Here's a different view of things.
Please, you can take this one down. How long have you been hosting shows live on InfoWars?
The show that I host is called The War Room. That launched in September of 2017. I would fill in as a guest host on other InfoWars live shows previously to that, but that was not a regular thing.
Right.
You co-host with
Testify.
Mr. Jones often, correct?
I've been a guest on Alex's show, yes.
Right.
You would call it a guest whenever, let's take, for example, Tuesday afternoon, while we were here in court, you and Mr. Jones were live for 3 hours, right?
I don't remember the exact amount of time.
Aren't your segments 3 hours?
No, the segments are up 10 minutes.
Okay. You were live for 3 hours, and that's uploaded to bandvideo.com, right?
Which day are we speaking of?
Yeah, this lawyer is like on the internet looking at it, and he's like, wait,
We're
but wait.
talking about Tuesday, which was the 26th. I took a screenshot of you and Alex on it.
At hour 3. Are they doing like
The Mark, this is plaintiff's exhibit 124. It's not on the exhibit list, Your Honor, but obviously it's happened Tuesday.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, please stop.
124?
Yes, Your Honor, I was trying to get the next one.
That's fine.
Does this look like a screenshot of you and Alex, or Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, from Tuesday?
Yes.
And we're going to move to PS 124 evidence.
Any objection?
So they got him. I mean, 3 hours?
Plaintiff's 124 is admitted.
I mean, Joe Rogan does that. You keep coming back.
Do you remember the show?
Yes.
Okay, so for 3 hours, you were on for 3 hours. Is that seem right? I don't want to misrepresent it.
I think Tuesday I was on for 7 hours.
I love the dick pill ads. It's so good.
Sure. This show was 3 hours, and then you did another 30-minute special with just you and Mr. Jones, really about this trial, right?
I don't recall the exact content of the discussion.
Okay. You remember yesterday having my website up and talking bad about me and my partners?
Yesterday?
The day before, I guess it was.
Again, I don't recall. Like I said, I was on there for 7 hours, so there was a lot discussed.
Okay. So this is the studio with the TVs Ms. Carbova talked about and the fancy graphics, right?
Yes.
Because you guys are a media company. You can do fancy graphics, right?
Sure.
Yes.
I can't do that. I gotta.
Oh, and then there's links to things you sell. InstaHard? That's
Nice.
the pill you guys sell?
Nice.
I'm not too familiar with the product. It's a new one, but I guess it's a pill.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm sorry.
It is a product, though, that we sell,
That is a
yes.
product.
Fair enough.
That's awesome.
Diet Force, something you sell?
This
Yes.
is so awesome. This is so good.
Do you have any idea where that stuff's sourced from?
InfoWars Life?
The pills.
You mean the
The actual-
contents
the actual
inside, the
pills.
ingredients?
Actual
Yeah.
pills.
You don't?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know if any of the stuff is approved by the FDA by chance?
I don't.
Do you know if any of it's been tested to see if it's effective or any good at all?
Wow.
Well, we test the product for ourselves.
You take it.
Yes.
And you're still here, so it must be okay?
Yeah, it works for me.
It works. The InstaHard pills are working for 'em, boys. Oh fuck. If that's not an amazing
Pretty much
advertisement for a
every
company.
day.
I don't know what it is.
Well, since this trial started on Tuesday, Wednesday, and even this morning, Alex Jones has been on live broadcast, right?
I'm not sure.
Which day are you not sure about?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Let me show
or
you what I
maybe
marked as plaintiffs.
Monday.
Let me show you what I marked as plaintiffs 126.
Yo, I'm so glad we took the detour.
This is a screenshot from a show that Mr. Jones was on yesterday. Correct? You can see the date, 7/27.
Yes.
We'll move 126 in evidence.
Any objection?
Because I remember him being pretty credible sounding.
Yes, Your Honor, relevance and also when this show was taped.
When this show is taped is not an objection. So relevance.
Foundation.
Overruled.
Foundation overruled.
And
wow.
126 is admitted.
Terrible
Put
lawyers.
126 up. Just putting it up to point out that Mr. Jones was on the show yesterday when he went in court. Did you know when he stormed out of court today, he went and was on the show again today?
Wow.
No, I was not watching.
Okay. We could probably pull it up on the banned video and see, but we can take my word for it that he was live today.
Sure.
In fact, he was with Mr. Barnes, who I think I saw in the courtroom. Yeah, Mr. Barnes back there, his former attorney, right?
I can't see Mr. Barnes.
He's right behind the camera.
I'll have to take your word for it. She's a perfect blockade.
Yeah, he's right there.
Or he, sorry. Excuse me, don't want to misgender.
Did you know that one of the first things this jury was told was Mr. Jones won't be at this trial very much because of a medical condition?
Medical?
I'm unaware.
Truth is, he's not at the trial much because he's on air selling pills.
Amazing.
Right? I'm not sure.
That's where he is when he's not here. I mean, we just established that, right?
Today?
Well, I know you don't know he was here today. I talked about Tuesday and Wednesday, okay?
Okay.
When he wasn't in trial, he was on air saying whatever he's saying and trying to sell pills or supplements or whatever products you guys have, correct?
Awesome.
I'm trying to recall correctly. I believe Monday, I don't know if he was on air Monday, and I think Tuesday he may have had pre-recorded segments that we aired.
Oh. Media has on inspiring future mass casualty events from coverage of previous events. Are the media that report on these events accountable for any damages that occur from their reporting? If the answer is yes, what accountability do you accept for the actions of your listeners and guests? And if the answer is no, why doesn't free speech system capitalize on the opportunity to act better than the mainstream, in quotes, media by not asserting information recklessly in their reporting? And why does it not attempt to minimize harm from their reporting? That's question one. Question two. I know the world thinks of everything in law as criminal. This is a civil trial. No one is guilty. No one is convicted. So I wouldn't want to use the language that this jury uses in this question if I ask it. Free speech systems has already been convicted of defamation. However, it is important for me in the assessment of damages to hear an answer to the following. So all of that is just preamble anyway. In 2006, Christopher Hitchens, in an article for Slate magazine regarding the issue of worldwide news media that refused to publish cartoons that were deemed offensive to some members of the Muslim faith, an issue that later, in 2015, escalated with the slaying of 12 employees of Charlie Hebdo, stated, "A civil society needs that free expression trumps the emotions of anyone to whom free expression might be inconvenient." What are your thoughts on this statement?
Okay. Kind of sus.
So I don't think we can come back to it, but think about that.
That juror, I think these are questions from the jurors. That was a bizarre thing. Okay, first off,
I don't think I can ask this question because I don't understand it. It says, what true you were looking from Sandy Hook tragedy? I don't know what that is.
What? Who is submitting?
Why do you think Sandy Hook was a conspiracy? Are you going to change the way you present your news or comments on your show based on what is happening today? Your employees have appreciated your ability to tell the truth and how you allow them to express their own creativity and individual personalities. In light of their obvious loyalty, would you take personal responsibility for their actions and decisions while at work for FSS InfoWars? If you are genuinely sorry and regretful about how your words caused harm to grieving parents, How do you plan to show rather than just tell that you are sorry? Would you, for instance, join and promote Ms. Scarlett Lewis's Choose Love movement to help make our world a better place for our children? Going forward, would you consider providing better training to your employees about how to be sensitive to individuals involved in a tragic event while taking a stance on government or globalist agendas?
There you go.
As a person wary about and questioning authenticity of clipped videos, how much precaution do you plan to take with clipped videos presented on your own show? What dates were Exhibit 134 from? The defense has testified InfoWars mentions Sandy Hook less than 0.5% of the time. Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it's only done on rare occasions? To your knowledge, was bankruptcy filed strategically to delay or alter court proceedings? I don't think we can ask that. I don't think that's, I mean, I guess he said it. Well, he said I'm bankrupt, so I'm bankrupt. What is your definition of blue collar? And where did you get the idea that the jury are all blue collar?
He misunderstood.
What compensation would you believe to be appropriate? Have you ever made the distinction while live on air to your viewers that you are speaking as a pundit and not as a journalist?
Wow.
What is your net worth?
Whoa.
Are you aware that this jury consists of 16 intelligent, fair-minded citizens who are not being improperly influenced in any way? Do you feel you are getting a fair trial? If not, why not?
Wow.
How many employees does InfoWars have currently? What was the annual revenue of InfoWars in the most recent fiscal year?
Good question.
According to your most recent tax filing, what is your personal annual income?
Good.
What are some specific changes you've made to your business processes to increase oversight and accountability at InfoWars?
Good question.
Do you believe that there will be a fair and impartial determination made by this group?
Good question. Whoever wrote that
All
last
right,
one.
let's do it the easy way and tell me what you object to first or anything.
The one that's coming to mind is the Charlie Hebdo question.
Yeah,
It's kind of all over the place, and it brings into liability issues. And Charlie Hebdo is not about facts; it's about a defensive cartoon. I mean, it's just all over the place.
It was a lot.
I think maybe Your Honor could just ask the end of it. I mean, we've been talking a lot about freedom of expression. I think it's a fair question.
I'm trying to find it. Oh, that was the first one.
This is interesting. This must be a question.
What are your thoughts on this statement? A civil society means that free expression trumps the emotions. The problem I have is I am concerned that this question, without testimony from a legal expert or the like, is going to lead the jury to think free speech is something it isn't.
Right.
That it's that speech, which is not protected in the United States, is, and I don't want to confuse them with that. I don't think we have a legal expert coming in to talk about free speech because that issue is not actually relevant to damages. So for that reason, I am not going to ask that question.
Nice.
I think that would, yeah, I think it would.
It was a weird question. That was
What about the mass shooting contagion?
Yeah, so is that the Christopher Hitchens thing?
No, that's the one I just said.
Okay, so that's also Charlie Hebdo. Okay, sure.
Yeah, those are one of the same.
I think I'm okay with it.
You want me to read it one more time?
Sure.
There is a theory called mass shooting contagion that posits the effect media has on inspiring future mass casualty events from coverage of previous events.
Yes.
Are the media that report on these events accountable for any damages that occur from their reporting?
Okay.
If yes, what accountability do you accept for the actions of your listeners and guests? If no, why doesn't free speech systems capitalize on the opportunity to act better than the mainstream media influence by not asserting information recklessly in their reporting, and why does it not attempt to minimize harm from their reporting?
Yeah.
Yeah, no objection.
Okay. I mean, why do you think Sandy Hook was a conspiracy? Are you going to change the way you present news comments on your show based on what's happening today? The question about the employees. I guess the way it's written, it's okay, because they're asking him about personal responsibility. I worry a little bit about the jury thinking the company is not responsible for the actions of its employees, but I think that's probably a good way it's phrased. And then there's the question about if you are genuinely sorry and regretful, etc., how do you plan to show rather than just tell that you are sorry? Are you going to join and promote Ms. Lewis's Choose Love movement? Choose Love movement. I guess that's okay. Would you consider providing better training to your employees about how to be sensitive to individuals involved in a tragic event? Well, taking us, I guess that's fine. And then there's the question of the videos. What dates were Exhibit 134 from? I mean, I assume that's contained on the exhibit itself. We'll just let them look at that when they go back. The question about punishing rare things. Blue collar, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Compensation, that's fine. That one's fine. Do you have any objection to the jury? I mean, are you aware that this jury consists of 16 intelligent, fair-minded citizens who are not being properly influenced in any way? I'm not really sure. I try to think of these questions in two ways. One, what would my ruling be if one of you asks them? I'm not sure that I would allow this question if one of you asked them, because that video was played for impeachment. I don't know. Do you feel you're getting a fair trial? If not, why not? How many employees? That one's fine. All right, what was the annual revenue of InfoWars in the most recent fiscal year? I think that's fair under the evidence that's come in. What is your personal annual income according to your most recent tax filing?
Awesome. What did she...
I think maybe we should wait on that one. Anyone going to argue about that?
Are we going to have the possibility, based on your Honor's prior legal rulings, to have Mr. Jones back during the net worth phase of the case?
I honestly hadn't even considered that would happen.
Well, not because you said we wanted to delay.
I mean, we plan to call.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Okay. I'm not reacting to him. I'm reacting to the time.
Right. But we think they're both going to be very short witnesses. We certainly hope so.
All right. So then, yes is the answer. So he can answer that one. Changes to the business, and do you believe there will be a fair and impartial determination made by the jury? I think that might be duplicative of another question. It is, and so I'm not going to ask it twice. All right, on the record, we've gone over the questions submitted by the jury. We've eliminated some, and I will be reading some. Any objections to those, I will be reading. Mr. Bankston.
None from the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Mr. Reynal, same question.
None from the witness.
All right, let's bring the jury in so we can all do a lunch. Oh, and the witness. You'll call in Mr. Jones, please, sir. Thank you.
The big story right now from the Associated Press is that Alex Jones concedes Sandy Hook Massacre. That is the headline. Especially since I've been to Paris.
Oh, wait, not at the same time, though.
Come on, guys. Keep it together.
He's not.
I'm not seeing them walk by.
One needs to come in, and then the jury, or the jury, and then not.
You saw it here first.
You're going back.
They're going.
What an era.
They're going back that way?
The era of watching what this family. Really makes me feel like last. Watching all these big cars.
So we need to bring Mr. Jones in now, and then move the jury. Okay, well then we need Mr. Jones.
Where do you wander off to? He must be like hyperventilating. He got red as a tomato, coughing, hacking, and losing. And then somehow going on and doing InfoWars stream, not hacking. It is kind of sus. I think it's interesting. Like in his element when he's ranting, being asked hard-hitting questions. So, yeah, he's good. Ben. Oh yeah, his brow is furrowed.
You can come back up to the stand, please, Mr. Jones.
Alright, I got you.
Or you can bring the jury in.
That's actually easy to do. I got a whole new mic that actually should work. Sorry, thank you for telling me. Appreciate you. That should be a lot better, a lot crisper. I get a little lazy sometimes, you know, don't check my dials. Augers! How do I not have augers? Oh, it's because I think I have augers.
Alright, you may be seated. Right, Mr.
Yeah, I'm super
Jones,
excited about this
what
mic.
happens now is a little different. I'm going to read some questions to you, and you answer them.
Okay.
You need to answer the question exactly as it's presented, nothing extra. If you don't understand it, you tell me that, okay?
Okay.
There is a theory called mass shooting contagion that posits the effect media has on inspiring future mass casualty events from coverage of previous events.
Right.
Are the media that report on these events accountable for any damages that occur from their reporting?
The studies do show that hyping up shootings causes more shootings.
Yeah.
And talking about the shooters does that.
Yeah.
And I think that all the media contributes to copycats, but they have a First Amendment right, and it's just part of the world we
So
live in.
I want to just ask you to answer the question. Are the media that report on these events accountable for any damages that occur from their reporting?
Right.
No.
No.
If no, why doesn't free speech systems capitalize on the opportunity to act better than the, quote, mainstream media, unquote, by not asserting information recklessly in their reporting? And why does it not attempt to minimize harm from their reporting?
I agree. I've learned a lot more about mass shootings now, and that's why we had 1/100th the coverage of Uvalde we would normally have. And I think that was even too much. But you've got to still report something happened, but statistically it's terrible what happens, but it's very small compared to, say, automobile accidents. So I think we should report on what the big death numbers are, like famine worldwide, 60+ million have died just the last 3 years.
All right.
What?
So,
Okay, something different.
Why do you think Sandy Hook was a conspiracy?
Good question.
Because
My gosh.
I had seen so many other things in history that were declassified that had been staged or completely made up, that when you're a hammer, everything's just looking like a nail. And I saw really powerful forces politicize it and
Military,
blame gun owners. And
industrial
so I guess at a subconscious level, I felt offended. I knew I was innocent and that I hadn't done what Adam Lanza did. So I think we subconsciously didn't want to believe it because it was being blamed collectively on gun owners. And that's, in retrospect, years later, when I realized that
it's the gun owners.
I did used to go overboard and believe everything was staged, or almost everything. And so it's definitely been a learning process in dealing with that. That's why I thought it was staged. There were people out there that brought up things that sounded credible, and I'd seen so much stuff that was, seen so much stuff that.
Thank you.
Okay, we get it. You thought it was credible at the
Yes.
time. Oh, not
Are you going to change the way you present your news and comments on your show based on what is happening today?
Question.
Yes, I'm going to do one of my best because I've never been like the corporate media that lies on purpose. But we've definitely made big mistakes, and it's been terrible for everybody involved, including myself. And so I really do want to
try to change things and
do you believe him?
Hopefully be a more positive force when it comes to issues like mass shootings.
Your employees have appreciated your ability to tell the truth and how you allow them to express their own creativity and individual personalities.
Right.
In light of their obvious loyalty, would you take personal responsibility for their actions and decisions while at work for Free Speech Systems and InfoWars?
Seems fair.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, I am responsible for what they do.
Wow.
If you are genuinely sorry and regretful about how your words caused harm to grieving parents, how do you plan to show rather than just tell that you are sorry? Would you, for instance, join and promote Ms. Lewis's Choose Love movement to help make our world a better place for our children?
Absolutely, regardless of how this goes. I would invite her on the show in person next week. I would invite her and Neil. I think she's a great person.
That's not the question.
I apologize to legitimately.
Don't make more content.
I would love to invite you guys on the show regardless. So you can actually come meet the people, come on.
Join the movement.
I think it'll be huge for everybody to see that.
You join
and I want that. I'm more concerned about that than I'm even monetary stuff. And because I do not want to be the Sandy Hook guy, and I want to show the world that,
he just wants to cleanse his name.
Misrepresented. It's not who I am, but that I have done some things that are wrong, and I didn't do it on purpose, and I apologize.
How
I
I
want to make
fix.
it better. Because
Going forward, would you consider providing better training to your employees about how to be sensitive to individuals involved in a tragic event while still taking a stance on government or globalist agendas?
Yes, absolutely, and we've been trying to do that. And I was planning to shut down InfoWars 6 years ago when I got married. I promised my wife, I love the crew, I'm sick of this. And then I got stuck in this fight with the system and everything else that's going on. And now I'm going to continue InfoWars to make it even better. And because other people have said they want to use this case to shut me down.
You, again, don't tell us anything about anyone else has said.
I understand.
That is hearsay.
No hearsay.
Disregard any hearsay. And I want you just to really just answer the question.
Just
nothing else.
You can do it, buddy.
As a person wary about and questioning the authenticity of clipped videos, how much precaution do you plan to take with the clipped videos presented on your own show?
We take way more precaution now than even mainstream media because our listeners get mad if we put something out that's fake.
Sure.
And it has been a long time since we did that. And we did do one 3 weeks ago, and I rarely smash stuff, but I did smash it in my office. And because it pissed me off so bad that we aired a, what do you call those, deep fake video. They're so good now that I've developed an allergy to this stuff. Like, I don't want to be wrong, and I don't want to try to lie like the corporate media does on purpose. And we did air one about the CEO of Pfizer, who does enough bad stuff on his own without us putting it. We didn't do it. It looked so good on Twitter that we put a fake video out.
All right, thank you. The defense has testified InfoWars mentioned Sandy Hook less than 0.5% of the time. Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it is done only on rare occasions?
Can you read that again, please?
Yes, I can. The defense has testified InfoWars mentioned Sandy Hook less than 0.5% of the time.
Right.
Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it's done only on rare occasions?
Well, this is civil, but there is a law of right and wrong, and we have paid a massive price for the mistakes we made.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Wow.
Yes.
Answer the question.
Read it again, please.
Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it's done only on rare occasions? Yes or no?
No. It's not.
That's, well, but it's not. No, I don't think, even when people do stuff on accident, I think they're still somewhat culpable. But I did not do this consciously.
No, Mr.
No.
Jones,
Right.
that's not the question.
Yes or no? Question.
What is your definition of blue collar?
I'm talking about people who I think are great, who are working so hard that they don't have time to be involved in the weird esoteric bubbles of the liberals or the conservatives or anybody. I can't even keep track of what
God.
the liberals are doing, or the conservatives,
What?
the libertarians, or the
No, what's a blue collar worker?
So your definition of blue collar is people who work so hard they can't follow all these things you're saying. What is your definition of blue collar?
Oh, she's
My
pissed.
definition of blue collar is the working man and woman who
Thank you.
keep their head down and keep the whole world running. And in my experience,
Period.
generally are not even paying attention to politics.
Awesome.
Where did you get the idea that jury are all blue collar?
I mean, I've seen statistically, I read in news articles in Austin that a lot of times it's.
Okay, don't tell us what you've read. Remember?
Hearsay.
Where did I hear it?
No.
No.
What did I think?
Where did you get
it's a
the
bad
idea?
question. Where did you get the idea? Because if the place you got the idea is from someone else, then you can't tell us that. So it's a tricky question.
It's a bad question.
I'll agree with that. Okay. What compensation would you believe to be appropriate?
$1.
What compensation do I think appropriate?
Yeah.
Despite these numbers that were presented the best week we ever had, that's when COVID was starting. And there was a run on storable food nationwide.
Okay.
And so they.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Jones.
No, but I'm just saying.
How much compensation?
Well, speaking of compensation,
Would you believe to be appropriate? It
Is
doesn't
it
really
$1?
matter about that. It's,
I understand, but I can answer the question however I wish. I'm not barred from talking about where we're
Oh
at
my
financially.
gosh.
No, you are at this stage. Right now, the question is what compensation would be appropriate?
Any compensation above $2 million will sink us and we'll be shut down.
No.
Appropriate, not to you. Appropriate for what happened to them.
I think it's appropriate for whatever you decide you want to do.
That's
and
awesome.
Because I'm really.
That's awesome.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
There you go.
Have you
Whatever you
ever
think
made
it's
the
worth.
distinction while live on air to your viewers that you are speaking as a pundit and not as a journalist?
Good question.
Thousands and thousands of times that this is my opinion. You should research what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah?
All the stuff we're covering is other people's opinions. You need to look into this. When I'm really sure about something, I'll be definitive about it sometimes, and I'm usually right. But we constantly, this is talk radio on TV. We constantly explain these are people's opinions, these are debates, these are ideas. In fact, I even used to play an intro that said the views expressed here aren't necessarily those of the host, the guests, the callers, or the station.
Wow.
It's a standard thing.
Are you aware that this jury consists of 16 intelligent, fair-minded citizens who are not being improperly influenced in any way?
Yes, I don't think that you are operatives. I don't think that you are part of a false flag.
Wow. Your show says something different.
You are bad people. I think you're good people. And I just am very, very critical about the whole process that I've been through so far, where I believed everything over. And then I'm always told we didn't, even though we're seeing it. And so that's why I'm really concerned, because a lot has been misrepresented.
You've wandered off the question. Do you feel you're getting a fair trial? And if not, why not? But
I'm barred from saying.
Succinctly, please.
Simply. I'm barred from saying. Wow.
I have been
Slips it in.
found guilty by a judge.
Not guilty, but.
And I thought in America, you're found guilty by juries or innocent.
There's no guilty or innocence in civil court.
Correct.
I understand.
Liable or not. Not guilty. So please don't use that. And you're not a lawyer. That's fine.
Okay, well, I've been found liable. Okay, so by a judge. And
Yes, responsible.
In all the other cases coming up, I've already been found. So this is a dangerous new system they're setting up.
New system.
If people want to get rid of that and get rid of America, it's okay.
Oh my
We're
God.
in the public, maybe time for us to go. Okay?
Relax,
But
Alex.
How many employees does InfoWars have currently?
She doesn't even want to fight.
We've got about 80 workers and contractors.
Correct.
And, well, about 80.
Apparently, you can get a jury. Yeah,
What
juries
was
are
the
insane
annual
trials.
revenue of InfoWars in the most recent fiscal year?
Depends.
I don't have that number in front of me, but it was, I would imagine 60, 70 million. Those have been our
think it's an
biggest
option.
years, or 60 or 70 million gross. And so the question is, how much money am I making?
No. The question is, what was the annual revenue of InfoWars in the most recent fiscal year? But I think you said you don't know. Do you know or not?
It is like $70 million right around there.
What are some specific changes you've made to
cow.
your business processes to increase oversight and accountability at InfoWars?
Hey, Mike, go to this.
I mean, I think
Mike, could just take that.
I've explained to people we're not just some little internet
Mike's
show.
dog shit.
And I'm telling myself this when I'm telling them that you need to really pay attention to what you're doing, because everything you say is going to get looked at and zoomed in on. And
true.
even if you didn't mean it for harm, it can be turned around for harm. So you need to really realize you have power. Like the Spider-Man thing, with great power comes great responsibility.
Oh, God.
And I definitely have underestimated how powerful InfoWars was.
Give me great power, chat. I'll be responsible.
And you know.
Give me
and
power.
I've only realized the last 4 or 5 years how big we are.
I'll be good with
Thank
power.
you, Mr. Jones. I
want
appreciate
it.
your time and testimony. You may return to council table.
Thank you.
Woo! Alex Jones, everybody. Oh my gosh. That testimony is gonna eat him up alive.
All right, Mr. Reynolds, you have another
It's
witness.
gonna haunt him.
I do not, Your Honor.
So defense rests.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense rest.
Plaintiff rests and
Good
close.
job.
Correct, Your Honor.
Good
Defense
job,
rests and close.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
That was very entertaining. I love that there's just been this. Ah, you're cutie. I was about to say love.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that concludes the evidence in
It is
this
the conclusion.
case.
Yeah.
It is now necessary for the attorneys and myself to spend some time preparing the charge for submission to you. I'm not able to know in advance exactly how long it will take. It generally takes longer than we think. We have been working on it in the evenings and on breaks, but we do still have more work to do.
Oh gosh, such a good.
It's 12:30. I'm going to try to get it done over lunch. Your lunch is waiting for you. So I'm not going to give you an end time. We'll try to be back in an hour, hour and a half. So don't wait to eat. But you're going to be on recess until now, until I bring you back. Please remember,
Just the court all day.
the evidence is concluded, but you have not yet been sent to deliberate.
Right.
This means you may not yet discuss the case.
Interesting.
And as always, you still may not do any research into anything about the case. So go and enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you as soon as you can. Thank you.
Oh man, jury trials. Oh, everybody rise! We're getting up. Oh, stretch. Oh, this is good for me. Marathon stream. Yeah, 5 hours? Wow, 5 hours, chat.
Thank you.
Holy cow. Am I not doing a good job? Well, Oh man, standing up is good for my
I
body.
don't have a current version of the jury charge. Miss Ward,
Okay.
I don't know if you...
So I think I think that was it, everybody. I think that was the juicy bit. We can still check out the other testimony, which is interesting, but I might hold on that. I'm a little Alex Jones'd out. I think we're gonna mix it up a little bit. Cause I'm hoping this is as fun and exciting. But I do have, oh my god, yes, American Gladiator. I'm thinking this is like, if I do a subathon or like a streamathon or whatever, like this is it. This is the main content. And so today I thought episode, see how good it actually is, if it's worth it. Cause yeah, I think I tapped the Alex Jones well dry. They're gonna deliberate for another hour, or not deliberate, but go eat their lunch for an hour, hour and a half. I probably have to get started with my day. This has been fun though. This has been a lot of fun. I might get clapped on YouTube, so if I do, I'll have to not watch this stream on YouTube while I'm watching this. So we'll see how those go.
From Universal Studios Hollywood.
Yes. All right.
This is American Gladiators. Selected from a nationwide search, 20 men and women have come to Hollywood to challenge our force of American Gladiators for a single honor, to become American Gladiators champions.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, man,
Now,
let's
here are
go.
your American gladiators. Gemini.
And Gemini. Lace. Nitro. Gold. Laser. Laser. Oh my god, the names are so bad. They're good. Turbo. Oh, fuck. Oh god. Oh man.
The host for American Gladiators, Mike Adamley, and his co-host, Larry
Okay, is
Zonka.
YouTube angry with me? It's just fair use. We're all joshing over it. Oh my
Hi
god.
again, everyone. I'm Mike Adamley, and glad you could join us for another edition of the American Gladiators. We've got 2 brand new events, a revamped Eliminator Final, and 20 brand new contenders who were selected from a nationwide talent search. And with their athletic skills, they'll have a chance to earn over $150,000 in cash and prizes. We also have a brand new co-host. He's Hall of Fame fullback from the Miami Dolphins, still looking lean and mean, Mr. Larry Zonka.
And it's in 1080p. His name is Zonka.
Good to have you here, and it must be nice after all those years in the National Football League. You're kind of a rookie again. This is your first go-around on American Gladiators.
First time out. It's exciting for me to be around this much action, this much muscle and movement.
Muscle,
and,
everybody.
Not have to pay the price, you know. I won't have to bleed. I won't have to fix any of the bruises or the or the
truck,
bumps.
yeah, brother.
I don't know if that scenario will take place, but we are sure to have some very heated competition. And with that in mind, let's meet the contenders for this preliminary
All right,
round.
bring on the gladiators.
Women's preliminary.
Sheila.
Please welcome Sheila Mercer.
Oh, she's gonna get owned.
Arizona, a firefighter.
Firefighter?
Her
Oh.
opponent, Trish Tillotson of Wichita, Kansas, a teacher.
A teacher. Okay, firefighter's gonna win over
In
the teacher.
men's competition, here's Rico Costantino of Santa Ana, California, a
Rico.
bodyguard.
Bodyguard? Okay.
And his opponent, John Adams of Oakland, California,
John-
an account representative.
An account representative? No, he's gonna get wiped. All right, who do you think, chat? I'm pretty sure it's a competition between these two
Our
people, right?
contenders in the blue both
Red v
have
blue?
martial arts experience. John, you're
Yeah.
a brown belt in judo. What about
Okay.
your focus? That's got to help, I think.
Absolutely. Being able to keep the emotions under control and to stay focused under any circumstances.
Trish, a black belt in karate. Do you expect that hand-to-hand combat experience to help you here?
Yeah, I do. I think it'll help a lot with quickness and stamina, endurance, and just mental focus.
Okay, Zonk?
Okay.
Well, Rico, I understand that you've done a little security work with some of the rock groups. Do you think anything that you've done there
Security
might help you
work?
today?
Especially in Powerball, be quick, move fast, and up the wall.
Powerball.
Sheila, this is just another day at work for you, isn't it?
Yeah,
Season
it is.
2,
It's
episode
gonna be
1.
tough, but it's going to be so much fun.
Good luck to both of you.
Contenders,
Oh,
best
I'm
of
so
luck. There's
excited.
sure to be plenty of heat because you have to face our American Gladiators. Let's get it on. If you haven't seen American Gladiators before, here's how our competition works. Our contenders, 2 men and 2 women, will compete against our American Gladiators in 7
Okay.
very different events.
All right.
The contenders who amass the most points in those 7 confrontations
Right.
automatically advance to the next round and move 1 step closer towards our championship final. With
such a
that
good
in mind,
premise.
we are ready now for our first event, men's Powerball. With an explanation, here's Zonk.
His name is Zonk?
Blood and Guts event of American Gladiators. Powerball, our 2 contenders will compete simultaneously, each removing a scoring ball from the buckets on opposite ends of the field with the idea of putting this ball in one of 5 scoring pods located in the center of the field.
Okay.
The 4 outside pods will be worth 1 point, but the centermost pod will be worth 2 points.
2 points.
Sounds easy, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, yeah.
But you have to consider that we're going to have 3 gladiators trying to stop them
Oh,
from scoring.
no.
Good luck, everyone. Let's have
Nitro.
And
Gemini
the
and
trio,
Thunder?
Nitro, Gemini, and our newest Gladiator, Thunder. They'll be going up against
Oh
Rico
my god, they brought on
Costantino and John
Thunder.
Adams. Rico, of course, the bodyguard, makes his home in Santa Ana, California.
28,
5'11", 215.
215.
John Adams, account representative, makes his home over in Oakland, California,
So
6
180.
foot, 180 pounds.
He's gonna get wrecked.
Powerball is brought to you by the Nintendo Entertainment
I'm
System.
going for the guy in red, the
Nintendo.
California
now
guy.
You're playing with power.
Power.
Once again, the
Nintendo.
contenders have 45 seconds to score as many goals as they can. The match is on.
Whoa,
And John
that was
Adams
fast.
quickly scores against Nitro.
Another nice
Nope.
move, almost into the pod, but a little seizure.
The other
up
guy's
high.
getting frozen out.
Rico with
Oh,
a
there
nice
it
move
is.
around Thunder. And John Adams
Dang.
scores in that middle cylinder. That
He's
affords
doing pretty
worth
good.
2 points.
Oh,
Both men
no.
extremely quick. Gladiators
Absolutely
not
getting
quite up to
pushed.
snuff here. They usually are
Oh,
much more
my
adept at
God.
stopping the contenders.
Thunder was
Totally
pretty
body.
adept at putting down Rico on that last one. He did a double wrap and forced his head right into the mat.
Oh man, just
Gemini
1v1.
working over Rico pretty good. No goal there. As we run down the final seconds of this
Yeah.
match.
He ran out of
Gemini
that
certainly
speed.
warmed up this morning. He's moving back and forth like a defensive back.
Wow.
And that is it. John Adams has won it 3-1 here.
Really?
John Adams opening up with a nice move, avoiding the two gladiators.
Just agile.
Rico doing the same thing, planning and coming back against the field. And finally, John Adams taking advantage of the gladiators' divided attention and scoring.
Ah, I
No
missed
rust
that one.
on these guys after the off season. The Gladiators are still mighty tough. Gemini,
Are
what
they
about your
though?
new partner here, Thunder?
I don't know about
Very happy
Thunder.
to have Thunder. He gives us that that strike we need.
Yeah.
Powerball is the event that gets the Gladiators adrenaline going, gets us fired up, and Thunder has that streak in him that we like.
What about that streak, Thunder?
Well, you know, it's my first season out, and I hope that it's going to be a successful season for the Gladiators. I'm real happy to be here, and I hope the streak continues forever.
Yeah.
Larry?
Rico.
Yeah.
Great halfback move. I saw that hip. You threw the leg out, drew the shoulder back. Nice job.
Those guys are real big and quick. As I try to avoid any contact from them, try to score the buckets.
John, on the other hand, you scored big.
Yeah, well, it's called self-preservation out there.
I saw
Self-preservation.
you were evasive in the early goings on, but then Rico threw a nice block for you, drew two of the gladiators, and you zipped into the middle.
Oh, definitely a team effort.
Team effort, but however,
No, you
did
guys are in
it.
competition.
Congratulations again. Mike?
You wrecked him.
Gladiators, nice job. Take a breather. Coming
And
up
he
next,
high-fived
it's
you
women's
later.
Powerball. We'll be back with more of the American Gladiators.
Oh man, and there's
Well,
no
John
ads.
and Rico teamed up to give John a 3-1 win in Powerball. But there's more action coming up. Next, the joust.
The jousts.
And the game of assault. But up
The joust
next,
is the best.
women's turn in Powerball.
Welcome back to Universal
I'm sure that
Studios
intro music's
Hollywood.
gonna get
It's the
annoying
women's
after,
turn to shake and bake. The name of the game, Powerball.
Shake and bake.
Ice, lace, and gold make up our terrible
Ice, lace,
trio
and
of
gold.
blondes to take
It's
on
all
the contenders in this
monosyllabic.
match. Introducing Trish Tillotson first. 5'8", 145
5'8".
pounds, and ready to go.
Okay.
Trish from Wichita, Kansas. Her preliminary round
140.
opponent, Sheila Mercer, a firefighter from Phoenix, Arizona. And both women
Okay.
qualified for the American Gladiators in Phoenix. They become very good friends.
Oh wow, that was
Sheila
fast.
in the red, Trish in the blue. Sheila scores quickly and scores first.
Get a second one. Oh wow, she's crushing it.
Trish suffering the consequences of being wrapped up by ice.
Sheila's
Looks like Sheila's
trying to
gonna
take
get
it.
the same favor.
Nope.
Joel doing a
Nope.
good job on Trish
Wow.
right now. Very physical game.
Totally
of
shut
Powerball.
out.
A lot of hits up high. There's a
A
wrap
third
around and a
one.
takedown by
She's
Gold.
rocking it. Oh, big tackle. Oh, shut out. She's starting to lose her cool.
And both contenders running out
Nope.
of steam.
Running out of steam and
Blue
taking a
hasn't
beating
scored
physically. They've
once.
been to the mat several times.
Jump shot
Smart.
finally by Sheila Mercer, and that is it. Sheila Mercer, the winner, 3-0.
3-0.
Well, it was pretty, but it was also physical. Many trips to the arena
She just
floor.
got punched in the face? What the fuck was that?
Well, it was pretty, but it was also physical.
She went for the high five and slapped her in the face
Sheila Mercer,
instead.
the winner, 3-0.
Awesome.
Well, it was pretty, but it was also physical. Many trips to the arena floor. As we watch here, Ice squaring up and taking Trish on a trip down to the mat.
That was a heavy tackle.
And then Gold without the great position, making the flying tackle, but Sheila
Whoa.
manages the score.
She held her
Just
frame.
like the men's American Gladiators, the women's Gladiators have two new teammates. One of them, Ice. Ice, you
Ice.
picked up the game very, very fast.
Look at that
It's
hair.
a lot of fun. Your adrenaline's heart's pumping, and you know I'm the new Gladiator, and I have to prove myself out here. Nobody can get past me.
Truck,
Lacey, it's quite
yeah.
obvious you haven't lost your touch.
I love my new teammates. I'm really happy that I'm back. And
The hair,
audience is
it's so
terrific today, and
80s.
we're ready to rock.
Gold last season, you were a rookie.
Ready to
now
rock,
you're
baby.
a sophomore, so to speak, sophomore Gladiator. And you too haven't lost your touch either.
All I have to say is, Ice, you're a great addition to the team.
A terrific trio, Ice, Lace, and Gold. Larry?
Ice, lace, and
Great
gold.
job. It's obvious to me that you've been involved in some combative sports before.
Well, at the station, we play basketball for PT, and I'm probably the only girl with 9 men your size, so I kind of have to try to
do the best I can to survive out there.
It's obvious you don't
did
take a
good.
back seat to anyone. Congratulations.
Yeah, she crushed
Trish,
it.
It got a little physical out there. I heard some thumps and hits like
Oh,
the
she got
football
rolled.
field. How do you feel?
Felt great. Didn't get any in, but it sure felt great fighting it there.
Yeah, it felt great.
Those
Yeah.
gladiators play for keeps.
Was it though?
Good luck.
Was it great?
So after one event in the women's competition, Sheila Mercer with a 3-0
Co-parter.
lead over Trish Tillotson. In the men's
Co-parter.
competition after one, John Adams leads Rico Costantino 3-1.
Oh,
Rico's
yes,
up
the
next
joust.
To the joust. Earlier, we asked him
Oh,
why
God,
he
I
wanted to
missed the
compete
show.
on the American Gladiators. Here's his answer.
Competition. I love competing. It's something that's inside me. It's in my heart.
Yeah.
Man against man, you know, to see if you're the best. It's a challenge.
Soft-spoken.
I do well in challenges.
Soft-spoken challenger.
And now the challenge
You want a
facing
giant
Rico
foam padded Q-tip?
is
Yeah,
Laser.
hell yeah. Just like a-
Oh,
wow.
3 seconds to
The
knock
blue
the
one is
Gladiator
controlling the fight.
off the pedestal. That's the mission of the
Oh, he's
contender.
crushing
Rico
him.
fending
Oh,
off
but
the
he
early
doesn't
blows
stop.
of Laser, doing a great job. But
Oh,
he's
he's
got
too
Laser
aggressive.
going and finally knocks him off.
Wow.
Big
Oh my
victory
God,
for
way
Rico
too aggressive.
Costantino.
He lost his frame. Yeah.
Hey, yo, Rico.
Yeah.
That took
Q-tip
only
in
11
peace.
seconds, pal.
It was a long 11 seconds, I'll tell you that.
Long 11 seconds. Yeah, he's getting
The amazing thing about that performance, Laser laid you with about 5 different shots right off the bat, nearly
2,
knocked you off the pedestal, but
3,
you withstood his attack.
Low center of gravity. The man hits hard. Good one, too.
Was that a payback for what happened to you in Powerball? Nicely
He
done.
did like the
Rico.
swirly swirl and lost his balance after. Oh, that was good.
As we see a shot of Rico's
I love that
girlfriend
it's
in
not
the
like
audience.
F2 out of 3. You get one shot.
Next up, John Adams, and
One
he's going
fight.
to face
Oh, it
Laser.
is.
Laser
Oh, you
out
gotta
for
fight
a
the
little
different-
revenge. His pride has been wounded after losing to
fight
Rico
different-
Costantino.
Oh, you have to fight the
And
different.
Laser immediately goes on the attack and scores a hit on John's head.
Oh!
John down on the seat of his
Whoa.
pants, almost off the pedestal. Great job.
Oh
getting
my
back up.
God.
There he goes, though.
John took 2 or 3 solid blows
I
to
wonder
the
if
head.
dads are
This
allowed
man
enough because they
has to
both
have a
missed
little bit
several.
of a
I think it's
headache.
just heavy and unwieldy.
But he gives a
got
nice sportsman salute up to
absolutely
Laser. Great
destroyed.
politician.
Yeah, just the execution.
Laser, that's a little more like it.
You better believe it.
Wow.
I'm on a roll now. I got 1 for 1. I got about 20 more to go. I'll have to see. He was tough. He was really tough.
You did something that's known in the boxing vernacular as finishing the man off. You had John on the seat of his pants, and then you finished him off.
Yeah, that's what I did. It's I boxed for 4 years, so kind of gave him the old 1-2. Thanks, Mike.
Way to go. Laser.
He almost decapitated
Laser
him.
goes 1 for 2
That
in this
was
joust, and as a
illegal.
result, Rico takes 10 points away with his victory. So now, after 2 events,
Needs a
Rico
couple
takes the lead
jabs.
over John 11
Yeah,
to 3.
like, keep him
now
off
it's
balance,
the women's
keep him off
turn with
balance.
Sheila leading Trish 3-0.
And Sheila will
Okay,
be
come on,
first up
Sheila.
in the
Look at her
joust. She'll be
stance, though.
doing
She's
battle with
sitting back.
Diamond, one of our new gladiators here, and it's an upset anytime the
You gotta be,
contenders
like,
can knock the gladiators
super
off the pedestal.
aggressive. Okay, let's go.
Diamond, a very formidable opponent,
Oh,
but
yeah,
those
she's in
pugil
trouble.
sticks a little awkward to handle if you haven't used them before. Sheila doing a pretty
no.
nice job,
Oh,
however.
no.
Oh, punishment early on,
she
but she
survived.
comes back strong and takes
Wow.
out Diamond with a
I
mighty
cannot
blow from the
believe it.
bugle stick.
Come on, Diamond. What are you
Sheila a
doing,
little
Diamond?
intimidated at the beginning, but after a few hits
Yeah.
to the head, I think the old gander came up. How about it, Mike?
She just waited for the other opponent to.
Hey, firefighter,
Fight
that was
themselves
impressive stuff.
Oh, man, thanks. I felt good.
She's even got.
You almost
like
lost
popping
your
her chest
pugil
out.
stick several times, but were able to recover, regroup, and knock Diamond to the mat.
No,
I
oh,
almost
and then
lost
she hit
my
him back.
stick, but I just had to hold on and just try to get
Oh,
it back to me,
wow.
and luckily it worked, man.
Nice to
No, she
have
won
some
that.
added
She won
support.
that.
Sheila,
aggro.
Sheila,
Yeah.
Next up,
Okay,
Trish
this
is
show's
going to
awesome.
square off against
Oh
Diamond.
my God, the
Trish
kid.
needing to get on board to stay up with Sheila's great start.
Oh, I forgot how bad the show was. Oh, I'm loving it.
And Diamond, like
Unapologetic
Laser in
chat.
the men's joust, wanting a little bit of revenge. Her pride has been wounded as well.
Oh!
Right off the bat, Trish Tillotson with a lunge that sends Diamond's head backwards. Now she's off balance, comes
my
over to Trish's platform.
God.
That,
She
of course,
dropped the fighting stance when
disqualifies
she's
our
cheering.
gladiator, and
Really?
Trish Tillotson the winner.
Diamond very upset
Oh,
with her
head
performance,
almost
and
came
here,
off.
ladies and gentlemen, is the definition of whiplash.
When an opponent is drawn over to the other pedestal, it means instant disqualification.
She's like,
Trish, you were able to do that to Diamond, and you look like you don't take any mess up there.
I'm here to fight.
Holy shit. That
The
wasn't.
secret is good balance.
She did that to the Gladiator?
Yeah.
And having fan support from Phoenix, Arizona.
Wow.
Both a very physical and exciting.
She did that to the Gladiator? So
Stay up with
aggressive.
Sheila's great start.
Yeah, she did that to the Gladiator. It
And
looked like she'd
Diamond,
never
like
been in the fight
Laser in the
before.
men's joust, wanting a little bit of revenge. Her pride has been wounded as well.
She's got a defensive, she's got an aggressive. Oh my gosh. That is
Revenge.
awesome.
Her pride has been wounded as well. Whoa, right off the bat, Trish Tillison with a lunge that sends Diamond's head back.
Holy shit. That's awesome. That's awesome. You old granny.
Both a very
cheering.
physical and exciting
what is
joust
this
as
show?
both Trish and Sheila earn 10 points. And as a
Yeah,
result,
she's gonna feel
Sheila
that.
now leads 13 to 10.
How much am I getting paid for
Still to
this?
come on the American Gladiators is the wall and the human cannonball. But up next, our game of assault.
Assault? Oh, jeez.
Welcome back to Universal Studios
This
Hollywood,
is
where
so
we're
brutal.
standing by.
That helmet ain't doing shit to prevent.
the
No,
game of
no,
assault.
not at all. That was pure whiplash. Like,
Here, ladies and gentlemen, is what the
Definitely not
contender
healthy.
sees as he tries to hit the target located above the Gladiator, using first the crossbow. A miss there sends a contender on a mad dash over to here, the rocket launcher.
nice.
Then it's on to the third safe zone where a cannon awaits.
This is so
After
American.
the cannon, moving on closer to the next safe zone where he has a chance to fire the pistol.
The pistol.
Then
And
there's the
next.
final attempt to hit the target with 3 softballs.
Softballs. Why are you
Once the
doing
contender runs out of ammo, he may earn 4 points if he can cross the finish line without being hit in
Awesome.
60 seconds.
Awesome.
And Larry, the men are up first, with Rico leading John by a count of 11-3. John Adams is up first. Brown belt in judo, John told us how martial arts helped him prepare for the competition.
Most of all, you have to be able to think in the heat of battle. There's a tendency to let emotions get the best of you, and you just have a knee-jerk reaction. Judo taught you the discipline and the mental toughness to
So American,
take a
you know,
step
gets more
back,
American,
take
get
stock of the
appreciation.
situation, and then act or react accordingly.
Oh, God.
Look of intensity on
Okay,
John's
I got
face as
something.
he gets ready to go into the assault.
Same can be said for our Gladiator Turbo, who will be firing that cannon that shoots tennis balls in excess of 100 miles per hour.
Oh my gosh.
John wasting no time getting a hold of the crossbow, a low and outside shot.
Go. Go. Oh,
Quick
nice.
little tumbling, getting over to the rocket launcher.
Awful.
A little
Terrible.
low, almost got the Gladiator in the left foot.
This is so silly.
John
Oh, come
trying
on,
to send
higher.
that cannon again. His shot
What
is
is with
low.
these dodge rolls?
John Adams still has plenty of time, though.
Awful.
That shot
Now he
was
overcorrected.
high and wide. Something
He
that
loves
a
his
contender
dodge roll.
pioneered last year, something we call the roll-a-dope,
Come
not
on,
working
man.
for John
Throw
Adams. 3
higher.
tennis balls. He fires left-handed all throw of the mark. Still has a chance to earn that draw, and he does.
He does. He crawled his way.
Next
Turbo says next time. How about it, Mike?
John Adams, you have been watching far too many Bruce Lee movies, Chuck Norris movies. You didn't have to roll out there like that.
I feel like give him as thin a line as possible to aim at.
Some of your shots were not that bad, and you actually had about 25 seconds when you came to the final safe area, but you kind of got rid of your ammunition too quick.
Yeah, I should have been paying a little more attention to the
Unnecessarily
clock.
dangerous? No,
and
very
also, I started out
necessary.
counting
What are
the
you
tennis
talking
balls he was shooting, and lost track. But next time I'll know I have a little extra
pure
time.
American.
However, you were good enough and quick enough to
Bread
get
and
the
butter.
draw. Nicely done. All right, way to go.
American is apple pie.
Up next, Rico Constantino. Still enjoying 11-7 lead right now, but looking forward to some more points. He's going to have an opportunity to practice some of that bodyguard duty he's done before by protecting his body in this competition.
And remember, Turbo hasn't forgotten that he let John Adams get the draw.
Rico almost overrunning his safe spot. Let's see how he does with a crossbow. A little high and wide, Mike, off to the left.
Rico's got the good quicks,
tennis
though.
ball is-
Gets
he
over to
doesn't
the
need a
next
single
safe
shot.
area. Sets up with the rocket launcher. And exposes a little bit too much of his body.
Oh.
Larry Thompson, our referee, saw that the tennis ball caught Rico in the right arm.
Oh, it's immediate disqualification.
One shot, take him down.
Turbo obviously very happy with his performance. As we look over Rico's right shoulder, and you'll see in slow motion coming down the middle of the screen, the tennis ball that nips Rico on the elbow.
Good call, ref.
The crowd still carrying on their love affair with Rico. Men's scores after 3 events. Rico 11, John 7. Women's score after 2 events. Sheila 13, Trish 10. Mike?
And Trish Tillotson is up first in assault, and she'll be trying to dodge the shots of Blaze.
Come on, Blaze.
Right on Trish's face, she is all business.
Light her up.
Oh, Mike, she runs the gamut getting over to the crossbow. She does the hop, the fade, the jump.
She definitely has happy feet, an outstanding all-around athlete. She's run a marathon. She's been a bodybuilder, a 4-year letter winner in field hockey at Old Dominion. Now if she could just shoot.
Got the camera.
She obviously is good at moving around the course, very quick, happy feet as you alluded to, but she has a little problem with her aim.
Barely even trying.
She would just set herself a little more. She might be more accurate. Still with a lot of time on the clock. And 3 last chances here to hit that target located above the Gladiator. Low again. Come on, Trish, take your time. That one was high. Trying to get the draw. All she has to do is cross that finish line without being hit, and she does. 4 points for Trish Tillotson.
The people who just brawl to victory.
She had a workout.
Do you get more points if you nail your shot?
And coming at you, we're going to call this shot the rocket cam. Why? It brings the rocket right to your living room. However, hitting our cameraman is worth no points, Mike.
All right, up next is Sheila Mercer. She takes a couple of deep breaths. She's ready to go against Blaze.
She's nervous.
And each contender has 60 seconds to try to hit that target located above the Gladiator. If you hit the red portion of the target, it's worth 7 points, a bullseye worth 10.
Sheila taking a little more time, a little more deliberate on her aiming procedures.
Hopefully that'll pay off. She gets to the second safe zone.
Little tricky here at the rocket launcher. Comes out, keeps it going.
Oh, that was close. You know what? That dog roll was pretty good.
Sheila now working against the clock, less than 30 seconds. She's had a lot of near misses.
Yeah, no kidding.
Game's well.
What if the cameraman is in Al-Qaeda, brother? I mean, where do you think Americans get their training?
Now at the pistol, yes, she got it. She got the red area of that target, and that's worth 7.
What a shot.
And you're looking at a happy gal enjoying the celebration.
I mean, she must be a Canadian
sharing
sniper.
The jubilation her
I don't
parents
believe it.
came in all the way from Phoenix.
Americans aren't that good at shooting. Let's go! Yeah, absolutely crushed it.
Sheila, I thought we were going to have to use the old adage, close doesn't count except in horseshoes and hand grenades. You came so close with your first 3 shots, and then finally you did it.
You just have to take your time on that last pistol and just look through that little aim hole and just get that target right in
Look
there.
through that
Fire
a-hole.
away, baby.
Is it that much fun to hit that target? I mean, you are wild, girl.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. This is the best time of my life.
Holding her shoulder.
Way to go,
so
Sheila
weird.
Mercer. Sweet shooting, babe.
And then the handshake on the same side.
Sheila 7,
Right hand
Trish
to
4.
left hand. That
Women's
was
score
so
after
much
3 events,
awkward.
Sheila
I don't know if
20.
you caught that, but look at this interaction. Watch his
I
hand.
mean, you are wild, girl.
He's just
Oh, man,
holding
I'm
her
so
for
excited.
some
This is
reason.
the best time of my life.
Way to go,
And
Sheila
then this
Mercer.
handshake.
Sweet shooting, babe.
Sheila all smiles. Women's assault score, Sheila 7, Trish 4. Women's score after 3 events, Sheila 20, Trish 14.
In the men's competition after 3 events, Rico leads John 11-7. We're ready now for our next event. Here's Larry.
Rico's rocking it.
The wall is an event where our 2 contenders compete simultaneously, each trying to be first to the top of the 32-foot-high summit. But it's not a free climb. For 10 seconds after they begin, the gladiators go up after them to pull them off.
Nice.
I understand Mike Adamley is on his way to the top as we speak. Mike?
Well, Sog, one of the advantages of wearing this helmet cam is that it gives the perspective of what it would look like if the contender or gladiator peeked back to the studio audience. It gives you a sense of how high this 32 feet really is. Now, the key thing on this wall, of course, are the grips. They are what the gladiators and contenders will be holding on to and pulling themselves up with.
Right.
The contender who has the strongest hands, the strongest upper body, and the most nerve is the man who will make it to the top first.
I can't believe they got you on that thing, Mike. As we look at John preparing his psyche to go up the wall, of course, he's going to be followed by Gemini.
Yeah, John's in trouble.
And Rico preparing himself
Rico's
to go
got
up,
this.
and he's going to be followed by Laser.
And as you mentioned earlier, Larry, part of the rules of this competition, each contender given a 10-second head start. John Adams in the blue, Rico Costantino having some problems early on in the red.
Mike, that's got to wear on your psyche, that false start, double start. You know that Gladiator's going to hit the wall right behind you. Terrible temptation to look back to see where he's at. Good thing Rico's resisting the temptation.
But after those early difficulties, Larry, Rico doing very well, moving quickly on the right-hand side. He'll make it to the top first.
Easy
John Adams
clap.
seeing that out of the corner of his eye, but not giving up, making sure that he gets up on top of the wall also.
Oh, wow. Gladiators didn't even try. Like, gave up halfway through.
2 for the top and points for both of our contenders. John Adams, you were second to the top. You still get 5 points. And I get the feeling that if you were facing anybody but Rico, you might have won this event.
Rico's tough. What he's doing is actually he's pushing me to higher and higher limits. I appreciate that.
Both of you are pushing each other. Rico, you did so in 26 seconds, and you did so slipping at first, and you were going against the best gladiator in Laser.
He is a good gladiator. The thought of him pursuing me lighted a fire over I sit down. I said, I gotta get up this wall before he comes and gets me. I'm just glad I made it up first.
10 points for you. Rico, well done. John, nice going. Congratulations to both men. They're on their way down. And when we come back, more of the American Gladiators.
All right, let's get
Men score.
Yeah, for sure.
But up next,
such good. The Atlas Sphere.
High above our
after 3 events, Sheila 20, Trish 14. As we look at Sheila preparing her mind to go up the wall, Gold, of course, is going to follow her up. Trish getting her mind right, and she's going to be followed up the wall by Ice.
And our 2 contenders, once again, will be competing side by side. They have 60 seconds to make it to the top. They're both given a 10-second head start. A look now at Sheila Mercer in the red, and she falls off early on.
Trish climbing steady, not real pretty. She's kind of contemplating each move.
Oh,
as
wow.
you see Sheila with her second start being pulled off by Gold.
Wasn't even, yeah, she's like, that wasn't even an attempt.
Trish, meanwhile, steadily working her way up to the top. As you mentioned, Larry, not an aesthetic-looking climb, but effective here.
Yeah, she's doing a good job.
Seems to be having a little trouble. It's outcropping. If you notice, the wall kind of goes out away. You've got your back to the ground. You're fighting gravity right at this point.
Yeah, that's tough.
Ice still determined to get Trish.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Trish makes it up the wall. She's a happy gal.
Crushed it.
Well, Trish, I don't think you ever thought that the view from 32 feet high could look this good.
It looks awesome.
She's getting
love
chased
it.
by
You
a
made it
bag
up
of
in
meth.
44
yeah,
seconds.
all the
and how
gladiators
aware-
are taking meth between shots. They're just railing bumps of cocaine and smoking crystal meth.
Makes someone good in this event, upper body
they're so
strength and a
strong.
great grip. And folks, I want you to take a look at these hands.
Look at these
Those
hands.
are hard-working hands. They've got
That's
a
an
lot of
American
callus
hand.
there, and they're the reason why she made it to the top first.
So
Way to go,
hilarious.
Trish.
Women's wall
That's
score,
real-
Trish 10,
that's
Sheila
real blue
0.
collar.
Women's score after
That's
4
blue collar
events.
hands.
Trish takes first lead, 24-20.
Yeah, exactly.
Men's score after 4 events, Rico 21, John 12.
All right, here
And
we go.
Larry, we are
Human
now ready for the
cannonball.
next event, men's human cannonball.
the hell is
John
this?
Adams and Rico Costantino.
I lost all
John
my
will be
viewers.
going
It's just
against
you and me, Max,
Nitro.
now, I
Rico
think.
will have to swing against
I don't
Thunder.
care.
Both
It's
contenders
so
given
good.
2 swings.
Oh, no, very good,
Each
very
successful swing worth 5 points.
All the Alex Jones
Both
hands are
gladiators
like,
facing
what the hell is
tremendous
this?
momentum at impact from the
What are we
contenders swinging
watching?
down at them. We talked about it earlier. It's a little like
America.
a freight train.
Here
Oh
they
my
come, John
gosh.
and Rico.
Awesome.
Thunder almost hangs on, so did Nitro, but ultimately both went
What a
off.
great
Just too
segment.
much force to deal with.
Oh, it's so good. That's so dumb. They're
You see both of our contenders taking the high jump, getting the good seat, knees tucked. Nitro being blown right off. Thunder maintaining his balance for a little while, but not very long.
Now the second swing coming up. Rico will take on Nitro, and John will do battle with Thunder. Thunder might have had the right
so
idea,
dumb.
Larry, by getting nice and low. Nice low center of gravity. He hangs on right there. Nitro cannot do the same against Rico Costantino.
Absolutely.
Thunder getting deep-seated, but Nitro blown off again as we see it from the cam view atop of
they're
Rico's
trying to push
helmet.
the gladiators
You
over.
follow it right in at the impact with Nitro.
Oh,
Nitro,
got him.
he just was a little too high, right off the pedestal.
Hard.
So Rico picks up 10, John 5 in
Rico's
Human Cannonball.
taking it.
After 5 events,
Easy.
Rico with a 31-17 lead.
Wow.
In the women's competition after 4, Sheila leads Trish 24-20, and it's their turn now for
this is gonna
Human
be so
Cannonball.
hard. First time doing it.
We got some
too.
tight competition here. Trish jumped to a lead in the last event. Cannonball should be very, very evenly matched for these two.
Well, in terms of size and body weight, both Trish Tillotson and Sheila Mercer will be swinging about 145 pounds in Blaze and Lace's direction.
This is so
I wonder what that poundage is and momentum and impact when they meet those gladiators.
Suffice to say a lot. Here they come. Sheila's off first.
Boom!
There goes Lace, there goes Blaze.
Double clap.
As
Oh,
we
wow.
mentioned, the force that both those contenders generated, just too much for
Awesome.
our gladiators.
Wow, you and your audience are derpy. I watched this when I was 13 and half enjoyed it as much as your face. Thanks, Saint Trojan Burger.
Here, the Blaze was a little
I'm
high.
enjoying
She
it.
never had even a
It's
shot at it.
ridiculous. It's fun to like look back at old content and see what passed muster. Do I remember correctly that the show is about to get a reboot soon? Is it? Maybe. It was big when it was when it first popped off. I remember it was on TV all the time.
Watch here on the split
really
screen
dumb.
setup. You'll see both of them make impact. Lace goes right off. Blaze has a chance to do a little pirouette, but can't execute it. Ends off the pedestal too.
So both women with a chance to earn the
welcome to
full
the stream.
complement of
Alex
points.
Jones'
Two successful
testimony and
swings
this.
worth 10. Here they come. Second swing.
Bam!
Down go both the
Wow.
gladiators again.
Absolutely
Well, it's going to
rolled.
be back to impact school for our gladiators.
Find
They're
out.
a little dismayed about it. Both of the girls need to learn to get a little lower, I think, before impact.
Oh my god,
You know,
the
Trish-
IMDb score is
Trish and
5.6 out
Sheila,
of 10.
I'm beginning to think you guys, even though you're locked in Mortal Kombat here, I'm beginning to think that you're twins or at least sisters.
Set
You
to
both,
return?
you both qualified from Phoenix. You look like synchronized
Apparently
swimmers
set to
the way you
return.
knocked the gladiators off simultaneously. You two are supposed to be competing against each other.
But this is 2021. It might be like before Netflix.
Points, baby.
Hey, there's nothing more I can say. Their expression says it all. Well
Oh my
done.
gosh, this is so bad.
Couple of happy contenders having a good time. Women's cannonball score. Sheila 10, Trish 10.
Yeah, they
Still to come.
knocked it.
Atmosphere.
Oh, Atmosphere.
Clang 'em up, demolition derby.
The operative words here, smash, mash, and bash.
It's either this
And
or
our men's
Kitchen
score
Nightmares.
after 5
Gordon
events,
Ramsay.
Rico 31, John 17. In Atmosphere, our two contenders are going to compete simultaneously in an effort to roll their ball into one of the
Yes.
4 red, white, and blue scoring
So
pods
silly.
worth 1 point each. At the same time, 2 gladiators, in this case Turbo and Gemini, will be trying to keep the contenders from scoring by means of their own spheres.
Yeah, exactly.
John Adams, one of the contenders, going against Rico Costantino,
watch
getting
of the
locked
UK
inside of
version
his
around
atmosphere,
1990.
and there goes Gemini.
Oh, there's a British
He really
version?
goes berserk inside that
Is
cage.
it
He
called
gets mad in
British
this event.
Gladiators? Like,
Rage in a cage.
Bringing it home to you, buddy.
what is that?
Turbo kind of fills that sphere up, doesn't he, Mike?
It's
Not
just
much
called
room for anybody
Gladiators.
else in there besides Turbo.
I wouldn't want to be in there with him.
Is it watchable? Can I find it?
Ready, red!
Referee Larry Thompson
The
making
reason
sure.
like part of the reason we're watching this is because this just I just found out that this is all on YouTube for free, right? Like it's all been uploaded.
Everyone is set to go in this event.
Spotters ready!
A look at the 4 red, white, and blue
Season 1,
scoring
episode
pods
1.
you see there. Those plumes
Okay.
of smoke, actually harmless nitrogen gas
Yeah, I
to
think I found
indicate to
something.
the audience and the contenders
here
that
come the
someone has
answers.
indeed scored.
2 midfield collisions. They single off, square off on each other. John Adams trying to get into the scoring
just
pod,
missed it.
but Gemini says no. Seeing that he's
But he's
blocked,
got a
he
break.
heads on down all the way to the end of the course. Looks like no.
Oh,
Gemini
gets
says
pushed
no
over
again.
And down at the other end, Rico
It's so funny.
Costantino
All right, we'll check it
trying
out.
to get inside the pod, but he can't settle either. Turbo doing a great job of keeping him out.
We have some bent steel out there, Mike.
A lot of
Bent
bent steel
steel.
and hopefully not bent contenders. John Adams again trying to settle in and can't do it. Neither can Rico.
Great defensive battle as our gladiators deny. Well, we've got one in. John Adams managed to get in the pod right at the end, and finally we get the plume. He gets the point.
You did get the clues? Oh, you did.
15 seconds ago, Rico desperately trying to score and tie this match up. Can he stay in there? No. Turbo again thwarts his effort.
It's a wonder that Turbo's sphere will roll at all as many dents as he has in it now.
1
That's the
second
point.
left. that last attempt for a goal by Rico does not count, and that is it. The only goal of the game scored by John Adams.
Check the tape again.
Even though John had positioned several times throughout the match, he only managed to settle the sphere into the pod this one time and pick up the point.
Holy cow, ever hard.
Rico, being chased around the field all day by Turbo, finally manages to get in the pod, but Turbo delivers the smash that sends him out without any points.
Awesome.
John Adams picks up 1 point in Atmosphere, and after 6 events in the men's competition, Trish over.
Does she have the understanding of it, how to settle it, how to stop it?
Sheila Mercer will be ready to start this match.
You're gonna have a wicked score for this game.
I love that shot. Looks like we're set to go.
This is so good.
Once again, 60 seconds to score as many times as you can.
Sheila getting down the floor rapidly, trying to settle into that pod, but just couldn't quite get it in.
Larry, it doesn't look like you expend much energy, but you really do. This is quite a workout.
Watch Sheila driving down, settling into the pod. Appears she has the point.
How was that not a point?
Seems a little questionable.
We didn't see the plume of smoke, but they did give it to her. Indeed, she scored. So Sheila leads here with 30 seconds to go, 1-0. She finds herself pinned against that one barrier. Here's Trish Tillotson trying to even things up. She's got the Atmosphere moving. Can she stay in that scoring pod? Yes.
Yeah.
So it's all tied at 1. 18 seconds to go now. And both Ice and Diamond relentless in their pursuit. Here's Sheila again trying to score and break the deadlock. Can't stay in there. Ice does a great job. Right when Sheila thinks she's got it done, there's Ice on her tail.
Sheila has to feel like she's dealing in a mirror. Every motion gets a counter motion from Ice. Seems a little frustrating at times as we watch a replay of Trish trying to learn how to settle this thing into the pod to get the point.
Both women score a goal, and after 6 events, Trish Tillotson leads Sheila Mercer. Universal Studios.
Each contender will cross a 30-foot span by means of a specially designed hand bike. Then across the balance beam, where instead of medicine balls, our gladiators now throw weighted blocking pads at the contender.
Cargo net. Ride straight away, where the which translates to a 2. Sheila Mercer in the red, Trish Tillotson in the blue. They have been close all competition long. They both qualified for the same regional in Phoenix. They're great friends, but now one winner only, and that one goes on to the quarterfinals.
Notice, Mike, they weren't smiling all that much at each other right before they began the eliminator.
That's insane.
Sheila having her problems with the hand bike, trying to get it moving. Trish Tillotson with the lead. Sheila goes down.
Sheila losing some very crucial points at this point. She's got to get back up top and get across the balance beam. She's having trouble getting back up onto the platform.
Trish got winged by that blocking pad, but was able to keep her balance and jump to the platform. Now she's going up on the cargo net. Sheila Mercer trying to keep her balance. She does and just makes it.
She's lost some very valuable time here. This is no place to try to make it up on this cargo net. That's a very demanding part of the eliminator.
And down the zip line goes Trish Tillotson. With a healthy lead over her friend and competitor here in the final event, the Eliminator, across the hurdles.
Oh, this is awesome.
Does a little layout, lands flat on the floor, but is across the finish line.
So Trish is assured of a berth in the quarterfinals, and Sheila could make it too. Our 5 preliminary winners go, but the next 3 highest scores go as well, and Sheila has piled a lot of points up in this preliminary round against Trish Tillotson.
Getting roasted.
Blaze trying to keep her from crossing the finish line, but finally she does.
Got a real friendly finish there at the end between Sheila and Blaze.
And this was Sheila's Waterloo on the hand bike. She lost her rhythm and lost her grip. That was it.
Trish, congratulations.
Thanks.
Burnt up the track. Was there one part of the eliminator that you really felt where you were going into the lead and you kind of had it in hand?
No, not at all. Not against that girl. There's no way she'd come back in a heartbeat. And when you're concentrating on what you're doing, you don't know where anybody is. You're just focused on you.
Trish, congratulations on your victory.
It's the most nonsense.
So there you have it, as Trish automatically advances to the quarterfinals. Now, after 6 events in the men's competition, Rico Costantino with a 31-18 lead over John Adams. And what that means, John would have to win the eliminator against Rico by more than 6.5 seconds.
Look of concern, concentration on the face of John Adams as he prepares to head up the treadmill.
Treadmill looks like a really rocky
John Adams in the blue, Rico Costantino in the red.
Ready!
And referee Larry Thompson sends our contenders on their way. Rico the first to reach the hand bite, but it's very, very close.
Look at him go.
Almost
Whoa,
a
look
dead
at him
heat
go.
as they hit the platform.
Wow, this is
Now
a competition.
across the balance beam,
he's so
Rico
light on his
very
feet.
steady. As is John Adams, side by side,
stumbles, though.
almost again, up the cargo net now.
Oh, wow, this is where John Adams
Rico just a head and shoulders ahead of John.
Touching that platform
Nope.
almost simultaneously.
Don't
now
Google it,
onto
but
the
you haven't
zip
seen the win
line.
in Turkish
Here comes
wrestling?
Rico,
It's
here
the
comes
1/6
John.
Oh, Jesus.
And it
No,
looks
I'm
like
not
the only way
looking
John could win this thing is if one of the gladiators is successful in holding off Rico at the
Oh
finish
my
line.
God, here
Let's
it
see what
comes.
happens. Well, at 210
Oh,
pounds,
you
Rico a little too
crushed
much
it.
power for Laser there at
Absolutely
the end. Rico will advance to the quarterfinals as John scrambles
Yeah,
across
good job, Rico.
the finish line as well.
John a little frustrated, a trying run, and then met up with
you thought
Thunder
he
at
was
the
getting
end.
handsy?
But he has nothing to be
Trying to
ashamed
work,
of. It was a great effort.
Trying to work a little
After an absolutely fabulous final event, the Eliminator,
Get your head
it
out
is
in front of
Rico
the match.
Adams, and that your opponent.
All right, we're gonna hear about
Because
their experiences.
Woodson and Rico, we'll see next week.
Is that it? I think that's
Gold, Thunder.
Okay, that was very, let's say, gratuitous. I hope you enjoyed the stream, everybody. That was a long one. Holy cow! I gotta go take care of a bunch of stuff now. But I hope you have a lovely day. I gotta get ready for like class. The UK version, I'm gonna have to do it another. I'm sitting at a 6-hour stream, Saint Trojan. You're gonna have to follow me for next time. And next time I watch Gladiators, it won't be the American one. It'll be the UK one. I promise. That was more a test to see if YouTube would clap me or not. But you guys have a good one. Bye. I'll see you later. Au revoir. À la prochaine. Arrivederci. Have a good one. I'll see you later. Bye. Tomorrow at 9. Same time. See you tomorrow. Okay. I did twist your arm. I got like the power of the pulpit here, man. This is my opportunity to be like, more great content that way tomorrow when I haven't been talking into a microphone for 6 hours and need to probably do other things than talking to a microphone. So I'll see you later. Ending stream.